It's recording and going live. There, we should be live now. 1 minute too late. Time to execute one hostage. Oh no. That's a terrible way to start.
So, chat, ready to talk about the Jews?
Oh no! Yeah, Pagan previewed a little bit of this video we're gonna be covering today, and it is fucking terrible. Holy shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why do you guys have to stream when I'm at school? Because my work shift requires me to work every other Sunday, so I'm not available to stream on every other Sunday. Do we have much to talk about before we just get into the video? Because this is probably going to be a long one. It's over 30 minutes long.
Oh, well, I can at least say that I'm no longer as sick as I was. I'm not dying, so I will actually be here for this one for the most part. So that's good.
Oh.
We shall see.
You'll hear me cough every once in a while, but I won't be dead.
Alright. Morning, Stag. Have you seen House of Dragons yet? No, I haven't.
No, and I don't really have a desire to. I've heard it's pretty bad at the start already.
Really? I've heard it was, like, meh. I heard it's like it doesn't make up for Season 8, but there's something there, kind of, maybe?
I've heard it's incredibly rushed.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. I know Nerdrotic uploaded his discussion with Mahler about it, which I'm going to check out when I have time. Probably going to listen to it at work on Wednesday, actually.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm at work at the adult store. Keep the language tone down. I don't want the perverts browsing the videos to get offended.
Oh, fuck, shit, damn. I don't know what the fuck what we'll do. Oh, speaking of, that is apparently the level of writing in Saints Row, the new Saints Row game.
I've heard. So, I saw that clip floating around. I never watched it, but I saw subtitles where it's just a string of swear words. And I assumed this was a preview. I didn't actually know the game was out already. I thought it was just another preview. Like, you have to understand, I'm so uninterested in this game. I've been paying so little attention to it. I thought it was still 2 or 3 years out.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that clip, and my god, that would drive me insane. I would have to turn the game off. Like, I wouldn't be able to just sit there and listen to my character doing that shit all the time while I'm trying to drive.
Thanks a lot, Setch. I had someone about to buy Backdoor Sluts 9 until you pulled that. Oh, well.
I mean, a lot of swearing can be funny if utilized right. Like if it's, you know, the timing and
Yeah.
it makes sense to. But if it's literally just, hey,
You're driving from point A to point B.
that's how bad it is.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
not
You're
even.
driving from point A to point B. Stay in line. Fuck. Fuck shit. Fuck shit. Fuck.
Is it possibly?
Crap.
Hold on. Is it possibly a glitch where?
No. This is actually her dialogue.
I'm trying to explain something, for fuck's sake.
No, and I'm stopping you. It is not a
You
glitch.
don't have the context of what I'm trying to get across.
All right.
Is it supposed to be offhanded dialogue that happens when you hit a vehicle? Like, you play Grand Theft Auto and you crash into someone else's vehicle and your character goes,
No.
fuck. Okay.
Again,
That's
like
what
I said, I knew I could stop you because I knew exactly where you were going. No, it is not offhanded dialogue. It is not a glitch. This is her actual dialogue at this actual pacing because she gets told to stay in line. And then she starts this, stay in line, fuck. Fuck. Shit, fuck, damn.
That
Crap. Fuckity, fuck, stay in line, fuck. Shit, fuck.
Yeah.
Who wants to stay in line? Fuck, fuck.
This is extremely irritating, even hearing you repeat it like that. People don't talk like that.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's why it's so fucking annoying. That clip was driving me insane. And I'm just like, imagine trying to play the game. Like, just watching a clip makes me want to tear my hair out. Imagine actually having to sit through that while playing the fucking game itself. Hell no.
Mm.
Also, Tentacle Dude, I love that fucking art you made. That was great. That fan art was perfect.
Both of them. I got the one from Keeps. The Keeps one was funny as shit.
Yeah, I saw that one too.
Creetosis is a bit hypocritical of you because you talk like a sailor. Okay, that's different though. I swear a lot when I'm like in the middle of saying something like, "Oh man, that's fucking stupid." I don't go fuck, you know?
Yeah.
Very different.
Yeah, like what in the dumb fuck shittery is happening here is fine. Just going dumb fuck shit, shit fuck shit, damn fuck damn fuck shit, damn crap. Oh shit. Fucking shit, damn. That's all this character is doing.
Yeah, it's all their dialogue is, and it's fucking annoying when that's literally it's like toddler level cussing where it's just like fuckity fuck shit fuck shit fuck. It's literally like the South Park fucking parody.
Yeah. And allegedly, I emphasize allegedly, they got some fucking they have to throw their Roe v. Wade nonsense in there. Now this is allegedly. I don't know if this is actually fucking true. I have seen a screenshot of it.
Oh.
And I am emphasizing I don't know if it's true or not, but God, it wouldn't surprise me because all of the main characters from the original trailer, and I have no idea if they went back on that or not. It didn't seem like it from all their other marketing. But all of them seemed like the usual Gen Z fucking retarded college student twats. The actual generation snowflake retards. So
yeah,
it wouldn't surprise me if that was it.
Yeah, if that screen cap is real, oh my god, that's gonna get memed on so fucking hard.
Absolutely.
Oh my god, if that's real, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit.
Absolutely.
Oh my god, have you seen that yet, Cree?
No.
Hold on, I have it here with me.
Oh yeah, you haven't seen this? Oh,
like
Okay.
I said, I've been paying so little attention to this game. I actually forgot it existed for a while.
Yeah, me too.
So we don't know if this is real, but go ahead and read that, and you can see why, if this is real in the game, it's gonna be fucking insane.
Yep.
Alrighty, let's see what the fuck you posted, what you're fucking inflicting on me. Restart mission! You just requested to abort the mission. But what if this option was negated? What if we, the developers, decide that you cannot do what you want with your own character? Oh.
Yeah, so it's fucked on multiple levels of just insane leftoid propaganda nonsense. So again, this is allegedly. I have no idea if this is actually it or not.
You remember when video games used to be like, this thing for entertainment where, like, escapism, you could just sit down and play a game and not have people fucking preach to you? Christ.
Yep.
Yeah, Cree didn't even read all of it. He just got to the part where it gets really bad and was like, oh. Because the rest of it is, this is what many women in America experience right now. Think about it.
Maybe you should have thought about it, you fucking retards.
Yeah.
You know what? If this is true, I think we should officially petition to relabel Volition as Child Killers Incorporated instead. Eat shit, dickhead.
Remember when the Saints Row franchise used to be good?
Yeah, it was Saints Row 2, and then it went downhill from there.
Yeah, I was about to say Saints Row 2. Yeah, I remember that. That was a long time ago.
It was literally the only good one in the entire franchise.
Yeah, it was.
Wait, you didn't like the first one?
No,
it was
because
okay.
It was a GTA knockoff.
It
was,
but
it took itself way too seriously.
yeah, I didn't
Saints Row
hate it.
2
I thought it was okay.
Saints Row 2, what made Saints Row 2 so amazing was that it took itself seriously and yet had all the farcical, comical bullshit in it.
Yeah. 2
Which,
was the best by far, easily. 1 I thought was okay. I didn't think it was
Yeah.
bad. I thought it was okay.
I've only,
3 was the decline. You could definitely see shit going wrong, and everything after that was just what the fuck.
yeah, I've only played 1 and 3, and 3 I enjoyed from what I remember, but it did feel like the silliness was getting to be a bit too much. And it just seems like one of those things where, like, yeah, this is just going to be the downward spiral where, hey, there was
Yeah.
silliness in the series before, so now we could do any kind of dumb bullshit. You shouldn't criticize it for being silly now, even though it's a different kind of silly that's fucking obnoxious.
they actually had a great moment in Saints Row 3. And it was at the very start of the fucking game. It's when you attacked the penthouse. You stole the plane and you fucking parachuted out like a fucking paratrooper to come down and kill everybody. Great moment. Great set piece, too. And then it was just like, now let's go crazy, wacky, wild. Woo! It's just, oh. Like with,
Yeah.
what was it? What was the fucking cat's name? The mascot's name?
Oh,
Oh.
Genki?
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Genki was annoying. I did not like his inclusion everywhere.
Yep. Remember the actual wonderful, like, heartfelt moments in Saints Row 2? Your crew member getting dragged behind a fucking
I was just about to bring up
tow
Carlos.
truck. Gat's girlfriend getting her head sliced off. Like, and great editing on that scene too. Like, holy shit. You don't need to see the blood and gore or anything like that. When she screams, "Johnny, it's a trap!" and you see him whip around and you see the heads of the flowers fly up in the air, you know immediately what happened.
Yeah.
You don't have to see her, like, body fall in frame or blood splattering everywhere or any of the bullshit. They knew how to do subtlety, and they knew how to tell a great poignant moment.
Yeah. They knew how to do, like, they knew when to show the gruesome bits, and they knew when to not do it as well. It, like, they knew how to be tactful, which was nice. It was nice seeing that for a change where yeah, you don't see, like, when you run over fuck, what is it? You put, what's his name? Marrow? Is it Marrow? Was he the leader of the tribal gang guys? I can't remember. I think it was Marrow. You put his girlfriend
yeah, in the trunk.
in the trunk, and he runs it over, and he, like, opens it, and it's the camera is down at an angle, so you can't see what he sees, but you just know from his reaction that it's bad.
Yes.
And it's like, I like that they did that. And there was also the
And what a
I don't
fitting
remember his
punishment.
name.
Ironic karma for what he just did to Carlos.
Exactly.
Oh, so fucking good.
Yeah, that was so good. And the Texas burial for the Ronin guy, that was great as well. But then they do show stuff where, like, the scene where the Ronin show up to the festival and Gat just fucking, I love when he punches the one chick and slams the door on her arm and breaks it and then sticks his AK in there, and you just see him light up everybody in the fucking car. And it's like, damn, they showed that. Like, they showed every part of that.
Yep. Because they wanted you to understand how off his fucking rocker Johnny went.
Yeah,
It's
he
like,
was done.
He's done. It's over.
Yeah, he's fucking done. Fucking, she goes to step out with an ooze, and he, like, punches her, shuts the door on her arm, sticks his AK-47 into the fucking car, and you just see everybody inside the car just explode.
Yeah, just splat, bullets coming out in different spots. Just like, oh, geez.
Yeah.
I've actually been wanting to play Saints Row 1 again, and Saints Row 2 for the first time at some point.
Yeah.
But again, there's so many games I want to play, and I just don't have the time.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Shogo, yeah, that's what his name was. I can never remember his name for some reason.
Anyways, should we get to this wonderful, amazing, probably very well thought out video?
I really don't want to.
We can, but I guess, we should make something clear. Here is the hilarious irony of these fucking weirdo losers, right? Like the person we're going to be covering. And the only reason I say it is because we got previewed of what they're gonna say later in the video. But here's the irony of these people. These people are so racist that they instantaneously associate negative traits with an entire race of people, and then say that, oh, therefore, the creator is racist. It's like, you're the one that's making these associations. No normal person looks at an orc and thinks black person.
Yeah.
It's you, you racist pieces of shit. You're the ones that do that.
Yeah, I've never once heard the description, a brutal savage, and not once has my first thought been, oh, black people, because that's dumb. That's not how that works.
It's so fucking baffling.
Yeah.
And it's this weird thing, and it's why they keep having to change the definition of racist, because if any of them even has a remote sense of self-awareness, they would realize they are the most racist scumbags on earth.
Now
so
this guy
change the definition.
This guy actually tries to get around that in this video by bringing up Tolkien's actual quotes, where the very first one he actually gives.
We should.
Oh, we can see it. We can see it in the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say, it's like it does have a bit of that old, because of the time and everything, where it's like, okay, I kind of get what you mean, but at the same time, it's not as bad as you're making it out to be, because he's pointing out the flaws he sees in a supposed race, I guess you could say, of people, while also acknowledging the good bits as well. But apparently acknowledging that there are some bad aspects of a culture makes you entirely racist, no matter what good things you have to say about them otherwise.
Yeah, that's fucking retarded. That's the black and white bullshit.
Yeah, it's really fucking bad.
That's the mentality of children.
I'm not racist. My waifu is an orc.
God, I just sitting through this is going to be so painful, not just because of his god awful fucking beliefs and shit, but just his voice. This dude's voice honestly gets on my nerves more than Organized Chaos's voice did. I cannot stand this dude's voice.
What about Huggable Hippie or whatever?
Huggable Hipster.
Hers was really bad too, but I still think this guy's worse. His voice, this dude's voice makes me like angry listening to him.
Vincent Martin?
Okay, Vincent Martin's is easily worse than this guy, but
there you go.
But this guy is still pretty bad.
We found the measuring stick.
That actually reminds me, there was a comment in chat earlier mentioning him I wanted to grab quickly. Vincent Martin had his live stream 3 days ago. Have you seen it, Creetosis? No. Why would I waste any more time on him than I have to?
Yeah.
Vincent Martin has proven at every opportunity that he is not worth listening to. He is not worth the time. This is a crazy person fucking clearly who doesn't know what they're talking about, who probably doesn't have a good grasp of the English language, and he's more interested in trying to tear me down and attack me in my video, rather than actually considering the criticism. Remember, he admitted in the comments to me on one of my videos that he was only here, like, okay, I had said to him, it seems like you're seeking to debunk criticism over anything else, and he said, yeah.
Yeah, that's not what you should do ever. But also...
He also admitted to not caring about context.
Yes! And he didn't do the research and doesn't care about context. He didn't look into what Cree had actually said and what Cree was talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this dude's...
And he fully said that and admitted that because he is genuinely that much of a brainlet.
Yeah.
So I cannot wait.
He's not worth covering anymore. We're gonna do the video.
Yep.
Yeah, once...
And I'm sharing it with Rags.
And that's it. We're not watching any of his other fucking streams and shit. We could not care less.
There's no reason to waste the time on him. That's all it is a waste of time. And this is someone who's been demanding like a debate from me and stuff. It's like it just reminds me of that classic Mark Twain quote: "Don't argue with an idiot because they'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience."
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I told him in my comments when I responded to him when I was actually taking him seriously when when he came back where his only response was to attack my character, even though I was completely nice to him in my comments. I was not being rude. I was not being insulting in any way. I did not want to come off that way. In my very first thing to him, I actually wanted to give him a chance to like correct himself and stuff. And his stuff was to come at me and call me bad faith and all this shit, and then demanded that, well, one, that I shouldn't be the one talking. It should be Cree. I shouldn't be allowed to have my own thoughts and opinions. Fuck me, I guess. And then basically said, I demand a debate. And it's like, motherfucker, if you can't even be respectful in a text comment, what makes you think we're going to debate you on stream or something? Fuck that. No, like, knowing you, we're going to bring you on, and the first thing you're going to do is start shouting racial slurs or something to get our channel fucking taken down or something. Fuck that. We're not doing that shit.
I don't necessarily think he would do that, but my problem is more the fact that he has not been good faith at any point during any interaction with me. So
Well, that's the other thing, is it would literally just be him insulting our character the entire time and just saying we're lying. Like, it didn't matter what we say. We could literally prove what he's saying is wrong with evidence, and he would just attack our character.
Well,
That's
again,
all he has.
another example I have to bring up. In the comment section, talking to him, when he first started complaining at me about my video, I pointed out it doesn't rain in the capital wasteland, and he said you can't prove that. It's there's nothing in the game that says there's no rain. Well, the fact that playing the game for... You could play the game for 5 minutes or 5 million fucking years, and it will never rain. It's not coded into the game.
Yeah, it would also kind of destroy the whole water crisis,
Yeah.
narrative. If people could collect rainwater, I'm pretty sure they would have rain catchers and stuff. They wouldn't have literally nothing to not catch rainwater in a water crisis. So it clearly doesn't fucking rain, neither in the game itself nor story-wise. There's nothing that hints that there's any rain.
Yeah.
No. Guys. So JD says, Creetosis, is Vincent Martin going to be the Jack Saint of STAG? No. He's going to be the Jack Murphy of STAG.
Oh.
He is literally the exact opposite of everything he purports to be. He's not intelligent. He doesn't do research. He doesn't put effort in. He is genuinely one of the biggest scumbags you will ever see. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait to show this to Rags, the video to Rags, because it'll be the funniest thing ever. It'll be like, Rags, this guy claimed to be like you. Here is his exact quote. And he is a way, way worse response than Organized Chaos. Organized Chaos looks like high art compared to this.
Vincent seems to be a fool that's just trying to make drama for the sake of it. He doesn't actually care unless it gets him attention. Yeah, that's the other thing. He very much seems to be an attention seeker. We talked about him briefly on Stag 50, and I happened to see him complaining in Mahler's Discord server that we were talking about him, which seems to imply to me that he was hoping we would cover him on Stag 50, and he's disappointed that we didn't. Because, yeah, it absolutely seems like someone that's just attention-seeking at this point. He made a response to my fucking 4-minute video pointing out what a liar he is. He did a 25-minute stream responding to it, then cut it down to a 7-minute video.
Yeah, that was great. That was so fucking funny. Because he was seething so hard. I don't know if you actually watched that video.
No, why the fuck would I?
I wouldn't watch that video.
Some of it specific. Well, the chat was very insistent that, that they showed a clip of something that which Cree did see that. I do remember him watching the clip, because he brings up that he doesn't care about context.
Oh yeah,
and I was kind of curious about that, so I watched more of the response. And my God, he is just fucking. He sounds like it's literally like Acer Thorn. It literally sounded like he was on the verge of crying at any minute because somebody called him out.
I kind of like how I can have that effect on the people who hate me.
It's crazy. It literally felt like I almost had to like double take and make sure I wasn't watching an Acer Thorn video because they were so similar in the way that they sounded. Like it literally, like he would like hiccup and stuff at like moments where it sounded like he was about to start crying. Like, I don't care that he said when he said this thing about me. I
Oh man.
don't actually care. And I'm just like, dude, are you genuinely about to fucking cry in your video because we called you out on being wrong about something? Holy shit.
Yeah, if it's as bad
That'd
as
be
you're
amazing.
saying, like, he is not going to survive the response we're working on. Holy shit.
No, this will fucking murder him if this is his response.
Oh God!
I still find it funny how we did that Bebop Flicks coverage back in November, and I had uploaded this small video about Acer Thorn just before that. And before the end of the stream, he had a response, and it ended with him going, "Fuck you, Creetosis."
Yeah, I know, that was so great.
Seriously though, I need better haters. The ones I've accumulated so far are very low quality. You've got weirdos like Vincent Martin and Acer Thorn and fucking Sacred G, who fucking sucks the nuts of anyone who dislikes me. God.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I like that he brings that up. Yeah, he brings up that he doesn't care about context, but then also admits that he goes through our streams to get context. And it's like, oh, so you know context exists, you just don't want to show it.
Yep.
I'll be your hater if you like Cree, but you're a fan of us, aren't you? Look, I like having fans more than I like having haters. But if I am going to have haters, I kind of expect them to be a bit higher caliber than this, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're gonna play devil's advocate, maybe don't suck at it.
Yes.
That's what I'm asking for, is, you know, maybe somebody we could actually have a debate with and it not just be a complete waste of fucking time. That'd be great.
Because we're open to talking to people if they're like genuine and have good points to make, and they're not going to be a fucking asshole or fucking disingenuous. From the very first encounters with Vincent Martin, he's been nothing but fucking disingenuous and bad faith. And every time I've seen him say anything.
Oh, and a rule we're gonna make right now: anyone who wants to debate us or come on and like have some sort of like, you know, discussion with us, you must know how to speak the English language in some form. If you cannot speak the English language, we're not gonna get anywhere with you. So we're not gonna speak to. That's another reason why we will not talk to Vincent Martin in a discussion like that, because he just cannot speak English. We can barely understand half of what he says.
I'm tempted to open up the script and grab a small excerpt out. The stream's bitrate is saying it's a little bit low. I'm going to disable the VPN quickly.
Okay.
Alright, hopefully that improves it. You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That disconnected pretty quickly. Anyways, we should probably get on with the video. Right?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah.
We have used up our allotted time for laughing at the disabled today. No more talking about Vincent Martin.
I don't know. We might need more time. I might have to, you know, bribe the judge to give us some more. Depends on just how shit this video is.
It's almost like a time trial in a video game where you have to like hit the power up to gain 20 more seconds. When we start covering this video, we just have to hit those like boosts to continue mocking the disabled, depending how disabled this guy is.
Yeah. Judging by the base premise, it's gonna be pretty fucking down there on the sliding scale for sure.
I do have to grab this comment quickly. Vincent Mart Spec Good Angus. Honestly, that's not too far off from how he actually talks.
Yeah, that's
Order Artie.
That's basically spot on, honestly.
The side dish.
Oh
It's
god.
satellite dish, you idiot, not side dish.
Side dish, Moiter Brown, Mortar Artie.
God, I'm still on that fucking part where he said, like, Creetosis doesn't care about the quality, and what I consider quality is the ability to skip quests. That's what makes them good, and it's like, motherfucker, you were the last person to say anyone else doesn't care about the quality of a fucking of a quest when your literal your actual fucking measurement for a good quest is that you can skip it. Like, motherfucker.
We can't forget anecdotal.
And anecdotal generalization.
Generalization.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's all over, guys. It is all over the place. It is all over the place.
Guys, I can't tell you how much I can't fucking wait for this video to be done. Holy shit.
Yeah. And again, I talked about it on my stream. I was like, so the original complaint is talking about how nobody talks about the water crisis. So he said, well, I'm not an expert, nor would I claim to be, but my friend has a degree in this very field. And I'm like, wait, your friend has a degree in water crises during an apocalypse? I mean, trust me, and I have heard of way stranger degrees and certifications, way stranger than that. But he's like, I asked him because of his degree in sociology, and I'm like, okay.
Well,
And
it's
he
even...
talks, and his friend talks about how, well, people in the wasteland would be so underdeveloped that they probably wouldn't know that Project Purity exists. And I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do about the water crisis?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with anything.
What an amazing argument from Vincent Martin. Oh, people don't talk about the water crisis because they probably wouldn't know about Project Purity. But they're still gonna dehydrate to death without water. They don't need to know about Project Purity, you fucking idiot.
Yes.
It's so retarded, yeah.
It
Man dying of thirst over here. I don't know anything about Project Purity. Why would I care? Dies literally a second later from dehydration. Like, fucking what?
What's really fucking weird about this, too, is, like, again, I don't want to badmouth his friend, and I don't even know if it is a friend or if it's just somebody he knows. But, you know what I mean? If it's an acquaintance. I don't want to badmouth the acquaintance. Because I have no idea. We have no idea what the fuck Vincent Martin asked him.
Oh, yeah. With how fucked up literally everything Vincent says. God. Oh.
Yeah. It sounds like he didn't actually ask him about a water crisis, but rather like, what do you think these people would think about something like Project Purity, which isn't relevant to what we were talking about.
Creetosis. And the fact that he thinks Mahler invented the concept of reacting to a video and pausing to respond to it. That's another thing that's kind of amusing.
Christ.
He called STAG a cheap knockoff of EFAP on Mahler's Discord server, which, fine, we're doing something in the same style. I understand that perspective. What's funny is he's talking about another stream that does the same thing and how he watches them from time to time and likes them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so fucking weird. And let me make sure I get the degree right, guys, because I say sociology. I'm pretty sure it's sociology that he said.
Uh-oh, Seth is breaking open the script. He's cracking it open.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, because I'm pretty positive it was sociology.
That reminds me, DSP legit believes he invented the term playthrough. Are you serious? Does he actually think that? Is that something he's actually said? Because if so, oh my god.
It is, all right. But since I don't have a degree in sociology, I ask a friend with one on this subject matter.
Yeah, what the fuck does sociology have to do with understanding how a water crisis would work?
Yeah, so I said, your friend has a degree in sociology about water crises? I mean, I've heard of stranger and way more specific degrees. This just screams appeal to authority to me already. Also, for disclosure's sake, what exactly did you ask your friend? And here is the quote. Are you ready, everybody? Remember, the complaint was about nobody talks about the water crisis in the Capital Wasteland. Here is the quote. I would imagine that after such a bad societal collapse and from the looks of the wasteland that most people wouldn't be educated enough to read and write their own name, much less understand anything about Project Purity. So again, what exactly did you ask your friend? Because that has nothing to do with the water crisis.
Yeah. That's specifically, like, the fact that he would have had to have brought up Project Purity in his question for this other guy to even reference it is, like, that's already a bad sign, because it's like that we weren't talking about Project Purity. That's not what was being brought up at all.
I have to bring up another thing that's fucking hilarious. I think chat will like this. At one point in the video, Vincent Martin claims that many a true nerd never said that Megaton uses the puddle for their water source. And then literally 5 seconds later, it's like, but John did say this, and he plays the clip. And the first town you reach uses a bomb puddle as, the bomb puddle as its water source. It's like, what? Motherfucker, what?
Here we go.
Oh my god, he does that a lot. He does that shit a lot in the video.
Brings up Creed talking about a previous point of John's in which he describes how Megaton is just so memorable, while Creed points out that John missed the water processing plant where one of the town members lives. John isn't referring to the puddle being a water source. And I say, yes, he fucking did, you lemon. And then he goes, he said when the bomb hit, it didn't detonate. It made a crater one deep enough that the town had access to groundwater. I says, if you'd buy Manya. Oh, hang on a second. Wait. Is this the one where he does it?
Yeah, it's just a little bit.
Oh, yeah. And then a little bit further. For this one, I'm not going to be as harsh on Creed. There is a line in the video where John mentioning that Megaton actually used the puddle for its water supply, and shows John actively drinking from the puddle.
Yeah. But, oh my god, you remember the fucking one where he's like, well, I doubt anyone would actually know that about the water treatment plant failing is getting worse and stuff like that.
Or that the bomb is poisoning everyone.
Everybody is like, I don't think they would know that. And then he literally plays a clip where he says, not only has people been spreading the word around town that the water's been getting worse and everything, but Walter himself has been going around telling everybody this.
Yeah, and that the bomb is poisoning everybody.
So everyone fucking knows. In his own, it's so funny because we never made that argument. That's something Vincent Martin came up with on his own and said like, oh, but there's no evidence of the town knowing about this. And then literally like a second later plays a clip where Walter not only addresses the fact that people tell him this stuff, but he outright tells everyone else that the bomb is poisoning the water supply. And it's like, my dude, why did you even invent this whole fucking argument if you were just going to disprove yourself?
Yes. Oh, and his whole thing about how there are 3 likely scenarios where Megaton is getting its water. And it's like, no, there's one. It's a water processing plant. And he goes through that they're getting it from the groundwater of the bomb. They're doing this and that. And the third one is that it's coming from the water processing plant, which is Creed's theory. And it's like...
Isn't that the one where he says, like, I'm being bad faith or something? But then he says, I can't disagree with Creed's logic here?
Yes. You're being bad faith, but at the same time, I can't disagree with what he's saying because it's true. Then how are you being bad faith?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that shit. Oh my god.
Okay, here it is.
Oof.
But seriously, if you're gonna be bad faith, Creed, you need to do it right. Then he plays a clip of me saying what the town's water source is. This is the third theory that is very plausible. Can't disagree with Creed logic here. It's definitely most well supported by the environmental factors in Megaton.
Yes, environment.
My god, I forgot how bad this shit was. Fucking hell.
The most annoying thing is genuinely the smug attitude he has the entire fucking time, because he's acting like this is some epic fucking own or... oh god, what's the word when you, not destroy, but like... He thinks it's some epic takedown. Yeah,
he's absolutely gloating over this.
Because he's thinking he's fucking defeating every criticism I put against the game, at least the ones he's bringing up. When it's more like he's splashing around in a mud puddle. It is pathetic.
It's so annoying because it's like an actual retard calling you stupid. It's so fucking annoying.
That's the exact way it's annoying, and I even have a line like that in the script somewhere. Because, like, he's accusing me of using so many different fallacies while he's using them himself. He claims I'm poisoning the well while trying to make me look bad and actually poisoning the well against me.
Yes.
He claims
Or
I'm
when
straw
he-
manning when he's
Yeah,
the one
that's what I
straw
was gonna
manning
bring
me
up.
constantly.
Yes, I was gonna say, what about the million times he brings up the term straw man, only to like literally 2 seconds after accusing someone else of using straw man arguments, creates a fucking straw man argument that nobody ever made.
Oh, we talked about it on my stream. His no true Scotsman thing, which was something he completely invented himself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And I was like,
you can't no true Scotsman. Or sorry, that was a different one. But yeah, you can't.
so what I basically put it up in my chat to explain what happened was, he said that there was a no true Scotsman going around with the whole Fallout 3 isn't a real Fallout game. And then I explained to my chat why Fallout 3 isn't a real Fallout game. Look at the comparison. Fallout 1, 2, New Vegas, and 4, and Tactics all are about factions with intricate storylines and the conflicts that spring off of that and your decisions that help and hinder in one way or the other and what faction you choose to side with. Fallout 3 is the only one that doesn't have any of that at all. And then it's like so it'd be like saying this is a no true Scotsman when you're talking to an Irishman who isn't a Scotsman.
Yeah, a no true Scotsman is stuff like, well, if you are a real Star Wars fan, then you would like the Disney movies and the Disney shows. That's a no true Scotsman.
Yes, absolutely.
But when there's like demonstrable evidence that Fallout 3 is lacking choice, that it's not like the other games, there isn't this big faction conflict that the degree the other games have. It's like,
Or that none of the factions are actually thought out at all. They're one note, one dimensional. They don't have like an identity or ideology of their own.
yeah. Did such just call Fallout 4 a real Fallout game? Not so much that.
No.
It's that it still does what the originals and New Vegas do that Fallout 3 doesn't. Fallout 4 is
Yes.
fucking garbage. Fallout 4 is fucking terrible. It shouldn't exist, quite
Yeah.
frankly.
And
But
remember, I even said this in my stream that as dog shit as Fallout 3 actually cuts the balls out from under Fallout 4. Because Fallout 3 has ghouls fighting over the precious water later in a random event you can stumble into, which completely destroys shit like Kid of Prey.
well,
yeah, they don't follow their own consistency.
Fallout 4 breaks that itself anyways because
Oh, absolutely.
ghouls need water as part of the settlement building mechanic, and there's a town full of ghouls that fucking grow their own food. Even though Kid in a Fridge survived 200 years without food or water.
Yeah, it makes no fucking sense, but I don't know. It's weird how both of them go back and forth between being better than the other one. Like, at least Fallout 4 recognizes that people need food and water, so they actually have settlements growing food, and they actually make that like
To a
plot
degree.
point.
To a degree.
To a degree.
I don't
but
feel it's
it-
enough, but yeah.
I don't feel it's enough either, but at least it's something where they kind of learned their lesson, where they were like, yeah, Fallout 3 was pretty fucking dead and didn't make any sense. Let's fix that in 4 to at least some degree. And then also, obviously, there's maybe we should go back to the whole, multiple factions warring over something. And
The thing
maybe we should go back to that to some degree.
The thing that annoys me about the whole faction thing with Fallout 4 is it very much feels, at least to me, that they saw New Vegas had 4 factions, we'll have 4 factions, and just carried over none of the nuance of, like, between them.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, let's not make anything new, really. Let's just, we'll make one. We'll make the railroad new, but they'll be basically worthless.
well, the
But we're going to
railroad,
bring back the Brotherhood. We're going to bring back, we'll add the Minutemen, but
yeah, the
know,
Minutemen,
they're-
the Institute, and the Railroad are the 3 new factions, and all of them are fucking garbage. There's nothing to the Minutemen of any worth, as far as lore goes. Something interesting could have been done with them, but they didn't. They're just a generic faction because they have to be in order to be the yes man option.
Yeah.
The Railroad exists to counter the Institute, and God, there is so many issues with the Institute. We could be
Yeah, the
here.
Institute makes no
Yeah.
fucking sense at all. Like, there's nothing about the Institute that makes any logical sense in the slightest.
Yeah,
I just fucking hate
like,
that they keep bringing the Brotherhood back as like some major faction. It's like Fallout New Vegas made it very clear that they are not a main faction. They are a side faction that is clearly dying. But then Bethesda's just like, no, guys, come on, look, they're clearly the best. They're technologically advanced than everyone else, and they're taking in new recruits, even though they're not supposed to do that. But they're doing it anyway, and shit. And I'm just like, fuck off, let them die.
I do like the Brotherhood, and I don't mind that they still exist as a faction. My issue is that they shouldn't have been in 3 or 4 or 76.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They really should not be. But at least New Vegas understood that it was like, no, these are not a major faction. They are not one of the 4.
I will say one thing to the point of recruiting people. The Brotherhood does need to increase their numbers in some way, and Fallout 3 did it fucking retardedly. They just seem to hire anyone out of the wasteland to be a member of the Brotherhood. That's stupid. Yep. What I do like is how Fallout 4 has a sponsorship program where a paladin or a knight, or I don't remember the exact rank, but you have to be pretty high in the Brotherhood. They would have to say, yes, this is someone I trust who I think could be a good part of our faction, and then they'll let that person join. That makes sense. That makes sense for continuing the faction and recruiting people.
Yeah, and as a squire or a recruit, not as like a full, like, blown thing. Unless it's literally the head of the faction, and they're like, dude, no, I've seen what they do. They know how power armor works. We don't got to train them in anything like that. Yeah, we're going to make them a fucking knight off the bat. I don't give a fuck.
Oh my god. That's one of the things that pisses me off about Fallout 3 so much. They'll take in random wastelanders who have, like, no training in anything and haven't really proven themselves in any way. But you literally helping the Brotherhood get to j.r.r and clear it out of super mutants, including killing a super mutant behemoth, isn't enough for them to let you join them. That makes no fucking sense. Yeah. You'll let the fucking rando down by the water who has nothing join because he thinks he's going to get a bunch of stuff out of it. It's fine for him to join, but I can't join when I literally just helped you wipe out an entire fucking army of super mutants, including a behemoth. Yep. But I'm not allowed to join? Fuck off.
I'll be right back 1 second.
Welcome to the stream, everyone, where we don't talk about Fallout at all, and we talk about Lord of the Rings. Yeah, there's... there's a lot to say about Fallout 3 and 4. Very little of it is positive.
Should I buy Fallout 76 for $10? You shouldn't even get it when it's free.
Yeah, if you care anything for the lore of Fallout, 76 is just going to annoy you. I've already had people in my comment section, well, I say already, but it's somewhat recently where people are trying to defend the Brotherhood being in 76 by saying, like, oh yeah, Roger Maxon was a friend with a ranger pre-war who happened to be in West Virginia at the times the bombs dropped, and because they communicated with the satellite, it makes total sense that he would reconnect with his old friend and establish Brotherhood out there. It's like, by that logic, you could just invent a character at any point in time to say that something that isn't something that doesn't make sense suddenly makes sense now, you know?
Yeah. Well, it makes sense for the Legion to be in Canada, on the eastern side of Canada, because there was this guy named Tom who was friends with Caesar before he became Caesar.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, they would have stayed in contact.
Yeah. That's pretty much what it is. The Legion holds, like, Arizona or fucking whatever area they hold. I don't know exactly. But the Legion holds this territory in America and Newfoundland. What?
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. I can't stand how fucking stupid this shit is.
Yeah. Yeah, it is very irritating. Anyways, such as AFK right now. When he gets back, we'll finally get to the video. We've been going for 50 minutes already, and we haven't even gotten to the video.
We had a lot to talk about, though.
We went from having nothing to talk about pre-video to having a whole fuckload to talk about pre-video.
God, there's still a lot I could talk about, but we'll get to the video.
I'm just trying to find something to say until Such gets back. You don't understand. The Brotherhood of Steel was there because they were following orders from the ancient order of the Paid Skins. Yeah. I forgot we were covering a video. I don't know how you could forget that. We almost always cover a video, and if we're not, we're covering a show or a movie. Actually, we haven't broken down a movie yet, have we? Tree, can you say hoot? Okay. Hoot. Is that good? Pagan is dead? Rest in peace, Pagan. We hardly knew ye.
So anyway, politics.
No. I mean, I don't even know why I'm saying fucking no, because it's probably going to be one of the most political episodes we've done, considering what we're covering.
What I was about to say. I was like, you say no, but look at the video we're about to cover, Cree.
Ave hoot to Caesar. Creaser. I did that thing where my brain turned off half sentence. I just assumed it said Caesar rather than actually looking at it. Rip. Cree, have you played Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs? No, I haven't. I do plan on playing The Dark Descent, though, in October. Because I played it like 2 years ago now, and I really enjoyed it. And, I could probably get through it in a sitting this time, because I've done it before. Cree, do you know She-Hulk is better than the Incredible Soy Hulk? I've heard a lot of things of the first episode of She-Hulk, and none of them have been good.
Yeah. From everything I've seen of that show, it is fucking terrible.
You want to watch it?
Oh, man. Part of me does to see how bad it is, but another part of me is like, no, I really, really don't.
Yeah, I don't know. Because, see, that's the thing. Running a channel like this is beneficial to watch fucking garbage and talk about it. But on the other hand, you have to watch fucking garbage. And we've already committed to Rings of Power.
Yeah, I know. Shulk. Yeah, that's what everyone's calling it now, is Shulk. It's fucking funny. Oh, man, you just reminded me of something. The owl has marked you for death and the flock obeys.
Yeah, there's an edit of that on the server, wasn't there?
Yeah, that's where I saw it. The owl has marked you for death and the flock obeys. It's fucking great.
Fun fact, actress Jamila Jamil allegedly somehow hurt her asshole while filming She-Hulk. Yes, that's a real article. What?
Well, I think we know how she got the position.
That is a very specific part of the body to hurt while filming something. Uh-oh. Maybe I shouldn't have hooted. Going to make a 10-hour ASMR video with Cree saying hoot over a campfire softly. I don't know about you guys sometimes. I really don't. Welcome back. Thank God. Now we can get to the video.
Wow.
Setch, did you know one of the actresses on She-Hulk hurt her asshole while filming?
Well, yeah, she was pretty ass mad.
I immediately, as soon as they said that, was like, oh, well, we know how she got the position then.
You know what? You're probably not wrong.
I know.
Cree said hoot with all the enthusiasm his job gives him. Now, when you say my job, do you mean YouTube or do you mean my actual job? Because let me tell you...
the same.
No. What?
Both have the same consequences and pain associated with them.
No, they don't. Not at all.
Absolutely.
No, listen, I fucking despise my actual job. The machinery there is so fucking shit. and fucks up so often, I would much rather be editing videos and editing my audio rather than being at my actual job. Holy shit.
Fair.
Butt hurt like Jack Murphy.
I'm sorry, Kree. I didn't mean to awaken everyone's owl fascination at once. You will never be forgiven for this transgression.
Can we say that the owl has marked him for death and the flock will obey?
Sure. All right. We're almost a fucking hour in. Enough distractions. Let's go on with this wonderful, wonderful video.
Okay.
You guys ready?
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
I want you to imagine a ragtag group of members of various races that look and act mostly just like humans, but with varying heights and proportions.
Well, I mean, but they don't. Again, hobbits aren't really like humans. Dwarves aren't really like humans.
Audio is quiet. I know, there's nothing I can do about it. The watch together audio is maxed out. And actually, there might be one thing I can do. Give me a second. It might kill Discord's audio.
Lord of the Deaf. Everybody's like, every single person's like, it's way too quiet.
Okay, we can rewind that. That was only 10 seconds. Let's see if this is any better. I've turned up the browser's volume, which was actually lower than it should have been for some reason.
And against a green...
Okay, yeah, that looks a lot better on the thing. So let's just start it over.
Yeah.
I want you to imagine a ragtag group of members of various races that look and act mostly just like humans, but with varying heights and proportions.
Which, again, as I said, it isn't true at all. Again, hobbits don't act like humans. Dwarves don't act like humans. Elves especially don't act like humans.
Yeah, it's almost like Tolkien went out of his way to make their distinct differences between all the races.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the impression I get from going through the books and watching the movies, and yeah.
Yep. This is just one of those ludicrous things. This is that same weirdo thing, but from a different perspective. It's the same weirdo thing that Christians do when they say finding God in the Lord of the Rings. Like, no, it is not an allegory for the Bible or anything like that. No, fuck off. Because unless you want to start saying that the Bible is multi-theistic, so we can have multiple deities in it, like a lot of them, because Gandalf is a god. Tom Bombadil is a god.
I could probably turn the browser volume up even more, but raises my normal volume as well. I don't know how much it's going to make a difference.
Well, I guess I should emphasize they're not gods. I guess what's a better way to put that?
I've heard that Gandalf is supposed to be the equivalent of an angel.
No.
No?
He's far more powerful than that. That's a good thing. Lesser deity versus greater deity, I think, would be in paganistic pantheons.
All right.
They're literal, like, divine entities. It's the whole thing with, like, why it's so dangerous if one of them should fall.
A demigod?
No. That's why I was thinking in pantheons. You have your greater gods, your lesser gods, and then your demigods, and so on and so forth. And immortal beings. Into the paganistic pantheon. I'm sure if Dirk is here, Dirk would have a better term for what Gandalf is, like the power scale of everything.
All right. Yeah, we really should have had him on for this one. Unfortunately, he's at work today. He's, well, I shouldn't say fortunately, he has a job so he can support himself and his family. Unfortunately, he happens to be working today.
Of course, Seth, you'll be asking Gandalf himself. I'm sure he won't be biased.
Stand against a green tide of orcish menaces with hunched posture and slanted brow.
Wait, a green tide? Wait, did you say a green tide?
Yeah.
Hold on, because that's fucking Warhammer Orcs, you idiot.
And Warcraft orcs. And
No,
actually,
well, I guess I can get into that. Yes, Warcraft stole all of its ideas from Warhammer. Kind of, it was entirely intentionally. Absolutely.
Well,
they did it on purpose, but they kind of had to because of shenaniganry.
well, not just that. It's kind of standard at this point that orcs are green. Like, Elder Scrolls has green orcs.
No, what? No, Elder Scrolls is all different colors.
You fucking with me?
No, I'm not fucking with you.
I've only ever seen green orcs in Morrowind and Oblivion. And, like, shades of green.
I know. I know. I've seen gray and black, and
I've seen gray. I don't know if I've seen anything other than green and gray though.
I've seen orange. Hold on.
Orange.
Yeah, like not like bright, vibrant orange, but more like a muted, dull orange.
Most of the ones I've seen have been green, especially in Morrowind. All the orcs in Morrowind are green.
That might be true, but again, it's Warhammer is the one that did that, not Tolkien or anything like that. So it's just weird.
Anyway, should we continue?
Yeah, I see tans, grays, greens. I see all different kinds of colors for Elder Scrolls Orcs.
There's a gray half-orc vampire in Oblivion. Yeah, he's like an exception now because he's a special case.
Yeah, and because vampirism removes pigment, it's how you can get albino Argonians.
Not just that, but wasn't the Grey Prince's father like a human? One of the human races? So that would affect that too.
Look and act mostly just like humans, but with varying heights and proportions. They stand against a green tide of orcish menaces.
So yeah, again, it's not a green tide, and the Urix are dark, like dark, because they're corrupted elves. Like they're supposed to be like blackened elves.
Yeah, I was about to say, aren't the Orcai just like really dark fucking monsters, basically?
Yeah.
Yeah, because oh Jesus Christ, thanks. He was Life's protagonist. I can't even remember the name. Saruman.
Christopher Lee.
No, yeah, no, I know Christopher Lee. I'm like he's Life's protagonist, but I can't remember the character he played, and it was one of his most famous roles. But yeah, Christopher Lee playing Saruman was digging up elf bodies and horribly distorting them into the Uruk-hai.
Tolkien never described an orc as having green skin. Yeah, I didn't think he did. I went through the Lord of the Rings books recently, and I don't remember that being mentioned at all, that they're green, so that'd be a pretty big detail to leave out of those books.
Yeah.
I wonder if this guy will bring up the fact that that's somehow either more or less racist.
There are green orcs in Fallout 3, too. Yes, there are.
Yes, there are.
Yeah.
Well, they're kind of like a yellowish green. They're the kind of color when, like, you have the really bad shits and it's half between brown and green.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, Fallout 3 is the yellow ones, and Fallout 4 had the green ones.
With hunched, slanted brows. Orcs who are aided by...
Well, that's just Urix, though. That's just kind of their thing. And the Uruk-hai don't have that. They're the ones that stand upright and everything. Like, and it's not all Urix either. That's the thing. It depends on your skill and prowess and everything, because you're gonna have lots of infighting, and it's kind of what made the game Shadow of Mordor, besides all the other nonsense, kind of what made Shadow of Mordor so interesting, seeing Uruk culture and everything. Because he's not Sauron's not there to lead them the entire time.
So what you're saying is this video is already off to a really bad start 20 seconds in.
Yeah, but I'm sure, I'm positive if Dirk was here, he would know these way better. Like,
Yeah.
He'd probably give us the page number and everything. And that ain't a knock against Dirk, and I love that level of Tizzle.
Well, I'll keep an eye out for his comments in chat if he makes any, and I'll try to read them out. Man, we should have got to this video sooner, because he was commenting a lot when we were talking about Vincent Retard and fucking Fallout 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I have very limited knowledge of Lord of the Rings. Like, the only things I've seen of it are the first 3 movies, and that's it. I haven't read the books or watched any of the other films or anything.
I read the books ages ago, like long ago. They're hazy memory to me.
Yeah. I watched the trilogy like 7 or 8 years ago.
Ooh, we should watch that again sometime then. Dirk did leave a comment in Discord. Gandalf and the rest of the Istari wizards were actually dispatched to Middle-earth embodied as old men by the Valar to aid in the fight against Sauron. So was he an allegory to an angel? Kinda. I could see that.
Yeah. But I figured because the Istari were more powerful than what you would associate with angels. It's just because Sauron is not... What's the way to put this? Sauron is not the Dark God. The Dark God was... Well, it began with an M.
Morgoth?
And he corrupted Sauron. Sauron became his apprentice, his pupil.
God, I didn't read. I was listening to what you were saying, and I had to go and check when he said Astari, because I thought you said Astartes, and I just imagined Gandalf as an Astartes warrior.
Oh my god.
What's an Astartes?
Oh, what branch would he be a part of? They are Space Marines. Space Marines. God, what chapter would Gandalf be a part of?
That's something we should watch then if you haven't seen that. Cree, after the stream, is the Astartes fan animation.
Yeah, the short film. Holy fuck.
Yeah, that thing is really good. So we should watch that after this. It's really short.
All right. Creetosis, Aragon is black now. Right, that's the new, like, Wizards of the Coast thing, isn't it? I've heard of that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I said if I ever had enough money to buy Wizards of the Coast, I would fire literally everybody there.
Do you guys know the creation story of the Tolkien universe? That's where Melkor gets embarrassed and then becomes butt mad. Oh. No, I haven't.
The part of the Lord of the Rings universe I like is that the dwarves came first, but they weren't supposed to come first. So the guy who made the dwarves had to put them all to sleep so that the elves could come first. because the elven god was like, "Hey, motherfucker, there is a line here. Get in the queue." Yes, of course, naturally, I am stripping away all context and everything, but I love that idea that the dwarves were first, and then the elven god was like, "Hang on a second, I was supposed to go first, you fucking idiot." And the dwarven god's like, "Oh, I'll just put them all to sleep, and then you can come first, and they'll come later."
By the backwards, savage tribes of corruptible, greedy men. These orcs are led by an evil emperor, hell-bent on fulfilling his true master's wishes of world domination and the destruction of the morally righteous, intellectual, monarchist society that our heroes nearly give their lives to defend.
But that's not true at all. Like, again, if kind of the thing shows is how easily corrupted and swayed, especially the lands of men are.
Yeah, doesn't the king literally have somebody in his ear, like lying to him and getting him to do all this getting him to do all this terrible shit? Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? Like, they are not portrayed as the good guys.
Not just that, but even Denethor is not corrupted by Sauron from the Palantir in Gondor, but Sauron uses it to demotivate him, and that's why he does the whole "I'm going to kill myself and my son" thing. Well, he thought Faramir was dead or dying anyways, but yeah.
Yeah. He let the power go to his head because he became the steward, and he got a little too much on the throne, got a little too high for himself. Also, Dirk says, not put to sleep. The dwarves were going to be killed off because they existed to be told what to do.
Oh.
Yeah, but also, again, as Crustus King points out, the Shire isn't any of those things. It's not a monarchy or anything. And that when the Shire loses its innocence and has to take up arms against the counterattack, that's the sacking of the Shire, or what was it? The sacking of the Shire or the burning of the Shire? One of the two.
The scouring of the Shire.
Scouring, thank you. Fair enough. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Lorelei says, in the book, Sauron shows infinite armies over and over and over again to Denethor. He goes slightly mad from despair, not like in the movie. Fair
Yeah.
enough. Like I said, my reading of the books was many decades ago. So, yeah, it's all a bit hazy at this point, and obviously a lot of the movies and games have supplanted a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, I went through the books recently. That's why I was referencing the Palantir.
Dirk,
I was about
tries to take over the Shire. Dirk, the Shire. No step on snake.
I was about to read that out. God damn it.
Nation and the destruction of the morally righteous, intellectual, monarchist society that our heroes nearly give their lives to defend.
I see what you mean with his lisp.
This gets fucking annoying.
Heavy. It's very heavy lisp.
Yeah, and this is a very long video, so it becomes very hard to sit through.
I feel like I shouldn't comment at all because I've had people tell me I have a bit of a lisp, so I'm gonna refrain from this one.
Yours is nowhere near as bad as this guy's, I'll say that.
This is very heavy.
Yeah, his is very heavy. Like it sounds like the stereotypical like snake person speak, like somebody trying to do a snake person speak, but he's not actually intending to do that.
Yeah. But
you ever notice that Lord of the Rings is kind of fucking racist?
No, we didn't.
No.
Normal people
not at all.
Don't think that at all.
So based on everything he said so far, we are 53 seconds into this video, by the way. Based on everything he said so far, how do you get racist from any of that? At what point is it like, oh yeah, you know, fuck the non-whites? It's not there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Like, he described the savage orc race as having bent backs and sloped foreheads. It's like, are you trying to say those are non-whites? Because that in itself is pretty fucking racist.
Yeah. Again, normal people don't have... Normal, well-adjusted people don't associate the Urks or the Urkai with black people. Because they ain't racist. It's all you fucking weirdos that associate them as like, these are clearly representing black people. It's like, well, you're a racist piece of shit, aren't you?
Yeah, that thing's always come across as weird to me because I never look at, like, a non-human character that can talk and think, oh yeah, this is a white person, or this is a black person, or this is a Asian, or
It's
whatever.
Asian or whatever. Yeah.
Like, when I play Morrowind, for example, when I see Khajiits and Argonians as slaves on a farm, I don't think, oh, black people. I think, oh, lizard and cat people, because that's what they fucking are.
Mm-hmm.
Because immediately going to, oh, racism is just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very strange. And they have to like attach everything to that as well. Oh, slavery in a video game? Oh my god, it's just like America.
Yeah, because America is the only place that has ever had slaves in the entire history of everything. Did my internet go out? Uh-oh. Hello?
And there's still a few that do. Yeah, they would close their minds and found out which would still do it.
Uh,
I put the reins down after.
hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You guys are roboting super fucking hard for me right now. And Pagan cut out for a good while there.
We're fine. I can hear him fine on mine.
You guys are stop. You guys are roboting super hard. So you guys clearly can't hear me if you're
completely down for me.
because I'm not seeing any internet troubles. Can you hear me? No, you cannot. Of course. Fucking of course. So sick of this shit. Hey, notice how the internet went out and I got annoyed? This is for everyone on the re-upload because my internet is still out, so you're not going to hear this until this gets re-uploaded. But you notice how the internet went out and I kind of like swore and got mad, and I just said like fuck once or twice, and that was it. I didn't just say a string of swear words endlessly. Yeah, fuck you, Saints Row new game. It is still trying to fix the issue. My modem is showing all the lights green and solid, as they should be. I don't know why it's taking so long to reconnect me. This is bullshit. Like, I pay $100 a month for this. This is absurdity. Shit like this happens almost every day. It usually happens a couple times a day when it does happen. Like, I had better connection before I fucking, like, when I was paying less before I upgraded my plan. And now I'm dealing with this fucking regularly. Like, what the hell? And it's still not coming back. See, it doesn't usually go for this, like... Oh. The modem is actually flashing again, really? You really fucking do... Now the lights are solid again. I wish there could be some kind of fucking consistency here. Troubleshoot? What the fuck do you mean troubleshooting couldn't
really
identify the fucking Hello?
Hello?
Alright.
Hi. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
I'm not. We lost like 2/3 of our fucking audience.
Yep.
Obviously, I'm not mad at them for leaving. I'm mad at my fucking... I pay over $100 a month for this shit. This happens nearly daily. It usually happens a couple times a day when it does happen. Like, I had a better connection when I was paying less before I upgraded my pack. Why is this happening so often?
Who knows?
That's insane. Especially if you're paying that much. That's ridiculous. I don't pay anywhere near that much and don't have as much issues. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I stream every weekday.
I'm gonna have to call him again and just fucking... Like, what the hell is going on? Because this is...
Me and Sedge were talking to the chat and stuff, and we were saying, like, isn't it weird how every time the moment we start talking about anything a little bit spicy, your internet seems to go out around that time? Yeah. It feels like you're being censored by, like, the Canadian government or something.
Like, I wouldn't... You're listening in and just going...
I wouldn't assume that, just for the fact that it happens regardless of, whether I'm streaming or not. This happens when I'm not streaming. And this happens at fucking 2 a.m. when I'm working on a video script or when I'm playing video games.
Yeah, that's fucked.
I am so sick of this shit. Like, they might be closed by the time the stream ends today. Tomorrow, though, I'm calling them and seeing what the hell is going on, because this can't keep going on. I've called them before and they've gone like, yeah, we can't detect any problems, but blah, 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 we're going to send someone out. No, that's not good enough anymore. This is, like, I don't want to say my job, but I am earning money off of it. It's like a personal business.
Yeah, you can just tell them, like, this is a source of income for me. This needs to get fucking fixed. It's happening.
Especially for what you're paying. That's ridiculous. You should be like, you know, it's like if my internet is gonna be this bad for what I'm paying, you should half the fucking pay. Like, I should not be paying half of this shit.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess we'll keep going. If it happens again, then maybe I don't know. If it happens again, I'd be tempted to end the stream and call them up right a fucking way, because I am so goddamn sick of this shit.
Yeah. I said you could just have me or Pagan do the host of it.
I shouldn't have to do that, though. Like, that's the thing is...
No, but this is a constant problem.
Yes, but what if we're playing Forewarned? What if we're playing any other multiplayer game? What if we get a Trouble in Terrorist Town server set up? You know?
Well, that one hopefully would have everybody's...
Yeah, but that would fuck up my round.
Yeah.
Call them on stream. I did that once before, but I muted. I do not want to waste the viewer's time, your guys' time, while I'm not even here. I'm just talking to the internet provider about how fucking shit their service is.
Well, depending on how mad you get, the chat might want to hear that.
I don't want that to be something they hear, though. Like, sure, we talk about how fucking shit and retarded people, like, recovering are when they are shit and retarded. But I don't, like, I don't know. Anyways, let's get back to this fucking video.
Yeah. So, I already have major problems with this. How Tolkien holds the medieval fantasy genre back. He is basically the one that is created the fucking genre to begin with. Sure, you can talk about things like the old Iliads and the sagas and everything like that, which are clear fantasy things, but Tolkien is essentially the bedrock that people build up off. So this is already just completely fucked.
Yeah,
This is your bedrock.
this doesn't make any sense. He can't be holding it back when he basically invented it.
Yeah. It'd be like saying Isaac Asimov is holding science fiction back. Like, fucking how?
I can only assume the argument is, and this is ignoring everything Pagan has previewed. I'd assume the argument is something along the lines of, oh, a lot of fantasy things that aren't Tolkien has dwarves living in mountains, digging underground for precious materials. Elves are always these, like, high culture, like, special people. I don't know. I assume that's the general direction it's going to go.
Maybe.
Or orcs are always violent savages and brutal, and even in things that aren't like, even in works where they can be good guys, they're still kind of savage like in Warcraft or God, I had something else on the tip of my tongue that has orcs in it. I can't remember what it is. Oh, fucking Elder Scrolls. A lot of the orcs there are like kind of dumb sometimes, and they're often portrayed to be barbarians, but like I wouldn't necessarily say that's Tolkien holding them back.
Yeah.
If anything, they're inspired by them, and the people who created those two works did different things from what Tolkien did, while still having like a certain way of handling them.
I know in my setting, the orcs are going to be very tribalistic, shaman style religions and everything for sure. Which is it's not something that Tolkien did. Tolkien didn't have tribalistic shaman orcs or anything like that. I mean, unless people want to argue that their shaman was Sauron and the Great Eye, but sure, I guess you can make that argument. I think it'd be dumb.
In my game setting, I was just going to have them be another race, but a bit different from the others. I wasn't going to go the whole savage route with them, or even shamanistic or tribal or whatever.
Mine is they follow a war god, but not in the traditional sense. This is very much about honor, like the honor of the fight and the thrill of the win, the victory, and so they very much frown on people that are sneaky, wheeling and dealing, stab people in the back. They want the terms to be laid out, out there, even when they fight. If your enemy's routed, fuck them. They flee the battle like cowards. Fuck them. Laugh, mock them as they run away. But again, bites them in the ass later on. But that's what their society is, because they hold this stance. This is how they get defeated. Because originally, if your entire society is based around war to this sense, you often get really good at it from practicing it constantly. So they're very tough army to stand against. But again, they don't chase after people that run away because they find them cowards. They're like, oh, they flee the battle. They lose all honor and dignity and everything. Fuck them. We will rouse and celebrate our victory. So some of the armies start getting up this great idea: hit and run tactics. They just think of everybody that runs away as cowards. So slam into them, get a few kills, retreat, fall back, hit and run, hit and run, hit and run, hit and run. Then it wears them down. So that's eventually how they get overthrown. When the orc army finally makes it to a point where the humans can't run, well, with all the hit and run tactics that they've been doing, the orc army is way less menacing than it was, and they just don't have the numbers to take the walls to get through the pass. which is where again this sets up for later in the series because this entire house basically defines itself and earns its motto from defeating the orc army at the pass. They even build their manor and their keep, their entire like power base then forms here in this pass where they stood their ground.
Should we continue with the video?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
I was going off on my tangent there, so they.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were done or not. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sally, and let me be clear, I'm not calling Tolkien a racist. Okay, I mean, well, you know, he's not, but
I don't like where this is going already.
The fact that you even have to swing around this, was Tolkien a racist or not? He might have been. Does it fucking matter? No. Is the Lord of the Rings racist? No. Like, This is one of those. This fucking clown logic already coming in.
Well, not just that. It sounds like he's trying to dance around, like, he clearly wants to call him a racist, but he's starting this off by trying to lure people in, it feels like. Oh, I'm not calling him a racist, but he was a racist. You know, that's what it's coming across as.
Yeah, well, considering where he goes later, he definitely has some opinions on Tolkien being. He thinks he thinks he's not such a great person.
Hmm.
Okay.
Also, Sally?
Yeah.
The channel is called, like, Salamander or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
fine.
okay.
Just
It just
gonna
seems so
use the name of your
random.
channel.
Wait, I think this video has a certain fun hater. Oh no. I don't know what you're referring to there. It sounds like you're familiar with the video, though.
Uh-oh.
and let me be clear, I'm not calling Tolkien a racist. Okay, I mean, well, you know, he's not, but, I mean, it's just... Okay, let's run it back. John Ronald Reuel Tolkien, or simply Tolkien, was a fantasy author born in the early 1890s and died in the early 1970s, living to a ripe old age of 81. Before his death, between the years of 1954 and 1955, he released a trilogy of medieval fantasy books that would go on to not only revitalize what many believe to be a dead genre.
Revitalized? Oh, son. Are you trying to take away invention from Tolkien? Really?
See, I'm not that familiar with, like, literary works, so I don't know if medieval fantasy existed before Lord of the Rings or not. Like, based on what you're saying, it pretty much didn't.
You can argue it did with the Iliad, with the Viking sagas and stuff like that. Obviously, those are fantastical things.
Yeah, but those are kind of different in the sense that they were made by people of the time. It would be
contemporary fantasy.
Yeah, because it would be like if someone wrote a story about, you know, the year 2000, and then like 500 people, or 500 years from now, people were like, oh, this work of fiction that takes place in the far back in the past of the year 2000. It's like, okay, yeah, but it was written by people at the time. It's not like it was written by people 500 years from now. There's a very big difference between the two. At least I'd say there is.
So as Dirk says, there was sword and sorcery pulp fiction before Tolkien's work.
Okay.
So the pulp dime novels and everything. I can see that. I'd say, like I said, I'd say Tolkien is the bedrock of medieval fantasy.
I'd say he definitely popularized it.
That could be a better term for it.
Well, Curseless King in chat says, there are fantastical stories of old, like Gulliver's Travels, but Tolkien made the mold. That sounds more accurate to me, I guess. Tolkien invented the type of fantasy that didn't require being based on existing history or myth, or being transported into history or myth from a contemporary time. So what he invented was just like creating worlds of your own.
Yeah, well, that would be invention then. That would just straight up be invention.
Yeah.
He invented that.
Yeah, because even if you do a fantasy story that takes place in 1300 England, that still takes place on Earth. Even if you add, like, dragons and minotaurs and fucking whatever other fantasy creature, that still takes place on Earth. It doesn't take place on an entirely invented world.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, what Tolkien was trying to do was create a mythology for Great Britain. Yes, that is one thing I've heard a lot of people say, that was the intention.
But redefine it on a fundamental level. That trilogy was known as the Lord of the Rings. These 3 bludgeoning weapons of novel.
What? Also, wasn't the Hobbit before this?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, because it was the short story. It's what laid a lot of the foundation for what the Lord of the Rings would then build up off of.
Also,
Granted, it was more of a not kidsy novel. What's a better way to put it? It wasn't as dark in tone. There was some darkness there, but yeah.
I also really want to grab that comment because it's bugging me. These bludgeoning novels, or these bludgeoning weapons of books, like, they're not that big.
Yeah, I'm looking over at the Song of Ice and Fire books going,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my fucking deluxe edition of Berserk Volume 1. That thing you can use as a weapon. That thing is like a fucking Bible. Like a hardcover Bible.
Yeah, that thing is massive. I've seen hardback fan fictions bigger than this.
That's not necessarily to say size is better either. It's just
no, but again, it's
just the exaggeration of like, oh, these books are so massive. It's like, what does that even matter in the first place? Like, you're wrong. They're like, I don't know. It just seems really weird to me.
I'd say they're more like what the typical size of medieval fantasy tends to be.
Yeah.
Like, and then again, you have examples like Song of Ice and Fire, where they get a lot longer.
Well, yeah, even comparing the audiobooks, like, the Lord of the Rings audiobooks were far shorter than any of the Song of Ice and Fire audiobooks. Let me bring them up on my phone quickly.
Arrogant Media, Dirk says, in war, we shoot copies of the Wheel of Time novels out of cannons.
Alright.
Got it.
I've got my list of audiobooks on my phone up. Fall of Reach was 11 hours. Fellowship of the Ring was 20 hours. Two Towers was 16 and a half hours. And where the hell did Return of the King go? Okay, Return of the King isn't there. The shortest Song of Ice and Fire audiobook is 33 hours.
Yeah.
33 hours and 50 minutes, 37 hours and 11 minutes, 47 hours and 32 minutes, 48 hours and 54 minutes. Again, size doesn't necessarily mean it's better or worse. There is a lot of detail in the Song of Ice and Fire books. It's just weird to me that he would complain, essentially, that these books are gigantic when they're kind of not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing for me is, because we constantly get this all the time with the fucking Fallout 3 isn't better than you think video things. Like, oh yeah, there's plenty of other videos that are like, there's streams out there that are over 12 hours long or longer, just talking about, something that most people don't care about or whatever. But because you made a video that's 8 hours long, get a fucking life, hippie. And I'm just like, fucking hell, people are stupid.
I've never actually been called a hippie, but I've been called a lot of other things for making an 8-hour video.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm trying to be, nice, but yeah, you get the point. It's fucking annoying. It's like, oh yeah, there's millions of other fucking videos out there that are longer than 8 hours long, but because we have an 8 hour long video,
There's the Wheel of Time book.
it's so fucking annoying.
Size isn't always better. Did Creetosis just admit something? No, it's just a fact. It's like, you could tell a good story in 1 hour and a terrible story in 20 hours.
Yes.
It's just saying that.
There are things that overstay their welcome significantly.
Yep, those are a lot of books.
Yeah, those are the Wheel of Time books. Look at the one that's almost as big as two of them combined.
Remember, chat, it's about how you use it.
Wasn't one of the Dark Tower books also fucking massive?
I believe so, yeah.
Wingspan isn't everything.
Be considered the Holy Trinity, the progenitor of all later medieval fantasy works to come.
Why do you include The Hobbit in there? First of all, that came before. Second of all, it's by the same fucking guy! You plank?
Yeah, what the fuck? Why is The Hobbit in there? Also, why are you, like, doing multiples of the same series?
Is he?
Yeah, and it's not... Terry Pratchett was not fucking... Oh, dude. Terry Pratchett was a fucking wordsmith, okay? The Terry Pratchett books are so fucking good. Yeah, and he's doing Robin Hobb. Look, Robin Hobb's in there multiple times. Anyways, Terry Pratchett honestly did more to, like, rebel against Tolkien. Not out of spite or anything, because he found it funny. He found the wordplay and shit funny. And he was really good at wordplay. Like, holy shit. I talked about it on my stream a while ago, where the city of Ankh-Morpork is getting attacked by a giant dragon, and the city guard, the watch commander, he comes up with a brilliant idea. He's like, okay, I want you guys, while I keep it distracted, you're going to go up in that tower that is currently sitting on, and you're going to stab it in the vulnerables. And they're like, okay, we got it. So he's distracting the dragon. They get up to the tower. He sees them open the trap door on the tower. He sees them come up. They all look up. They look at each other. They look back up. They start to raise their weapon. They lower the weapon. They look at each other, and then they come back down the tower. And they go back to the watch commander. The watch commander's like, what the fuck? He goes, the dragon ain't got no vulnerables. Because he wanted them to stab the dragon in the dick, and it turns out it's a female dragon.
Well, that's something. I also want to point out he has a Game of Thrones in there, and the whole point George R.R. Martin made that was, again, to go against what Tolkien did.
Yeah, because, again, George R.R. Martin's whole thing was like, what was Aragon's tax policy? He was more fascinated by the ideas of the actual governance, and of things like, how does this society work? How does it run? What are the internal politics weaving all of this together?
Which is fair. It's just not what Lord of the Rings was going for. It's just a different story.
Like, again, this is just fucking weird. Like, did you this guy literally just go medieval fantasy novels and just throw all of them on here? Because I would argue the Discworld, like, nothing like.
Also,
like Tolkien at all.
I've never seen the show, and I didn't even know it was a book, but American Gods is there, and there's clearly a car in the cover. How related to that is medieval fantasy?
I don't know. I've never seen American Gods.
Because I was thinking the same thing you were, Setch, where it's like, did he just go to a website and click on fantasy and grab a screenshot of that and put it up? Because why the fuck else would you have The Hobbit there?
Why would you have Robin Hobb multiple times on here? Like, this is just completely fucked. And again, why would you have Terry Pratchett stuff from Discworld? Just so the entire thing of Discworld. Let's see how similar this sounds to Lord of the Rings. The disc world, a totally flat disc where you can fall off of any of the sides. Sitting on the back of 4 elephants, riding atop a giant turtle floating through space named the Great Atu. Yeah, that sounds pretty similar to fucking Lord of the Rings, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, I can see all the connections very clearly. In chat, Captain, Professor, Doctor, Horatio, Fellatio, Flungus, McDingus III said, American Gods is modern day.
Yes, it is. I know that from it, but I don't know if it's like it jumps back and forth between like medieval fantasy, maybe?
I get the impression that maybe doesn't.
Yeah, because I don't know. It might possibly, but I would put more emphasis on I doubt it.
I very much doubt it because, obviously, no offense to any of the Americans, I just don't associate America with, like, castles and dragons and swords.
No, if I remember,
You cut out.
hiding there or something.
You cut out.
The premise is, I believe, like Thor and all the old gods are there in America hiding out.
Yeah, but that's still different from medieval fantasy. Like, if we literally pluck the god of Thor out of Norse mythology and plant him in modern-day America, that's still not medieval fantasy. Even if he is using his hammer to, like, wreck fools, you know?
Yeah, but I was
That's like saying
of,
Marvel
I
is
was thinking,
Yeah.
medieval fantasy.
no, but I was thinking, like, what if they do, like, their entire thing is you see where they are now, and then it goes back to, like, where they were or something. Again, I have no idea how American Gods, what its entire premise or anything is. Like, I don't know if they just showcase, here is where they were in the medieval fantasy world, and then now here they are as a car repairman or some shit.
I get the distinct impression this video will take 2 streams to do.
Who knows?
And that's not always. Now, these 3 books are of legend, and for good reason. I'm not here to say you're bad for liking Tolkien, or that Tolkien's inspiration on the fantasy genre should be entirely discarded, because...
But your initial premise was that he's holding it back. You would discard something holding you back. You don't keep it around, you get rid of it. So your entire premise is fucked.
Also, he said, I wouldn't throw out everything. You shouldn't be throwing out anything.
Yeah. Again, you don't do that revisionist bullshit, the fucking racist bigots and shit like Wizards of the Coast do. Don't do that shit. Take the good with the bad. Warts and all.
Well, does he... It depends what his definition of throwing it out is, because would it be throwing out Tolkien's influence to take orcs and do something entirely different with them than what he did?
Well, it depends if it undermines the initial thing of the story. Like, I guess it depends on what you're doing. If you're trying to reimagine the world, but then
if you're trying to reimagine the world, that's one thing. But let's say you're creating your own world and you want, you're inspired by Tolkien in some way, and you say, "Here's my orc race, or nothing like Tolkien's orcs." I wouldn't say that's throwing out like his influence or what he did or anything.
No, not at all.
No.
Sorry, I was imagining more of like I said, what Wizards of the Coast are doing, where they're just shitting all over his legacy while using his name and everything.
Like a certain other company and show we'll be covering very soon.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to bring up. I think it'd probably be more like if you were to remake the Lord of the Rings, like the films or whatever, or a TV show, and you made, I don't know, you like made the orcs like, oh, they're actually the really good race that's better than everyone else, but because they're always the slaves, they're always put into these bad situations where they have to do these evil things, and so they're doing this stuff, but they're not actually evil, they're actually the good ones or some shit like that. Then I'd probably be like, yeah, no, fuck you, that's discarding Tolkien's original ideas to the point of just bastardizing it.
Yeah.
Guys, I just realized Rings of Power is less than 2 weeks away.
Oh fuck.
Oh fuck! I was really hoping we'd have more time.
Yeah.
I was hoping we'd find.
To a fucking funeral.
It does, especially since they're fucking premiering it on the day Tolkien died.
Oh Jesus Christ!
For fuck's sake!
Wait, do you not believe that is the pinnacle of respect? Because I certainly fucking don't. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
bastardize
exactly.
his work and start airing it on the day he died.
Yeah.
Good God.
You guys also heard how there's a kill the past line in one of the trailers. I forget what it is exactly, but it's like something along those lines. One of the most hated
Yeah.
things from The Last Jedi.
Oh
Yeah.
my God. I did not hear about this. Oh my God.
Lord of the Kangs. Ugh.
Yeah, Lord of the Kangs.
We was hobbits and shit.
Yeah.
Oh god, I'm so not looking forward to it. Look,
There's
most
anything more not racist than turning, established characters into a different race. Yeah, there's
Yep.
totally nothing less racist than that.
Oh, fucking hell. I mean, I guess it's the thing we'll be able to talk about. Amazon peddling racism.
Yeah, we could do that.
Because I already know, I already called Wizards of the Coast out. I'm like, you want to reimagine Aragorn as black? Well, you're a bunch of racist pieces of shit, ain't you?
God. I used to not hate that much, the whole like turning characters that were one race into another race so long as they were done well. That used to not bother me.
well, a character in Shawshank Redemption was white in the book, and he was played by Morgan Freeman in the movie, and he did a
Yeah.
good job at it. And that's
Same thing
not an issue because it wasn't done for race reasons. It was
But
done
back
because
then it didn't.
Because he was a
well,
good
yeah,
actor.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Back then it was because it was done by merit. It was literally, this guy's
That's-
a good actor. It would still work really well with this character. It's fine. But they don't do that anymore. It's
Ex-
literally, this character needs to be black because we need diversity. It doesn't matter if they're a good actor or not. They have to be this way now because we can't have it. We have to fill a quota.
that's pretty much where I was going. Is that Morgan Freeman was a really good fit for the role, and that
Well,
is a
and it was-
great movie.
It was the same thing in the Thor movies. Again, I understand why people are annoyed. I'm still annoyed that it's because they're Vikings. It's Scandinavian culture. There aren't black people in Scandinavian culture. But you had Idris Elba, who is a really good fucking actor. So yeah, okay, fine. I can see him being Heimerdinger or Heimerdinger. Uh-oh.
That sounds like a name from something.
It is from League of Legends.
Oh, oh, you know,
I
So-
meant Heimdall, not Heimerdinger.
this is actually kind of weird because I didn't even know the name Heimendinger because I never played League of Legends. I had zero interest, but I heard EFAP talking about it and they mentioned the name a lot.
Yeah, Arcane. The series Arcane. He's one of the main characters in it too.
Yeah, I haven't watched that
Really?
either.
Arcane's really good, actually.
Hmm.
I used to play LoL way back in the day, and I just dropped out of MOBAs. I tried getting into Dota 2, not so for me. And then there was Sacred 2. It was a weird one where one person played as the general, and everybody else played a MOBA, while the one person was the general placing down all the buildings and everything. And so you were fighting like a traditional MOBA, but your leader, your faction was actually building and everything. It was I love that game so much.
It
I can't
sounds.
remember what it was.
It almost sounds kind of like one person, the leader of your side, was playing an RTS while you guys are playing a MOBA.
Yeah, basically that's what it was. Because every time you put down buildings, it would auto-generate troops. Savage. Admiral Tony's got it. Savage.
Hmm.
I love that game. That game was so much fun.
God, I
But
guess the way
there's
I
so
should
many things
explain.
right next to the name of it.
I guess the way I should explain it is, I don't like it when they don't put thought into changing a character's race if they're going to do that. That's
Yeah.
what really pisses me off. Like Cowboy Bebop making Jet black when he was part Native American in the original. That, in fact, that was kind of a not a super important plot point, but it was like a neat factoid that kind of fit in with the Native American aspects that came into the show.
Yeah.
And it made it interesting, but
It especially
I-
it especially gave you a good connection to understand why Spike would even know these Native American like shamans and everything.
Yeah. But then in the show, or in the Netflix show, they just make him black so they can make stupid black jokes and be racist.
Yeah. Oh,
And
dude.
that's what pisses me off about shit like this. And now they're doing this shit without thinking about how it affects the world and what that says. It's like, yeah, we're just gonna add black elves and all these other like different race characters into this show that takes place like however many generations before the movies. And it's like, oh, so there was a genocide at some point, and
Well, the
basically
whole
the
in
equivalent of Hitler
in
won
fairness,
in this
in
version.
in fairness, this Rings of Power show isn't supposed to be connect to the movies. It is supposed to be a different timeline, from what I've heard.
Oh, bullshit.
Really?
No, that sounds like some fucking cope if I've ever heard it. Because originally
That's
they said this was directly connected.
I thought it was.
Yeah,
I
that's what
thought
I heard.
I thought what they
No.
said was that it was directly connected to the books, not the movies.
Oh, if it's God, that's even worse.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't that worse?
Probably, yeah.
I guess there's gonna be a genocide of all the colors at some point. Good job, Amazon, you fucking idiot.
Creetosis.
Yeah, that's fucked.
Chris Tolkien hated the Peter Jackson movies. What are the odds he has a heart attack when he sees Rings of Power? The odds are 0 because he's passed away already, unfortunately.
Gonna roll in his grave.
Yeah. I have said that it's possible that Amazon is trying to make Tolkien spin in his grave so hard that it knocks Earth out of orbit.
It's literally Jeff Bezos is a fucking supervillain, and this is his like $100 billion plan.
Yeah, I can just imagine the Dr. Evil speech. Hello, UN. You have 24 hours to wire me $100 billion, or I'll knock Earth out of its orbit. How are you gonna do that? By desecrating Lord of the Rings so hard, Tolkien spins in his grave.
Yeah. With such force and velocity that the Earth's orbit can't hope to withstand it.
There's another comment I wanted to get here because it's quite something. Thoughts on American Krogan's whitewashing mod for Fallout 4? The mod that will turn every character, including Preston Garvey, white. So
Yeah, so I
first
talked
off,
about this a little bit.
First off, if you're going to make any kind of significant mod for Fallout 4, why would it be to remove black people and not just to make the game good?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
character skin color doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day for Fallout 4. It's not good. Like, I just can't. It's weird to me. Like, first of all, removing an entire race like that is just fucking weird. I don't understand it at all. But if you're going to do that for any game, if you're going to go that far for any game, why in the world would it be fucking Fallout 4? You know?
Yeah, we brought this up in the server a little bit. We talked about this. Yeah, this guy is. I watched some of his videos way back in the day, back when he was still on YouTube.
I think I saw some of his videos back then too, but I don't remember like anything about him.
I think he did a Battlefield, like explaining why Battlefield 5 was really shit because it was pissing all over history.
Yeah, he had. I don't know. I couldn't sit through most of them. He had a few good points, but it was almost always interlaced with some weird, nutty shit. So I just really couldn't get into his videos. And then apparently he's only gotten way worse since he's been banned.
Yeah, like I think that's kind of just made him collapse fully into the actual fucking crazy right.
Yeah, I think I think him getting banned might have kind of pushed him the rest of the way, where he just became so bitter and indignant about it that he's just like, well, fuck it, if this is what you want me to be, then this is what I will be, sort of thing. Because yeah, some of the stuff I've seen, it's like, okay, yeah, no, that's just straight up racist. It's pretty bad, actually.
Yeah, that's very weird. Very, very weird.
Again, if American Krogan was the one that made the Battlefield 5 video, he was fucking right on all accounts. They were pissing all over history so they could tell their woke agenda bullshit. Battlefield 5 is a disgusting piece of shit game. Granted, I hate Battlefield 1 as well.
Can we get a mod to remove all women next?
Somebody brought up no bullshit. My God, what? Didn't that turn out to be a troll? Wasn't that a troll?
I don't think so.
Or was that? Oh no, wait, that was Was that the amazing atheist that turned out to be the super big fucking troll?
No, I know Remarkable Republican. He was the troll.
Yeah, that's who it was. Remarkable Republican. Yeah, he turned out to be a fucking huge troll. Yeah, no, but no bullshit. He's just a fucking retard.
No bullshit was the one who said Black Panther has a suspicious amount of women around him in this poster.
A suspicious amount of women in it. I remember that. Yeah. God, I used to watch his shit just for fun back in the day, because back when the anti-SJW stuff was really big, and then that almost every channel was basically that. I used to watch like his channel and a few others, and I only watched his just to compare it to the others and just be like, wow, this dude is fucking insane. Like, he is so fucking stupid. It's hilarious. It was so funny to watch. Like, there was this other guy that was kind of that way, but he got better. What was it? Was it? Fuck, I'm trying to remember it. Just Robot or something like that. I am Just Robot. I don't remember the whole. I don't remember. I haven't watched him in years. But it was some anti-SJW channel that was called something Robot or something, and he was kind of similar. In fact, I think they actually cross over a little bit, and he was pretty bad for a while too. But I think he got better. But I also thought it was kind of funny because it was if I remember correctly, he was black. But at the same time, it was kind of sometimes he would go over into Just a Robot. That's what it was. And he was a little sometimes, but I think he got better if I remember correctly. But no bullshit, did not get better. He only got worse. He got worse and worse.
From Arrogant Media in chat, Dirk, my favorite Destiny debates were with no bullshit. What stupidity is on display for destruction today, Cree? Just joined. Tolkien is holding medieval fantasy back because racism.
Yeah.
Is he white? I could have sworn I remember Just a Robot saying he was black in one of his videos. I could have sworn that was something he brought up where he was like, I'm offended that they would say that black people are think this way when I myself do think that that's retarded. I could have sworn I remember him saying that. I mean, maybe that wasn't him. Maybe that was someone else. I barely remember Just a Robot. I think it was 2015, 2016 when I watched some of his stuff, and it was mainly just as a joke sort of thing, because it was just because he was so similar to No Bullshit back then. It was very close. He was a little bit better, but not by much. And I heard he got better, but I stopped watching, so I don't know if he actually did.
The nice thing about having rearranged my room is that my mini fridge is now right behind me, so I could get my chocolate milk from there.
Nice. I do remember Shady Do-Rags a little bit. That might be who I'm thinking of. That might have been who I thought was the black guy was. I think that was Shady Do-Rags. Never mind. I think j.r.r was white. I do remember them doing a crossover at one point or something where No Bullshit and him did a video together or something. And oh boy, that was bad. That one was really bad.
Anyways,
The problematic elements. However,
I heard something a little fucked there. Let's rewind.
Liking Tolkien, or that Tolkien's inspiration on the fantasy genre should be entirely discarded because of the problematic elements of his work. However,
what problematic elements?
Oh boy, well, I hope you're ready to discuss the Jews, Cree.
I am not.
We're going to uncover the plot that the Jews had.
Oh no.
to make Tolkien's work
Okay.
racist.
Or that Tolkien's inspiration on the fantasy genre should be entirely discarded because of the problematic elements of his work. However, as a wise woman once said, it's possible and even necessary
to simultaneously enjoy.
You are not.
Wait a second.
Holy
I just got
shit.
back. I just got back. What the fuck?
I didn't even know you left.
Yeah, I said I'll be right back, and one of you even said okay.
I must have missed that, or I forgot. I'm sorry. Why the fuck is he referencing this bitch?
Yeah, why the fuck is Anita Sarkeesian the biggest lying scumbag witch in the entire world? No,
Because
wait.
woman, you have to listen to woman.
Maybe not the biggest, but she's pretty
Yeah,
fucking
I was gonna
high
say,
up there.
Liz Cheney pretty much cements that. I should have said that.
Since you were away, let's go back for context.
Yeah.
That's the fun hater I was talking about earlier. So you have seen this video. I am fucking shocked that someone is bringing her up unironically as, like, a positive reference.
Yeah, I did not see this in the video. I must have skipped past this somehow. And yeah, I never saw this. I cannot believe he's bringing up Anita as a source.
This
You
was
fucking idiot.
This was the moment when Smudcast gives up on this video. Well, I can fucking see why.
Yeah. Holy shit. If I hadn't previewed this already, if
Look,
we had just not seen anything up to this
my-
point, yeah, I'd probably agree.
When he was starting to say, like someone once said, and it was like leaning that way, and in my head the lines were connecting, and as soon as I saw her face, I felt a primal urge to jump out my fucking window.
Yeah. Didn't she come back now? Like, she was gone because everyone realized she was a fucking hack fraud. Now she's trying to come back again.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to her.
Hopefully she stays gone.
Me either. I hope she's gone for fucking good.
The more irrelevant she is, the better. I was not expecting this insanity today. I was not prepared.
Yeah,
for
holy
liking
fuck.
Tolkien, or that Tolkien's inspiration on the fantasy genre should be entirely discarded because of the problematic elements of his work. However,
Oh god, anybody that uses the term problematic, you know immediately is a fucking idiot.
Yep.
Instantaneously. That word, along with a cob, or anything like that, is fucking like instantaneously you know the person's IQ is in the single digit.
Oh boy, wait till we get to the dwarves. Just wait.
The issue kind of is, too, is that problematic was a genuine word to use to describe something that caused a problem, but these people overused it to the point that it just became associated with them.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
a wise woman once said, it's possible.
As a wise woman. Oh
My
my
ass.
god.
No, she is not wise. She has no common sense, let alone wise.
She has no intelligence at all. She lies through her fucking teeth.
Um,
Oh god.
so I've not seen what this guy looks like, but I can already tell that his nose is as fucking brown as fuck.
Yeah. Oh god.
ACAB, all cops are
Necessary.
bros.
to simultaneously enjoy media while also being critical.
Well, simultaneously enjoying media, I'm being critical.
I'm already
Can we
sick
just-
of her.
Can we just fucking
Yeah.
skip this she-devil, this abomination on screen?
I wish, but we need the context for what he's saying.
This is why I fucking hate video games.
That was someone else, but yeah,
I know, but they're so similar.
I know. I do love how much that's gotten memed, though. It's like, oh, this is why I hate video games. It appeals to the male fantasy. Then there was that screen cap from Elden Ring, hug this woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to be happy.
I just want to be happy. Yeah, and it always has the dark Chad face where they're like crying.
Yeah.
It's fucking great.
critical of its more problematic aspects.
But I'm going to make one serious hot take in this video. Tolkien is holding the medieval fantasy genre back.
So why'd you
No,
need
he's
all
right.
that shit about racism if your point is Tolkien is holding medieval fantasy back?
That's how he's doing it, by being racist.
Oh.
God, that is actually his claim. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that...
basically.
See,
That's what the rest of his video is, so...
I was going into this better faith than that. My assumption from the title would be Tolkien is such a staple of fantasy that far too many people base their ideas off of Tolkien's in some way. Like I mentioned earlier, dwarves live in mountain fortresses and dig underground. Like,
Okay, you're right. You are right. He does do that, but he says that's racist, and that's why we shouldn't be doing it. He normalized racism.
how is that right? You can't be racist to a fucking fictional race. Dwarves aren't real.
Well, that's the thing, though. He equates them to being real people. That's the problem. That's the entire issue with this video.
Again, that's why I said it's these people like Sally that are the racist pieces of shit.
But, okay, here's the other thing. Why can't we have racism against fictional races? Like, it should be totally fine to play a fantasy game full of various different races and be like, yeah, fuck the knife ears. Because they're not real people, and they're not gonna, like, get sad or mad that you're racist to them because they're fictional. Elves aren't real.
Well, here's the problem, Cree. You have a functioning brain, and you can actually understand that these races aren't real and that they're trying to create a narrative. Like a story to go around this stuff that makes sense. These people don't see fictional races as fictional. They see characteristics of them and think, oh, well, that's similar to this actual race in the real world, so they clearly must be referencing them. That's racist.
Yeah.
Which is what this guy does throughout the entire fucking video.
It's the sickness of the left, where the left is so racist that they see everything as racism because they're all racists. The left is so fucked.
Like, I know you don't want to like skip ahead or anything, but it's like it's literally his whole thing with the dwarves. That's literally what it is. It's literally it's bad that the dwarves are portrayed the way they are in so much media, and they are that way because Tolkien popularized it to be that way. But he also thinks, but they're clearly caricatures of Jews. So it's bad.
Because Jews are so well known for building fortresses and mountains and living underground.
And creating impenetrable armor that's lighter than a feather.
Yeah, according to this guy. And that's the annoying thing is he takes away the good aspects. Like, he addresses that they have good aspects, but then basically throws them all out just so he can say, but look at the bad stuff. See, they're greedy. They have big noses.
But again, the dwarves aren't greedy. They even call it a sickness. That it's something that's not good, not healthy. They call it dragon sickness.
It very much seems like this guy went into this looking to find racism that isn't there.
Oh, you mean like what Anita Sarkeesian does, who is apparently his fucking idol?
Yeah.
Well, wait till we get to the fucking quotes, and then you're really gonna see, like, he was really fishing hard to make Tolkien look bad. One
of my favorite parts of the Lord of the Rings books was the developing friendship between Gimli and Legolas. That the interactions between those two are so great in the books. They're great in the movies too. It's just actually really heartwarming to see these two getting along in the books.
Nuva DT says the dragon sickness is from the Hobbit movies, though. Are you sure they never mentioned it in the books anywhere?
I also want to grab 2 comments in chat quickly. I loved playing farm equipment in Morrowind. And from Dirk, we need to build a wall and make the Argonians pay for it.
Oh, fuck. Shit. I was taking a sip of water when you said I love playing farming equipment. Oh, God damn.
These people are exactly the same as the Christian preacher who would play Led Zeppelin records backwards looking for satanic messages. Yeah.
Yep.
I remember reading an interview with one of the guys from Iron Maiden years ago where he was asked if they were putting satanic messages subliminal satanic messages into their music. And he said, no, if I was going to put any subliminal messages into my music, it would be to buy our merchandise.
Yeah.
I say that literally wearing an Iron Maiden shirt right now.
All right, so JD says, yes, Dragon Sickness was in the Hobbit book. It was mentioned by name. Okay, so it's not just a movie invention. I'm pretty sure it was in the books.
God, it is crazy how much how much sides have switched, where it used to be like, like the Bible thumping Christians who saw everything as a moral sickness and all this shit. Now it's completely swapped the other way around, where you don't really get that much anymore, but now it's the other way around where, oh, you're morally sick for even believing in religion in any shape or form.
Yeah, and then we shouldn't sexualize children.
Yeah, and we should sexualize children and all this other crazy bullshit.
Again, I can't believe people are like, I'm surprised 21% of people said yes on that poll. And I'm like, how are you surprised? We live in fucking clown world.
It's just an issue of the pendulum swinging. If it swings back too far the other way, we will get the fundamental Christian stuff again. Video games and heavy metal music are the work of Satan, blah blah blah, blah. Like all that stuff will come back.
Yeah, it already kind of is. Have you seen?
Those people are.
Those in the middle always sucks.
Yeah, those people.
The pendulum only stays normal for so long, and then it swings back the other way, and you're like, God damn it! And you're trying to like throw a rope to catch it. Like, no, come here.
Yeah, and those people are still around. They just don't have the. They're not as loud as they used to be. But again, if it swings back too far the other way, they will get loud again.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and it fucking sucks.
Fucking-lutely.
It's already starting to go back the other way too much, and it's like, because God, you see some of the stories that are coming out now, and it's like, oh, come on, guys, like that's too far. Come on.
Yeah. Again, I think that's just people trying to push it back faster. The pendulum is going to swing back that way. Don't worry about it. But holy shit.
Enough clarification. Let's go full aggro.
Wait, you didn't clarify anything!
Yeah. Well, fuck.
Yeah, what?
You made wild, baseless claims and, like, completely misrepresented anything in the movies or the books. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, based on what Pagan has said, it only gets worse from here.
Yeah, oh boy, yeah.
Monarchism sucks. The idea that we should be ruled unquestioned.
No. Monarchism didn't suck. It actually had a lot of great benefits to it. It was just a different way of governing. It's the same thing with democracy. The famous quote of democracy is what is it? Is the worst form of government, except for all the other forms of government we've tried.
Yeah.
Like, democracy sucks ass too. Again, there is no good system, and it all depends on the people within that system.
It reminds me of that quote from that. I think it was a Muslim guy on like Memory TV or whatever that is, where he's like, in democracy, the people choose their leader, but the people are retarded.
That's not a thing. Okay, so that guy is Osho, and he's a guru.
Oh.
He was a cult leader, and he tried to take over a town, and they did terrorist attacks against the town and everything like that.
Oh.
Yeah, he was a really shitty. He was a real piece of shit.
I had no idea.
Yeah, they gave this town salmonella to keep them from voting, and then they tried to do assassinations on like this lawyer and everything. It's pretty fucked up. You can watch Wild Wild Country.
Yeah.
But he's an Indian guru, and yeah, he made an entire cult compound and tried to take over this town. But again, it is a very true quote. It just sucks that the source it comes from is a piece of shit.
Yeah. But I mean, it still kind of stands that there are a lot of dumb people. Like, just to make it clear for everyone that this isn't like some horrible thing, Acer Thorn has the same voting power as any of you do.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Sad.
I can't wait for him to use that against us.
Yeah.
God. But it's shit like that where I've seen a lot of people like start actually like taking seriously the idea of like IQ tests for voting.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
agree
but
with that either.
that would be. I wouldn't agree with that. It's
I don't either.
The-
I don't think that's a good idea either because it could be so arbitrary
Yeah.
what ends up being considered smart enough to do that to
Yep.
have voting rights and stuff.
That's-
It's like that that could
That's
backfire
system
so
design.
bad.
That is just system design just to make the elites the only ones allowed to vote.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is why I don't agree with it. But it's like at the same
There-
time, you hear people talk about it. It's like I can understand why you would want that. I just don't think it would ever work the way you think it should work.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Again, no
It's-
system will ever be perfect.
that's
Again,
kind of
monarchy had a lot of flaws. It had a lot of benefits too. Like that's the problem. All these things. Fascism has a shit ton of flaws. It has a shit ton of benefits too. It's why people go to fascism to begin with. Because there's a lot to be said about a society that functions efficiently. But again, it functions efficiently at the spite of the lessers within that society. It functions efficiently by breaking the backs of everyone underneath it.
Oh God, Legionary Hunter nailed it on the head. Yeah, letting only the college-educated midwit vote? Hell no, exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, you don't have a college degree. Clearly you're not suited to vote. It's like, oh my God, imagine if only college graduates could fucking vote. Fuck that.
God.
We would be doomed.
Yeah, it's just completely just cool. Yeah, as Threadnought points out, there are some where it's just all flaws, though. Communism has a lot of flaws. Searching for any benefits.
You mean starving to death isn't a benefit?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, what was that one?
Hereditary monarch.
There was like that really funny image that was going around where it's some communist painting with like a bunch of they're like philosophers and stuff, and it's clearly meant to be like a parody of the Last Supper, but they have like no food and everything, and like somebody pointed out. I need to find this thing because it's so funny because they're like, you can
I've
tell
seen
this is a
that.
Faces and everything. Oh, it's
Yeah,
so
they're like,
great.
you can tell that this is a communist version of the Last Supper because it's just a bunch of people who think they're super smart but have no food.
I've seen that. I wonder if it's intentional that they left the food out or not.
I don't know, but it was so funny. It was great.
Because I feel like that's the kind of detail an absolute idiot would forget. Like, oh yeah, we gotta get Marx and Lenin and all these other guys in there. But then they forget the food. The whole
Okay,
point
guys,
of the Last Supper is
If
they're
anyone
eating.
is in the Discord and they know where that image is, because I know it was posted in there, if you could find it again and post it in shit posting, I will share it with the guys here so it can be shared on stream. Because
It's-
it is so funny.
It's literally called the Last Supper. How do you forget the food?
You're gonna kill me.
I don't get it. How do you forget the food? It really was the Last Supper. It wasn't if they didn't have anything to eat. It can't be supper if they're not eating. Like, if you sit at the dinner table at dinner time and you have no fucking food, that's not dinner. Dinner fucking requires eating food.
There you go.
Well, communists think you can eat air.
I love that there's a skull and bones on the table.
All right, let's.
Oh, shit.
We are way off course right now.
That's one of them. That's not the one I was talking. Well, it is basically, but there was another one that looked a little bit better and had like a caption with it that was perfect.
Oh, I had a caption. Oh, I wasn't looking for any of that caption.
Yeah, there was one that looked similar to that one, but a little bit better, and it had a really good caption.
Anyways, but Creetosis, they're eating the best food possible. Knowledge.
Here in my garage with my Lamborghini.
Look at all that evil in one place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
All right, so they managed to find the original pic, but it's still not the one with the caption.
Uh,
Oh.
Yeah, this is the version that I was talking about, but there's one with the
That's-
caption where it's like you could tell that this is communism because it's just a bunch of people who think they're really smart with no food.
that's the same picture, it just has better, like, coloring.
It doesn't
Yeah.
have a filter on it. Look at mine. Mine has a filter over it.
Yeah.
You can tell by the sky. Yeah, somebody was making it look like more like it was water painted or like brushstrokes.
Yeah. But anyways, we should get back to the video.
Yeah.
Let's go full aggro. Monarchism sucks. The idea that we should be ruled unquestioningly by a hereditary monarch is almost self-evidently a poor one.
Not really. It depends on your monarch. Again, there are golden ages, there are golden eras. It entirely comes down to the whim of one person. One person being at the head who can get things done, kind of a good thing. However, when you get a mad despot as your monarch, yeah, you got a fucking problem. Look what happens when you try to get away from monarchy. Look at the chaos and violence, bloodshed, the loss of lives and livelihood, food, starvation, disease, everything that happens because of. Do you think how violent do you think the French Revolution was? Because I'm gonna tell you, anything you heard about the French Revolution has been tamed down significantly. It is gruesome what happened in the French Revolution. Again, did they need to get rid of their monarchy? Yes. Was their new system better? No. It actually turned out it was way, way worse. Because it was essentially the Salem witch trials in France. And oh, you're an enemy of the Republic. You're an enemy of the Republic. And I've got a bunch of lists of names of enemies of the Republic, and some of you are amongst them. So I'm going to send you all to the guillotine. Like, the revolutionary courts were notorious for being nothing but meat grinders. Like, holy shit. Yeah, I'm genuinely shocked the French survived the revolution. And they wouldn't have if it wasn't for Napoleon. A dictator. Funny that.
Tolkien didn't agree. He was British, and he was a product of his time. He grew up in an era of British colonialism.
Okay, when he wrote Lord of the Rings, he experienced what colonialism leads to. He was in the fucking trenches when the realist movement formed. What the fuck? There was nothing glorious about World War I and monarchy. He got to watch monarchies collapse. And he got to watch how much, or I should say, how little monarchy meant when you're sitting in a trench for hours and hours, weeks and weeks, months and months, just waiting to be blown up by a random artillery shell. Oh, God. An era of fucking colonialism. My fucking God. This was the collapse of colonialism. I mean, in the traditional sense of colonialism. Colonialism still exists, it just takes a different form. God.
Where the sun never set on the British Empire because they had colonies on both sides of the equator.
But it did. Again, the realist movement formed. Realism in painting. You notice how, okay, this looks all glorious and wonderful and everything like that. Have you ever seen the stuff that came out of World War I? That came out of the troops? The realism movement, the stuff that showed like dark, dingy, no colors, the sun is blotted out, people with dour faces, a lot of them bleeding, bodies laying everywhere. It was no longer romantic. It was no longer sun shining. Usually the flags were in the mud, torn to shreds and stamped on, or with people in long lines waiting to get a single bit of food. There was no glory left. Let's see if I can get some good realist painting. Realist panting. Oops.
Hmm.
Realist panting.
Yeah, I just don't have anything to add here because you clearly know more than I do. Considering I know basically nothing about this except, I guess after what I know, I'm probably wrong, is that Britain essentially lost all of its colonies after World War II. They became their own independent countries or fought amongst themselves.
Yeah.
Like
Or
Canada was considered a British colony up until the end of World War II, even though it was its own country, I believe.
technically, you're still considered a colony.
Oh.
Technically. Yeah, you're part of the Commonwealth.
Oh no, does that mean I have to be nice to the Queen?
Yes.
Hmm.
This is the shit I'm talking about. This is the painting and stuff that came out.
Hold on, let me just, grab the link. And it's not the one you think I'm grabbing. Because I want to put that up first, because it's, why not put it up first?
Yeah.
Clearly not the painting Such was referring to.
Yeah, no. But again, this is stuff like these. Again, these are British troops. Both of these paintings are British troops. Show me where the glory is in that. Show me where the sun never set on the British Empire in that.
Sorry, I had to put that other image up first.
Oh,
Yeah, I
man.
thought you had already done it when you said not the painting, I was referring to.
No. But
Yeah.
I had them both up now.
It's like, where's the glory in this? Where is the empire never set in this? These are the things that came out of the trenches. This is the realist movement. This is when they realized there were no longer glorious cavalry charges. Wars weren't won quickly. Battles weren't won quickly. There wasn't vast sweeping changes of land anymore. There was no more like, oh, the cavalry swept the flanks and now we've taken this city and we pushed them all the way back out of France. Hurrah! None of that happened anymore. Now it was miles and miles of trenches and nothing but gray swamps everywhere because everything was shelled to oblivion. There was no color, there was no vibrance, there was no brightness. There were bodies everywhere and everything stank. Everything smelled of decay and death. Verdun was one of the worst ones ever. The entire Verdun section of the front line, just holy shit. They had to. The French got the right idea. The Germans didn't because they couldn't afford to, but the French rotated their troops out. It did mean that every single one of their soldiers had to go through Verdun at some point, but it meant that you were only in Verdun for a limited amount of time and then they brought you out. Because there were entire hillsides that were created from the artillery shells exploding. So these hills didn't exist. They now existed because the artillery had displaced so much earth that it threw all this dirt over and it made its new hillside. And out of all these hillsides were arms and legs and heads that were sticking out, were rotting away, and mice were coming in and out of the bodies, and the stink was unimaginable. The one of the biggest descriptors of Verdun is it smelled like every circle of hell had opened on Earth. it was just pure horror, and all the diseases and everything that ran rampant. So again, this is why I don't get this nonsense. Again, Tolkien went through this shit. He's got to see monarchy doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter when you're here in the battle in the thick of things. It's why a lot of Lord of the Rings has a lot of darkness in it. Why a lot of the fights are just like horrible atrocities of people getting massacred and dying. And hell, there was an incident in the war, which is Sabaton wrote a song about it. It's a fantastic song. It's called "Attack of the Deadmen." Everybody was so used to this horror that when the Germans gas attacked a Russian fortress to get it to surrender, and then they attacked this fortress, the Russian troops, who looked to be dead, stood up like zombies, grabbed their weapons, shot back, walked and limped and hobbled towards the Germans. The Germans couldn't even fight. They were so scared shitless. They thought they had finally opened up the literal gateway to hell and the dead were rising again. That this was the end of the world. And the German army, which vastly outnumbered the Russians had like 200 troops. And they were all dead. They were all dead men. These guys all stood back up and wheezing and puking up blood and literally looking like the zombies in the Stalker games, firing back half-heartedly, charging back against the German lines. The Germans broke. They routed because they literally thought they had opened up into hell and that the dead were rising and the end of the world was starting. They thought it was over. It was a truly horrific thing. And all of those people died. All of those Russians died. They barely made it any distance before they collapsed from their injuries as their lungs literally turned to liquid in their bodies and they couldn't breathe anymore and suffocated and drowned. But again, this was everybody. Everybody saw this shit. Everybody was on the front lines, knew that this happened. It was gruesome. It's why people were so desperate for a Second World War to never happen again. Because they just experienced this and they never wanted it to happen ever again. So appease. We can't have another war. We can't have that happen again. Oh yeah. I'm very much underselling how much the Russians look like zombies. They literally look like Romero zombies, like missing chunks of their face and like skin sloshing off, eyes melting out of their skulls. They looked horrifying.
Well, you learn something new every day.
Yeah. And exactly. He said it wasn't impacted by his experiences in World War One, but I doubt it. Because it was no longer his fantasy wasn't the fantasy of dime store novels. It wasn't the dime store novel like swashbuckling high adventures and fantastical elements and get the girl at the end. It was much darker and grim. Think of Lord of the Rings. Think of how it ends. Think of one of the biggest romances in it. Her father tells her he will die and you will be left alone for all of eternity with nothing but your grief for this human that you love. Like, damn. I'll probably read Conan at some point. But my entire point with this is I'm countering what Sally is saying here. It is ludicrous to me that he is basing this on the sun never set on the British Empire thing. It's fucking bullshit.
Also, isn't that just a piece of propaganda by the British Empire?
Yes.
So why would you take that as, like, stuff I guess the common people, like, believed and talked about, necessarily, you know?
Yeah. And again, I know Conan is much darker. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in comparison to what the average was, Tolkien's works are pretty fucking dark. Now, again, it's shades. Tolkien's works look like a fucking picnic compared to stuff like A Song of Ice and Fire. Holy shit, especially when you get into the Greyjoy plots. The actual Greyjoys, not the fucking metrosexual nonsense they did in the show. Holy fuck.
Oh god. That's something we're going to get to one day, Pagan. There's going to be a character that's introduced called Euron Greyjoy. Tell me how much you enjoy that character.
Oh boy.
Because let me tell you, he is nothing like the character in the book. I think you would actually like Euron in the book. Not because, like, he's a good guy or anything, but because of, like, the role he fills in that world.
Yeah. Euron in the books is...
Let me just describe, like, one of his first appearances. He's been exiled from the Iron Islands, and he shows back up with his crew. They've been to fucking Valyria, this place that no one can go to because it's full of monsters. If they fucking touch you, you get infected with what they have, and you become one of them. No one has ever returned from Valyria, and he does, with a full suit of Valyrian steel fucking plate armor. And one of the guys on his ship blows this dragon horn, this immense thing tied to the front of his ship that burns his fucking lungs out. He is the baddest of asses.
Yes. And perhaps one of the most terrifying motherfuckers in the entire Song of Ice and Fire, given what he does.
See, I haven't read the Forsaken chapter yet. I just know I've gone as far as where A Dance with Dragons ends, so we only see a bit of him, and there's definitely a lot implied about him. Definitely not someone you want to fuck with.
Like, there's a reason he's gathering faithful priests and priestesses of every religion. Let's just put it that way. There's some grim, dark shit going on.
As such, there are some heavy pro-monarchist themes within the story. The primary plot...
What? Where is...
Not really. No.
Like, Aragorn being chosen, sure. But it fits. It fits with the curses and everything, right? Like, God. Oh, and again, it's a lot of the monarchy's fault that a lot of this happens or was let to get this far.
Yeah, we're literally shown a king being easily swindled and driven astray.
Yeah.
The fuck are you talking about? These are not the vibes I got from watching the movies at all.
Yeah.
Also, I never got the impression from either the books or the movies that, oh, kings and monarchies are great. It's just, no, Aragon and, oh god, why the fuck am I forgetting his name? King of Rohan, fuck, why am I forgetting his name?
That's okay, I forget his name too.
I keep going to Faramir, but that's not Faramir, that's, Boromir's brother.
Theoden.
It is Theoden, yes. Aragorn and Theoden, those are individuals. Those are two kings we see, and they're both good men. That doesn't mean automatically that monarchy is good, or that kings are good. It's just these two characters are.
Yeah. Again, it's these individuals. These individuals are good people. Aragorn is a good person.
In fact, it was Isildur, who had become king, who refused to throw the ring. He kept it for himself. And that's why all of this is happening hundreds of years later. So yeah, it's definitely not that kings or monarchies are good when they can fuck up like that. Like, you had the chance to destroy most, if not all, evil Middle-earth, and you kept the ring for yourself. Like, obviously it's corruptible. I think that's the message being portrayed there.
Yeah.
He kept it for himself because he thought he could use the power for good, by the way. Probably, yeah. I can imagine that.
It was his pride and arrogance.
That too, the corruptibility of man. That's in fact one of the things they talk about in the books. That's why Frodo carries it, because the hobbits are so disconnected from that kind of thing. Even when Sam has it, Sam uses it in the books. And because he has no desire for power or strength, or like the ring even shows him images of him being a king and leading armies, and he considers it for like the briefest of moments and then passes on it because that's not him. It just doesn't appeal to him.
Yeah.
Isildur didn't know the ring had to be destroyed to kill Sauron in the books. Yeah, that's fair. But it still contained his power, and yeah.
Also, that's fantastic. Good monarchies fought bad monarchies in World War One. No, I'll definitely fight back against that. Not at all. Again, the German, the monarchy, the Kaiser, and everything were not bad. The Germans weren't bad in World War One.
A lot of
that was the grim, horrible thing about World War One. There was no bad guy. There was no clear bad guy. You had a Serbian terrorist kill Archduke Franz Ferdinand, who, my God, was somebody that Austria needed. When you realized what Franz Ferdinand was going to do, how he was going to lift up everyone, because the rising tide raises all ships, he felt that bringing up everybody, not just the Germans and Austrians as being full citizens, but everybody, the Serbians, everyone, should get full citizenship under his reign, and they should have equal fair say under the laws of his land. Holy shit! The one person you didn't want to die is the person that died, and his father, who hated Serbians and Slavs so fucking much, had just had his son murdered by a Serbian terrorist. Holy shit! No good deed goes unpunished.
Also, as Arrogant Media points out in chat, Galadriel, oh no, I couldn't take the ring. I'd be an asshole. Anyway, I passed the test and I'm not an awful person. Run along, Frodo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she would be an awful person, and now she's going to be now that the show is coming out.
Yeah, I guarantee she's going to be horrible. She's going to be villainous as all fuck, but it's going to be treated as heroic, because that's what this always happens. It always happens. The heroes of modern Hollywood are always like the most evil, vile, corrupt pieces of shit. Just, oh. Fucking awful. And then the villains always have to have like redemption arcs, so they're not like totally evil. Which it gets really weird. You can't just have them fighting the concept of evil. It all needs to be explained. It's like, while appreciated, sometimes Sauron should just be fucking Sauron.
Yeah. This is definitely going to be an episode that gets split in two. We are fucking 3 hours in almost, and we are 3.5 minutes into the video.
Yeah.
We are not finishing this today with the way this is going.
I will see.
Well, if we don't finish it, then at least maybe we can get
yeah, we'll get
Dirk
Dirk
in. Yeah, the next time.
Well, I'm not sure about next time because Fan Expo is next week, and it'll be on Monday again.
Ooh.
Unless we delay it until the following Sunday. Because next weekend I have off work normally, and normally I'd be working on September the 4th, but that's a holiday, so I'm going to be off. Lamau, this is great though. I hate that I'm going to have to leave in 40 minutes. Since you're still here, Dirk, if we continue this video in 2 weeks on September the 4th, Sunday, would you be up for finishing this video with us? I'm not sure how far we're going to get in today, but it seems very clear to me that we're not going to finish it today unless we start, like, really pounding through this video.
Which we might. We gotta see what happens.
We might. Like, make Galadriel go full Mad Queen just like Dany did in Game of Thrones.
Lot of things is about an alliance between the various nations of the free peoples of Middle-earth and the savage race of orcs.
But Bree didn't join them. What about all the kingdoms that didn't join this fight?
The Shire didn't join. It was just 4 hobbits from the Shire who joined.
Yeah. What about the men who joined Sauron? Like, come on, man. Again, you're incredible. You're cutting out tons and tons of context here.
Yeah, we don't know if the humans who joined Sauron were actually savages or not, because we don't see their lands, we don't see their culture. We see some of their warriors, but that's about it.
Yeah, which again, you can't judge an entire culture based off of its warriors. Like, its warriors are gonna have a warrior culture. It's just, oh, dude.
It was the Easterlings, right?
Yes.
Right, that's what I thought it was. I was forgetting the name there for a minute. Let me check with my fiance and we can make sure what's going on. If I can, I'm in. Sounds good.
They're tribal human allies who are the only black people in the entire story.
Oh my god. So he mentions the Easterlings at least, but he says they're evil and tribal. How do you get that they're evil and tribal? They're just warriors. What makes you think they're inherently evil?
I assume
we don't know what Sauron promised them. At least I don't remember what Sauron promised them.
I assume the assumption is that they're evil because they joined Sauron, but yeah, they could be just an entire culture and people of their own that were deceived by him.
Yeah. What if their leadership was getting Grima worm-tongued?
Which is a very reasonable assumption.
Yeah. What if they had fights, again, because I don't know the Silmarillion, because Mayal would be explaining the Silmarillion. What if they had been at constant wars with Rohan or Gondor or something, so they have bad blood, bad history?
Did he say these were the only bad humans, by the way? Is that what he said there?
Yeah.
Because that's not true either.
And he said, and they're, of course, the only black people we see.
Let me see just quickly.
Of Middle-earth. And the savage race of orcs. They're evil and tribal human allies who are the only black people in the entire story.
Oh, it's that they're the only black people in the entire story. Because there's definitely white bad guys too. Like, even if you ignore Saruman and Wormtongue, there were the mountain tribes that were mentioned briefly that allied themselves with Saruman against Helm's Deep.
Oh wow, I nailed it. So apparently there was bad blood between the Easterlings, or the Men of the Rune, versus Gondor. Gondor did some shit to them, and they want revenge.
Oh.
And that's what Saruman promised them, vengeance against their most hated enemy, Gondor. Oh yeah, and you get to see them. You get to see the men that attack Rohan. What we would call barbarians.
The mountain tribes.
Barbarians. Yeah, you get to see them.
Yeah, that's what I was just. That's what I was just talking about.
Yeah, I thought you said they'd mention them. I didn't know they were the mountain tribes themselves.
They were in the books, and it's explained that Saruman deceived them too by saying, "Oh yeah, the people of Rohan want to butcher your women and children and stuff like that."
Yeah.
And it also doesn't count the brigands with Saruman who take over the Shire at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Dark skin doesn't make them black. That too. You can have darker skin without being black. And also, again, Tolkien was making Great Britain's mythology here. Great Britain is a place that wasn't natively inhabited by black people.
Yeah.
That's just kind of a fact.
And neither were the lands to the east of Great Britain either. They weren't natively inhabited by black people either.
The Dunlanders wanted vengeance against the men of Rohan, and also to defend themselves from the perceived threat they posed. Yeah, I knew I wasn't fully remembering it. There's also the people who the King of Gondor had cursed prior to defeating Sauron. They're the ghosts that show up in Return of the King. That plays out a bit differently in the books, but yeah. Why the fuck was this recommended to me? No idea, but hope you enjoy, man.
Yeah.
And treacherous wizard Saruman, who are all being led by the Dark Lord Sauron. The story ends when, after the defeat of Sauron, the world is put back in order, because now Aragorn, the true and good king, is on the throne of...
But the world isn't put back in order. Like, that scar from the Third Age, the battles of the Third Age, is going to be there forever. In fact,
that's kind of the point.
That's kind of why Frodo leaves the fucking Shire.
Yeah, because he's always going to carry the burden of having carried the ring. He's going to carry the scars from being stabbed by the Nazgul. They make a point of that. Well, Tolkien makes a point of that.
Like, it's why he leaves to the Undying Lands. The dwarves aren't gonna suddenly resurge. The elves aren't fucking coming back. Like, the elves realize their time in this realm is over. They're literally leaving. Things aren't going back the way they were. Yes, Aragorn is a good man. We don't know if he'll be a good king. We don't know that. Again, that was kind of George R.R. Martin's point about it. He wanted to know what happens afterwards.
It's a video about Tolkien being racist or something. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, it's explaining that Tolkien is racist, The Lord of the Rings is racist, and it's like, no. Well, now he needs to prove, he's made the claim, now he needs to actually prove that this is the case.
The Morgul blade. Yeah, I know it was that, but it was still a ring wraith, a Nazgul that stabbed him. And also, things aren't set right just because Aragorn is the king again. It's because they defeated Sauron, who had his orc armies harassing Gondor and the kingdoms of man.
Yeah.
And plotting against them constantly, and corrupting Saruman and Denethor. Like...
God damn it.
What? Oh, the Morgul blade?
The Morgul blade. Oh, watch out, Aragorn's Morbin.
He's not going to prove it, just convince people who would listen to these views. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we know what's going to happen, but again, we need to see if he actually tries to lay out evidence. We need to see if there's any evidence he tries to lay out.
I don't think he will. This very much seems to be like, if I say it's racist enough, people will believe me. And unfortunately, there are some people who will believe him just based on that.
Well, I mean, it's a common tactic in the court system, too. You need to say, like, confirmed plagiarist, confirmed plagiarist, confirmed plagiarist. You say it enough times, the person will automatically associate it with the term. Even if it ends up proven to be false, they'll just keep associating it with the term that has been laid out for them.
Yeah. Like confirmed DMCA abuse or Acerthorn. Except that one's actually true.
Yeah, that one is actually true, as proven in the courts.
Aragorn did have the Gondorians retake Minas Ithil, which we know in the movies and most of the books as Minas Morgul. Yep.
Of God. It's important to point out that Aragorn isn't considered the more true and good king because he's necessarily more honest, less cruel, or even cares more about his people.
No, but again, those are all great benefits. He is the true king because, yes, he comes from the bloodline. The bloodline's kind of important for all of the curses and shit that have been laid out. Okay?
This is
kind of fucking important.
this is why he's able to make that bargain with the fucking ghosts in Return of the King.
Yeah, because they betrayed Gondor and Gondor won, and then they were cursed, so that only the king, so someone of his line, his bloodline, could release them from the curse. That is literally the only reason he brought them on his side, and why they could stop the pirates that were allied with Sauron.
You know what? After I was going through the books, I watched Fellowship and Two Towers. I am tempted to throw on Return of the King after the stream.
Mm,
Been meaning to watch it anyways, but damn.
yeah. And I love the fact that the Oathbreaker, too, looks at the sword and he thought, like, the blade had been broken, but it's also a metaphor for the line being shattered. So, like, the Oathbreaker king thought that they were damned for all eternity. Now they have a chance. And when Aragorn is presented, again, to showcase that he is the true king, yes, based on his bloodline, but to showcase that he is a good man, he didn't have to give them their freedom. And he even has his companions, other members of the Fellowship, say that these guys are really fucking handy. We literally don't lose any of our troops. They do all the fighting. The orcs can't fight back against them.
That's more of a point in the movies than the books, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of using both interchangeably here because again, we're going against this guy's point. But again, so it's very what a great showcase of him as a good person. Even if you hadn't had all the other evidence, him being given a weapon of mass destruction that cannot be stopped, and him saying like, "No, you've held up your oath. You are free."
Yeah. And Gimli even said, maybe we should use them against, oh god, why am I forgetting Mordor? We should use them against Mordor. And
again, the ghost guys can't fucking die.
Yeah.
They can't get hurt. They don't get tired or sick. You can't form ranks to stop them. They literally go through anything they want. Oh, man.
Yeah, I really want to watch the movie again. I don't know if I'll watch it today or not necessarily. I might try to wrangle these two to watch all three movies. Not all at once, but I like watching movies with these. We just watched Snatch the other day. Both these two saw it for the first time. Holy shit!
I made my community watch it too. It was great.
See, I figured you might make your community watch it. I didn't think you made them watch it already.
Yes,
I didn't think.
Time, I was like, we're going fucking in. We're watching Snatch.
I didn't think you'd go for it that fast because I thought you were doing the Alien movies next. I was figuring, okay, a few weeks.
October. Movies are set for October.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I am so glad that I got to see you two watch it for the first time. Because I assumed you'd already seen it, Setch. I mentioned that before. But for both...
There are just so many movies. It just flew under the radar.
Yeah. But for both of you to see it the first time, with me, like, making you guys watch it, oh man, that made me so happy. God, that's such a good movie. I love it.
Yeah, fair enough, JD. JD points out the dead men would have killed Aragorn if he didn't release them after Pelennor. Fair enough.
That too.
But it's just one of those things. Like again, he didn't need to be threatened by them at all. He didn't. No. He didn't need any coercion or anything. He listened to the counsel of his friends, and he said, "No, you're free to go."
Yeah.
The oath has been repaid.
That Aragorn isn't considered the more true and good king because he's necessarily more honest, less cruel, or even cares more about his people. His actual policies once he becomes king is unknown. All weird.
Yes, which again, weird that you bring up George.R.R. Martin as like he's totally held back by Tolkien, but he isn't, because again, George.R.R. Martin. People meme on it, but what are Aragorn's tax policies? That's the stuff that fascinates George.R.R. Martin. that's what led him off into an entirely different direction. That's
That's
why he wanted to go away from this sort of much more high fantasy thing.
that's why Game of Thrones starts at the point where it's 10 years after the big war for freedom and stuff.
Yeah.
There's all these different little nuances to it, and the person who became king, who won the crown, won the Iron Throne, is a fat slob who put the kingdom like 10 million gold in debt.
Yes, and who was a terrible king. Self-admitted, by the way, that he was a soldier. He was not a king. Stannis is a king. Stannis should have been a king,
By the way,
but as Stannis himself says, he did his duty and he stepped aside because that was his duty.
speaking of Stannis the Manus, Pagan, you want
Holy shit.
Pagan, you want to watch the first episode or two of season 2 tonight?
Sure.
All right.
Yes, Stannis, especially in the book, Stannis is a fucking god. You can understand why people rally around Stannis, the one true king. Dude, he is fucking amazing. Not in the show, mind you.
He's kind of all right in the show at first, from what I remember, but it definitely goes downhill because the showrunners didn't respect his character, which
Yeah, they hated Stannis. They've self-admitted, dumb and dumbass, self-admitted they hated Stannis because Renly should have been the one true king. Oh, go fuck yourself.
even though everything in both the books and the show say it shouldn't be Renly. He's the younger brother of the two. It should be Stannis.
Yeah.
He plays around at tourneys when he should be fighting a fucking war for the crown. Stannis is the
Yeah.
one gathering an army and is being serious about it. Renly is... They even say in the books, like, playing at knights, playing at being a king, where Stannis will deal out actual justice
Yeah.
and try to rule as fairly and evenly as possible, best represented in the fucking man, Davos Seaworth.
Yeah, who becomes his right hand, who becomes his literal hand of the king. Well, for his king.
Yeah.
Like, dude, Davos, he was a smuggler that saved Stannis and his army's life by bringing them onions so that they wouldn't starve to death. He saved their lives, but he was a smuggler. He's a criminal. So Stannis spared his life because he saved Stannis and his men's lives.
Not just spared him. He had the options to either go free, and he'd neither be recognized nor punished, or he can gain a lordship, but be punished for his smuggling by losing the ends of his fingers on one hand. The last joint. Yeah.
Yeah. And thus he became the Onion Knight.
I really like the character of Davos Seaworth. I especially love the Stannis chapters because they're actually Davos chapters and you never see inside Stannis' head. It's always a question of what he's going to do. What is he thinking? How is he feeling?
Absolutely. Oh, man.
It makes him such a more interesting characters in the books.
Oh, God. It's so good. But then again, they also got rid of Patchface and everything, so, you know.
See, I don't know what Patchface is leading to, though, because he was never in the show. And in the books, it's like, he is clearly touched by something.
Yeah, in the books it's made clear that he is a avatar of one of the drowned gods.
Yeah.
Like, it's bad. And the things he says are not good.
Yeah, at all.
And the thing that looks like might happen because Melisandre is there and Stannis isn't there to keep her fucking in check. Yeah, it's looking like Patchface is gonna do something really, really, really bad.
Oh wait, is he at Castle Black too?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So if Melisandre gets a little happy with the oven, I have a feeling that Patchface, who is, I'm just gonna say, is very likely infected, is gonna start biting and scratching at people. And Yeah, I think the world is in for some hell afterwards.
Well, not just that. I was thinking the whole thing with Jon Snow being there too.
Yes. Oh God! Remember how fucking? Oh, I don't want to spoil it because Pagan's here. God damn it! I just want to say, remember how different the major thing that happened is compared between the show and the book.
Yeah.
In the book, there were fucking tears. That's all I'll say.
We'll get to that. The three of us will be able to talk about all of this one day. I am dragging this fucker through the show, kicking and screaming when it gets to that point.
Yeah.
Hey, Pagan, want to watch the next episode of Season 7 of Game of Thrones? I don't want
to! No, let it die!
Oh no, I can already tell.
With me.
Pagan, are you ready for the Long Night episode? It's gonna be great. Pagan, are you ready for the bells? Are you ready for the fucking bells, Pagan?
I know about both of those already.
Hey, no, well, the one that really pissed me off. Pagan, are you ready for the Battle of the Bastards?
Oh. We've gotten way off track again.
Yeah. I mean,
it's hard not to do.
There's a reason it's called Some Tangents Are Guaranteed.
We are definitely not finishing this video today.
Ever that he's the one who will fix everything once he's on the throne, solely by nature of his blood relation to Isildur.
No! He isn't told that, and he almost fucking dies. There is no prophecy that he's gonna be the one that fixes things. There is no prophecy that protected him when he charged the fucking Black Gate. Okay? He's not destined in that way. Yes, there is a prophecy set up with the Oathbreakers, but that's it. And it wasn't set up about Aragorn. It was set up about the King of Gondor, who now, by all rights, is Aragorn. Remember, he was fucking Strider. He had nothing to do with his bloodline.
Yeah, he was off in the north. I'd say Aragorn did it despite his bloodline. I'm not quite sure of that.
I think that is more of a thing that comes from the movies, because it's in the movies Isildur knows he fucked up but doesn't care.
Yeah, and I think in the movies Aragorn is less willing to become the king. He has to be convinced more so. Where in the books, he takes to it a bit more naturally.
Yeah, Elrond literally has to present him the sword of the kings of Gondor, and basically like thrust it to him and be like, "Take your blade," and he's like, "No, take it." No, what?
And one of those big takeaways that the medieval fantasy genre often feels the need to pay homage to, the concept of the good king.
Hold on. It's not that they're paying homage to it, it's just very compelling when you have a good man who wants to rule, like, not rule the people, but wants to be a just leader.
Yeah, what's that staple we see, and it's proven time and time again? Hard men create good times, or hard men are good men. They create good times. Good times create soft men. Soft men create terrible times. Terrible times create hard men. It just keeps going like that. You're going through a crisis, and so the most hard, the goodest of the crop is going to rise up, and people will be inspired because times are tough. They will rally behind somebody who is leading them, who is good, and they feel they can trust. They follow behind them, and they will thrust them into leadership. Like, it's just that it's a common thing. It's just that cycle. So it becomes compelling. In the darkest of times, you will see the rise of the people willing to put all on the line, willing to fight for others, and then others will rally behind their cause because they realize they are good people. Yeah, weak men create hard times. You are here. Yeah, I know, right? We're in the fucking... Oh, God.
Aragorn wanted to be king early in the books because he had to marry Arwen. Andoril was reforged before they left Rivendell. Yeah, I remember in the books, in the Two Towers when they go to Rohan, Aragorn is like, "Don't fucking touch my sword, or I'll fucking kill you."
Yeah, like I said, it was more in the movies because again, in the movies, Isildur knows he fucked up and doesn't care,
Yeah.
and in the books, that's not the case. Same thing with Aragorn. It's not that he knows and he's ashamed of his father because again, they don't know that he fucked up.
Hell, Aragorn is the reason why goblins and orcs and the other nations of men were not hunted down post Sauron. Yeah, they in the books they make a deal of like the Rangers are part of what kept things safe. Even though the people at Bree didn't trust them.
Which also you then say, well, why weren't you fighting Bree?
This is one of those big takeaways that the medieval fantasy genre often feels the need to pay homage to. The concept of the Good King. Uriel Septim VII in the Elder Scrolls series. King British in Ultima.
No. Uriel Septim, again, we don't really know his policies or anything like that, but he was obviously not that great of a king, of an emperor, when it came to Oblivion, because, well, he did a lot of stupid things. Especially the entire fucking premise of the jewel and the Waynon Priory and everything. But King British, he was a self-insert. Literally, he named himself Lord British, for God's sakes, in real life. And he inserted himself into the Ultima series because he's a fucking narcissist. The Good King. Oh my god. Dude, it's even a running joke in the Ultima fandom to finding intricate and unique ways to kill Lord British. Oh, really? You're only going to give me a couple silvers for that fucking thing? Well, here, how about I just poisoned your loaf of bread? How would you like that? Oh, you died on your throne. Doesn't that suck? Or loosening a fucking brick so it falls on his head as he walks under the gatehouse.
King Aidan from Deltora Quest. Across the medieval fantasy genre, writers often seem to be scared to write genuine criticisms of the system of monarchy.
What about all the evil kings in fantasy?
Yeah.
Like,
What do you think Joffrey is?
no, Joffrey is the kindest, most sweetest king ever. He would never hurt anyone.
Yeah, holy shit.
I like how my mocking the idea of him being a good king just sounds like Sansa pre-fucking season 2.
Yeah.
What about fucking Lord of the Rings itself, where they outright have like bad or misled kings?
And peoples.
So
And
what
what
the fuck is this dude talking about?
What about the being that is Saruman, who is above kings, turning to the dark side?
Evil kings in fantasy probably outnumber the good kings 10 to 1. Yeah. I just have a shit memory, so it's hard for me to recall them off the top of my head, but I do vaguely remember there being, like, a lot of bad kings in fiction and fantasy.
Yes.
I want to reference something outside of Game of Thrones, but I'm just shit at coming up with references off on the spot.
I kind of want to get back to... So he's saying that all these people, because remember, he showcased all these different book series. So I'm going to go back to a book series that you fucking referenced, Sally. We're going to go to the Discworld with Terry Pratchett. Is Ankh-Morpork, is it run by a king, a good king? No, it is run by a dictator. He is known as the benevolent dictator of Ankh-Morpork. He was the leader of the Assassin's Guild. And he actually becomes the ruler of the entire city, and he runs it like a dictatorship. But what's even better is he is genuinely benevolent. That's the funniest thing about his character. He is genuinely benevolent. So, like, as an example, the Ankh-Morpork Postal Service has collapsed, and everybody uses these newfangled towers that use lights to transmit data across long distances. The internet. Get it? It's the internet. And so nobody uses the postal service anymore. Well, he gets pissed off because as a paying customer of this new service, I have the right to take my business anywhere else if I am not satisfied. But there is nowhere else. Do you understand my quandary? Do you understand my predicament here? So he reestablishes the postal service so that he can actually fight back against this new technology. And God, the story is so fucking good. But again, as the dictator, he could literally go in, bust in, and give himself the best service possible. But he doesn't do that. He finds all these intricate ways to, like, let's give the people of Ankh-Morpork another option. So let's revitalize the postal service. And my favorite part is the guy, they invent the stamp. And the way they invent the stamp is funny as fuck. Because it's like, okay, well, we need to be able to realize who's paid for the mail to be delivered and who hasn't. So we need to stamp it. But I'm getting tired of sitting here with my rubber stamp, putting it in ink, smacking it on the document. This is getting exhausting and it's taking forever. What if we have people prepay for it? Well, how are we going to prepay for it? And I don't know. Well, what if we, like, put stamps on paper and then people buy the stamps on the paper and then they give us the paper stamp and we'll know that they paid for it in advance before so we can just put the document in and send it off. And then they realize it's a horrible idea because they're getting tired of having to cut out all these fucking stamps off the papers. And then one of them, who is obsessed with pins, he just has an obsession with pins. He opens up his little book of pins and he realized that it perforated all of the papers and he could tear them along these holes that all of his pins made. So he suddenly made stamps. God, it's fucking, oh God. The Discworld series of books are fantastic. I recommend everybody read them. I highly, highly recommend them. When you realize that Death is a character in the books and a main character in a lot of the sub-stories and everything, and he is one of the best characters in it, the literal embodiment of Death, it's so fucking good. Oh, it is so good.
All right, my dudes, I wish I was able to keep listening. Have a good stream. Have a good one, Dirk. Thank you for hanging out while you could.
Yeah, take care, Dirk.
So let's summarize. Sally is accusing of Tolkien of being a monarch apologist because he wrote a good king and was born during monarchy. Sounds concrete to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the Discworld series. Terry Pratchett, Discworld. Oh, you should read Weird Sisters. Weird Sisters is funny as fuck. Oh, dude. They're witches, but they're like good witches, and it is funny as shit. Like, one of the witches knows she can leave her body, and she can talk to the animals and everything. And whenever she leaves her body, people think that she's dead, and they keep trying to bury her. So she literally has to leave a parchment paper on her body that says, "I ain't dead yet," because people keep trying to bury her.
Even if Tolkien was pro-monarchy, so what? Well, you see, monarchies are inherently evil and terrible in every conceivable way. So if you're pro that, then you're also evil and terrible in every way.
Yeah. And yes, Granny Weatherwax.
Not necessarily saying that he is saying that about Tolkien, but it's just this idea that I kind of dislike, where if someone is even slightly hinted towards being for something that isn't outright evil, it's treated as though it is outright evil and they fully support it. Oh, you wrote a good king in a book? That means you support evil monarchies. Like, what? I don't necessarily think monarchies are good either. I just hate the idea that writing about something means you support it, which means you support the worst version of that thing.
Yep.
From Deltora Quest. Across the medieval fantasy genre, writers often seem to be scared to write genuine criticisms of the system of monarchy, and
What if they...
Where? No. Where? Who is afraid to write criticism of monarchy? Do you think J.r.r. Martin was afraid to write a criticism of monarchy when he puts fucking Joffrey on the throne?
Not just that, but what if people...
Holy shit.
What if people just want to tell a story and they're not looking to criticize the system of monarchy? What if that's just the setting... What if that's just the idea that they had that their world takes place in? Because an idea for a story could come from pretty much anywhere. And you build up that setting and characters and world. And maybe these systems come up. The system of monarchy, it's a fantasy world, so there are kings who run their kingdoms. And does that mean I have to criticize the governmental system of monarchy in order to make my fantasy thing? Or can I just make my fucking fantasy thing that has fucking kingdoms in it?
Yeah.
I hate this idea as well, that if you write about something that isn't good, oh, you have to be critical of it. If you're not, you're afraid to be critical. No! That's fucking retarded. Fuck off.
And again, like his entire assumption that everybody's just afraid to, it's like, where? Name a single author that is afraid to criticize monarchy. Name just one.
I mean, isn't the evil king a trope in and of itself?
Yes. Because it gets used so often.
Actually, let's look that up very quickly. Because I am curious. That would actually, as much as I don't like TV tropes, they probably have a list of things. They probably have a massive list of evil king that has been used.
Evil overlord, evil prince. Yeah, so they have the same things.
Oh, look at that. There's fucking entire categories full. Okay, let's... Anime and manga. Big Bad... I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Kai Yanwang from 3x3 Eyes is the God Emperor of the Sanjihan Humkara, the Triclops, and ruled with an iron fist over his subjects, enslaving thousands of demons? I mean, demons are evil, right? And monsters to serve him as slaves. That enslaving thousands of demons and monsters to serve him as slaves. That's kind of implied by enslaving. Okay. He's also routinely performed ritual to absorb the power and souls of his own subjects, but not brainwashing or executing anyone daring to oppose his ultimate plan of whatever the spoiler is. Okay, so there's an evil king.
I can read the spoiler. I guess you don't have to.
I'm not reading it out just in case there's anyone in chat or anyone who watches this in the future who might.
Hang on.
What?
Look what the next entry is.
King
Fritz, an Attack on Titan. All spoilers. All of it. All of it. Nothing. Say nothing. It's all spoilers.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. There's no way.
I understand fully. I just find it funny that we go from that where you're able to talk about any of it, and then you go to King Fritz and Attack on Titan, and then literally the entire section is just like, no, spoilers.
Emperor Ganishka of Kushan in Berserk. He kidnaps Queen Charlotte and creates a demonic army by dropping pregnant women into an eldritch abomination, after which their corrupted children rip themselves out of their mother's wombs and devour them. Yeah, he sounds pretty evil to me. Let's pick another one randomly.
This guy's fucking cool, though.
One Piece has Kaido of the Beast, who lords over battalions of underlings and territories under his command, purely for his combat ability. Though most of the 4 emperors who Kaido belongs to could be considered such, with the exception of Shanks, spoiler, all of them are extremely powerful pirates bleh.
Oh my god, hang on. You know what? You know what better emphasizes this?
What?
These are all other examples. There's entire subpages just for literature and just for video games alone.
Oh yeah,
They
well,
each have their own.
the page
They
I'm
each
on,
have their own pages.
the page I'm on here for Evil Overlord has numerous subcategories for each type of.
No. Think about this. Literature and video games have so many, they don't even get an other examples category. They get their own fucking pages.
Oh,
Yeah.
can you link one of those to me?
Yeah, go up right above the other examples. So right above anime and manga says open and close all folders. Go up one more.
Oh,
See it right
there it is. Yeah. Okay. Evil
like-
Overlord in literature. So let's just. Yeah, that's a pretty big fucking page. Okay, I'm gonna cover my eyes, scroll, and stop and read whatever the mouse cursor lands on. No, happens to be fucking Game of Thrones. Reroll.
Oh, here, I got one. The Legacy of Kain series features a couple. Nemesis in Blood Omen 1 is a sadistic despot during Kain's time that used to be the good king in his youth before being twisted, and is on a conquering warpath, poised to bring Nosgoth to its knees.
A woman's work. Queen Arabelle is the ruthless monarch of an empire, enough that she'll even set up her own very incompetent son to get killed, yet is also smart and realizes everyone loathing you will undo any ruler. Thus she is ruthless, though also generous with her subjects, even likes that the more competent heir to a conquered kingdom could succeed her after killing her own foolish son, explicitly dodging everything on the evil overlord list. She sounds pretty terrible.
In Tyranny has Kairos the Overlord. The player character is a Fatebinder who has risen to high ranks in Kairos' armies. There may be a trace of well-intentioned extremists in the Overlord. However, Kairos is said to have embarked on conquest after surveying various warring factions, deciding that the world would be better under a single draconian code of law. By the way, Tyranny, play the game Tyranny. Fantastic game. Like, Tyranny's entire premise is, what if the bad guy wins? And now you are a Fatebinder. You are the law of the land, and you have to dish out the law to the locals. It is a fantastic game.
The Red King in Baltimore, I didn't know Baltimore had a king, is a vampire monarch who unleashes a campaign of terror upon the world after being woken from his slumber during World War I, and by 1925 establishes the Red Kingdom, an empire that covers all of Eastern Europe and Asia, ruling over not just vampires, but also witches, demons, and evil human worshippers that commit random acts of cruelty in his name. Not even an alliance between Germany, USA, England, France, and Italy can hope to win against the Red King. It seems pretty fucking clear-cut to me that there are a lot of evil kings in media, and anyone who says there isn't or that people are afraid to criticize the system, anyone who says that is fucking stupid.
Yes. And we hope that by overdoing this, we pretty much, like, cemented our point.
Yeah. Like, just to go back to the main page, not just literature and video games, but all of these subsections here have numerous works under them. Like, if you open and close all folders, there's all the ones for anime and manga. There is all the ones for comic books. There's fan works, of course. Films, both live action and animated. There is so many fucking evil kings in fiction. Like, I just don't get how you say, oh yeah, people are afraid to criticize the system because there are no evil kings. Like, what?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you smoking?
Instead, pin any problems not with a
Hold on, that skipped for me again.
genre. Writers often seem to be scared to write genuine criticisms of the system of monarchy, and instead pin any problems not with a systemic failure of that hierarchy, but with corrupt individuals.
Which it is. That's how monarchies are bad. Guess how monarchies are good? When you get a good king in there.
I mean, any system can be abused by the corrupt.
Yeah. If you look at the current.
He's literally arguing that we should just throw out an entire system because it has some corrupt people in it. And it okay, let's go with your idea and we implement a new system. Okay, well what if there's somebody corrupt in that then and then
Well-
that becomes not so great? Should we just throw that one out too?
Well, democracy's fucked.
Exactly.
Constitutional republics are fucked.
This is so fucking stupid.
Again, I love this as a fascinating thing. The U.S. is not a democracy; it's a constitutional republic.
Yes, it is. And oh my god, it's just so fucking dumb. I hate hearing shit like this all the time. It literally just amounts to fucking capitalism bad. Monarchy bad.
But,
Oh,
oh my god, you sound like a fat electrician. Buh.
I also like this
Duh.
comment here by Mars Ninja. They never explore the problems with monarchy, and instead choose to utilize the fatal flaw with monarchy.
Yeah. That kind of is the flaw with monarchy. That kind of is the big problem.
All ruling systems are fucked because corruption can corrupt all. Yes.
Yes.
No governance system is safe from corruption.
Again, as we said it earlier, democracy is the worst system of government that has ever been invented, except for all the other systems of government. That is an actual quote, and it's fucking true. Because it doesn't matter what system of government you make, corruption is gonna be there.
Even Star Trek deals with this. They live in a fucking utopia, basically. Aside from, dealing with hostile species in the universe, they live in a utopia and they still deal with corruption among Starfleet ranks.
Yeah, they still have people that are trying to make it a fucking dictatorship. Oh god. It's over, Admiral. It's not over! Oh god. That episode is so good.
Is that the one where they have the cloaking device?
No, that's the one where he's saying that the Defiance has been overrun.
Oh, you're talking about
Space
Deep Space Nine.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
It is not over.
Let's hold off on Deep Space Nine because we still need to watch more of that, and Pagan hasn't seen it.
Yes,
I just want to be careful. But there is that episode of TNG that I really like where there's a prototype cloak, and that was an interesting episode.
Dude. Oh god, I want to say the line because it's so fucking good.
Uh-oh.
And I can't
They
say
said
anything
that
about it.
monarchy-
Yeah, I literally can't say anything about it. It's all spoilers. Shit. Alright, let's just go.
System of monarchy, and instead pin any problems not with a systemic failure of that hierarchy, but with corrupt individuals.
Which, guess what? Is the systemic failure of monarchy. The system has one failure point in monarchy. When the monarch is a good, noble, and strong leader, the people flourish. Life is good. Things are great. You get golden ages and utopias. That single failure point, though, when the monarch is bad, there is no coming back from that. The monarch is bad. People are getting hanged or sent to the guillotine, left, right, and center. Mass executions, outlaws, everywhere. It's a bad time. Also, there were no Dark Ages. I hope that'll be a term that dies. There were no Dark Ages. And the people in the medieval era were not dirty, filthy, nasty. People like to be clean, okay? It's just, oh.
Essentially, monarchy could work, or even be a good thing, so long as the right monarch is on the throne.
It is. Throughout history, we are shown when a good person and a strong leader is on the throne of a monarchy, things are good for the people. When a bad person and a not good leader is on the throne, things are really fucking bad.
I'm not even sure what he's trying to fucking say here.
He's trying to
saying
say
that
monarchy's bad.
You're not allowed to say monarchy has any benefits whatsoever.
It's just so retarded, though, because this could be applied to anything. You can literally apply this to democracy.
Yes. Like I said, it currently fitting with a fucking pedophile as a president.
Yeah, you get one bad president or you get enough bad senators, and suddenly democracy doesn't fucking work.
Yeah.
Golda Cat is one of the best written villains, don't you think, Setch? Winkface. I genuinely think, aside from
the very ending, the very end.
Yeah, I would say he's like one of my top 10 favorite villains. Because he is really good.
I will say one of my favorite villains. God, does it count though? The Shadows in Babylon 5. I don't know if it counts though, because it's an entire species. But they're so good. And Londo, Jakar, holy shit. We have to watch Babylon 5. You two fuckers gotta watch Babylon 5.
Alright, at some point. We'll have to balance and juggle all the shit we've got to watch, because we've got to watch Babylon 5. We've got to watch every season of Deep Space Nine and talk about it. I at least want to watch some, like, the Next Generation Star Trek with Pagan. We have to finish Game of Thrones.
Yes. Dakota1175 says, Joe Biden is one of the best written villains. I can't wait to see the story fucking end.
Yeah.
I know, can I get out of clown world? Can I go back to normalcy? Yeah, no, seriously. Seriously, Babylon 5. I would honestly rate it higher than Deep Space Nine. That's how fucking good it is.
That's pretty high praise.
Yeah, because I hold Deep Space Nine pretty highly.
Do you rate it above or below the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones? Ooh, you have to think about it.
Honestly, I'd say above because of the way it finishes off. It finishes strong. Minus a really weird attempt at like modernizing it when they did a movie thing. But no, it finished really strong. The series as a whole.
All right.
Now, could make the argument that the single most influential piece of medieval fantasy literature, which came to shape the genre as it exists today, from which basically all medieval fantasy writers borrowed.
If you talk about King Arthur, I swear to God. Swear to God! Swear to me, Mum! Mum was a test tube!
Even if he references King Arthur or Lord of the Rings here, I don't necessarily think it's true that every fantasy writer draws influence from this.
My point being that these people are so brain dead that they only think of King Arthur as the thing. So I have a feeling that's where we're going.
Because like
if there was anything that influenced the genre more, because he already discounted Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, how big was Lord of the Rings, or even The Legend of King Arthur over in Japan? Like, how many JRPGs did that influence?
Because more so now, but yeah.
more so now, but like in the 90s and stuff, would Breath of Fire 3 or Legend of Dragoon or any of those types of games be influenced by Lord of the Rings or King Arthur?
More likely Lord of the Rings.
More likely?
Honestly, yeah. And honestly, more likely Celtic myths. Japan is weirdly obsessed with Celtic mythology.
Really?
Yes. And Vikings. Celtic and Viking mythology. Sorry, I should say Norse mythology. Yeah, it really. Yeah, of the two, I'd say Norse mythology is like one of the biggest influences from Western going to Japan. Celtic is a really big influence, and then yeah, it's just oh, Vikings, it's just Vikings, man. All of the all of the fucking animes and mangas and everything about Vikings.
I actually should have asked this earlier. This is completely off topic. How well did your community like Snatch?
Oh, a lot of them loved it.
Good. I am glad to hear that by showing you this movie, you showed them the one, like anyone who is in your community who hasn't seen it, and they've experienced it now.
We're actually watching this Saturday. We're watching Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels.
Nice. I've only seen that movie once.
I've never seen it, so it's going to be new to me. But it's Guy Ritchie as well, and I'm like, you know what? I enjoyed Snatch so much, I want to see it.
After that, watch Rockarola.
My community doesn't know this, but I actually called beat for beat what was going to happen in Snatch in one scene.
Yes.
And it was funny. Cree said he had to like cover his mouth and shut up because I literally called it so perfect. Like the moment that the dog is growling at him and the American gangster's like, "Ooh, Tony, open a window. It kind of stinks in here."
Yeah,
And
Cousin Avi.
Tony opens the window, and I immediately said, "Oh, the dog's gonna bite the jewel, take it in its mouth, and jump out that window."
Yeah, and exactly as he called it. It was great.
Yeah. And then the moment he started shooting, I said, "Oh, Tony's fucking dead." Because he closed his eyes and started going bang, 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 bang with the Desert Eagle, and I'm like, "Oh, Tony is fucked."
I don't even know if he closed his eyes. You're probably right, because you would have paid attention to that detail. I just know he was just fucking firing all over the place without aiming, wild. It's like, yeah, something bad is gonna happen. But it's just the hilarity
he
of...
has his eyes closed as he's wildly spraying gunfire everywhere.
It's just the hilarity of, oh, we should get Bullet Tooth Tony. Bullet Tooth Tony? Yeah, he was shot 6 times in one sitting.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Boris, I actually counted. Boris the Blade takes 9 rounds.
I love that scene too. It's just Boris speaking Russian. He's like, "Fuck you," and Tony is just like, "You better stay down, Boris." Fuck, bang.
All right, don't be having a laugh, Boris. Bam, 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 bam. You missed me. And he's like, "Mother," and then he actually grabs with both hands and aims and shoots. And then Boris starts saying some shit again, so he shoots him again.
that was the last time. When he grabs with both hands and aims, that is the last time.
Oh, fair.
And then
But
he tries to shoot Tyrone and realizes he's out of ammo. He's just like, "You lucky fuck."
Lucky motherfucker.
Guys, I need...
Here is my favorite part about the movie.
I need...
favorite part. It's that scene. My favorite part. It is not confirmed if Boris is dead. Boris might still be alive.
Technically, yes. I need to make this very clear for chat. If you have not seen the Guy Ritchie movie Snatch, go fucking watch it. It is great.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Love that movie so fucking much.
I watched Hardcore Henry. I had to pause it a few times because it is very disorienting. I liked it, but oh man, first person shooter where you're not in control is just especially when the action is that intense all the time. Just
Yeah, it's one thing watching someone play like Doom or Half-Life or whatever, but when the character is constantly rolling and moving in ways that a first-person shooter game typically doesn't move, yeah, that can be.
because again, you can snap your head back within a second, so you're getting these wild like, whoo, 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 whoo. It's like, oh god.
Snatch is easily my favorite Guy Ritchie movie. Yeah, it's great. Rock'n'Rolla is pretty good too, from what I remember. I need to watch it at some point again.
Oh my god, yes, you get to see what a pikey does to settle a blood feud. Holy shit.
I never
Don't fuck with gypsies.
I
Holy shit.
I never did ask. What did you guys think about that ending? The way that wrapped up with Mickey.
I enjoyed, and again, I agree with Turkish. It only occurs to me now that I realized that he took the death of his mother really lightly. Oh.
Yeah, I fucking love that. I love that he like schemed this whole thing to like get back at them for that. He was like, "Oh no, 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 no."
No, motherfuckers.
I do also like how he has the good sense to realize it's not Tommy and Turkish's fault. It's just they were caught up in it.
Yeah. Well, especially because they come to him, after all of this, they come to talk with him. They're not like threatening him or anything like that. They're literally standing there. Like he won't even say anything for the longest time as he's watching the smoldering ashes of his mother. He's like, I'm real sorry. I'm real sorry, Mickey. He's like, what do you say? If he was a true gangster, he would have been like, and now you know what's good for you and shit like that. You should have taken up my offer and everything. No, Mickey realized that if these guys were actually like involved in this, they would be threatening me and everything right now. And so,
Yeah. It's also just Mickey's response too. Did you do it? And why are you apologizing for? It's great. It still fucks with me that Pikey is Brad Pitt, yeah.
Brad Pitt did such a good job doing the gypsy accent. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I could not understand what they were fucking saying.
I only could get bits and pieces of it. I could vaguely put together what all they were saying because I enjoy the accent of the kingdom in Ireland. The kingdom accent in Ireland is so fucking thick. It is amazing. And that's what the traveler dialogue is. It's the kingdom mixed with English. It's the kingdom accent of Ireland mixed with English. It is so fucking funny.
Now,
And they're very soft. They don't have like hard consonants or anything. Everything is super soft and flowy. Oh, it's great.
I can't remember for sure or not, but I'm pretty sure the DVD even has an option to enable subtitles just for the Pikeys.
Well, I've seen that, but it also PCs a lot of what's said.
Oh.
Yeah, which is a shame. Like they don't put anything like pikey or anything in any of the subtitles because that's an offensive term. It's like, okay.
So they can say it, but they can't show it in text.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stupid.
And it's a lot of that. There's a lot of that in it.
Right.
And there's a lot of it where they're just wrong with what he says. But it gets the same point across, but they're just off. Again, it's not a transcription, and they're not transcribing what's being said, which I wish they would, because that makes it all the funnier.
It should be a transcription, because it's what's being said in the movie. It's not like it's a foreign language. It needs to be... that doesn't have words we do, or vice versa. So it has to be actually changed, so it makes sense.
You know what it is? It's that fucking skit. It's that fucking skit of the Al-Qaeda terrorist talking to the British reporter, and the one with the really thick accent is speaking, and then it goes to the guy who speaks perfect English, and they subtitle his words. And then he's like, and we will fight the foreign dogs. Are those subtitles? No, what are you talking about? Just talking. What? I'm speaking perfect English. Why do you need subtitles? And then it goes back to the other guy speaking, and he's like, well, maybe they just have the hard of hearing. And he's like, okay, maybe the hard of hearing. Wait a second, can you say something again? He says, well, no, I mean the Nike and he starts talking with a really thick accent. But there's no subtitles. Like, why doesn't he get subtitles? Oh, I love that skit so much.
Anyways, let's try to at least make it to 10 minutes. I don't know if we can even do that with the pace we're going. But we're almost at 4 hours now, and it's getting hot in here because of the temperatures down here. So I want to try to maybe do another hour, and then we'll cut it.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
From which basically all medieval fantasy writers borrow and take inspiration from, had nothing to do with this trend of medieval fantasy stories that have a pro-monarchy bent to them.
What?
And you'd be wrong, but yeah, you could probably make that argument. This is one of the ways...
Oh, okay, so he wasn't going for King Arthur thing. He was just setting up a weird, like... Oh, God, man. Your point was all over the place there.
Yeah. I'm tempted to wind that back and try and get the whole thing.
Yeah, let's do that real quick.
All right. That should be enough.
Individuals, essentially saying that monarchy could work, or even be a good thing, so long as the right monarch is on the throne.
True.
Now, you could make the argument that the single most influential piece of medieval fantasy literature, which came to shape the genre as it exists today, from which basically all medieval fantasy writers borrow and take inspiration from, had nothing to do with this trend of medieval fantasy stories that have a pro-monarchy bent to them. And you'd be wrong, but...
I don't see the pro-monarchy bent in Lord of the Rings.
Now, where's the pro-monarchy been in Lord of the Rings? Where's the pro-monarchy been in Game of Thrones? Where's the pro-monarchy bent in Discworld?
Well, he's saying that this is influential and it has a pro-monarchy bent, which I don't...
No, that's what I'm saying. Is he's saying that all these other people, again, I am using the direct ones he said, are taking from Lord of the Rings, and I'm saying, okay, where's the pro-monarchy bent in Game of Thrones? Where's the pro-monarchy bent in Discworld? You know what happens in both of those? They make strong arguments that the monarchy having a singular failure point, the king or queen, is kind of a bad thing. But when you get a good one, it's really nice. When you get a bad one, well, it was a singular point of failure. So you're in for shit.
I'm just still at the part of... How are you getting a pro-monarchy bent from Lord of the Rings? Having good kings under a monarchy in fantasy doesn't mean it's pro-monarchy.
No.
What if people just wanted to write about good kings? Because again, it's something a lot of people, I can imagine, would very much like. You have a benevolent ruler who... keeps the people safe. He does what he can for the people. Instead of being greedy and selfish and brutal. I don't know, I think a lot of people would find that appealing. You know?
It's just weird that he's even... Lord of the Rings doesn't, like, try to make them seem infallible in any way.
Yeah.
Like, we see kings fail. We see them fuck up and do bad shit. So it's weird for him to be like, oh yeah, this pro-monarchy angle that Tolkien wrote into his story, and it's like, where? Like, he literally criticizes that at points in a way. Because he doesn't 100% shit on it, that's supporting it.
Well, yeah, you need to understand, if you're writing about something that people like this view as bad, you absolutely have to criticize it in your writing, or else you automatically support it and think it's great. The one thing
fucking stupid.
The one thing that Lord of the Rings encourages is simply the Shire. It's not pro-monarchy, it's pro-simple life. Yeah, and that's another thing. I've heard before that Tolkien really hated industrialization and cars and all that shit. And it kind of comes across... Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It comes across in the books where the machine, the war machine, the destruction, it's all portrayed as a very, very bad thing. The destruction of nature. And then the Ents come and fucking destroy all that and take it back. If there's anything he's trying to say in his story, it's probably that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got argument. This is one of the ways that Tolkien greatly influences the medieval fantasy genre on a thematic level today. But Tolkien's influences run deeper than simply influencing thematic trends within the genre. Now, this is where I'm going to have to put a content warning for the rest of the video.
Oh, is this where the stupidity begins?
Yeah, I was gonna say, we've already been pretty fucking stupid up to this point. Or is this your fucking hippy dippy like trigger warning? Is that what we're gonna get now? Because again, remember, this is the guy who simps for fucking Anita Sarkeesian.
I had already forgotten that. I put that out of my memory because I didn't like having to see her fucking face.
Yeah, that alone is enough to just completely disregard everything this dude says. Like, holy fuck, man. When did this come out?
Let me check. Let's see here. Oh, let's see. Mute tab. Pause the video in the new tab. Loading. How Tolkien Holds Fantasy Back. 3,331 views. January 27th, 2021.
Oh my god, so you already knew that she
Jeez.
was fucking ousted for lying constantly and stealing. Oh my, okay.
Wow, yeah, that's really bad. I was gonna say, if this is an older video, it might not be too bad, but no, 2021, he would have known that Anita is a lying piece of shit and that she's
Yeah, and
been
a con
completely
artist.
that nobody, not even leftists fucking trust her. So
Yeah,
for
there's a
him to be
reason
like,
he's gone to fucking obscurity.
yeah, like even the left wouldn't take her, and that says a lot. So for this guy to be like, oh yeah, she's a wise woman, like
As
what
a
the
wise
fuck?
woman once said.
Like shut the fuck
Fucking
up,
stupid art.
dude.
Trigger warning. Brain aneurysm is guaranteed for anyone with 2 brain cells. Viewer discretion is advised. Yeah. Well, I mean, we're 1/6 of the way into this video and it's already fucking abysmal trash.
If of racism, fictional
It's trigger warning! I called it! We're in full clown world ahead! Honk honk! Everybody
Wait,
get on!
hold on. What do you mean there's gonna be racism after this point? You already said that people with bent backs and sloped foreheads, oh man, that's kind of racist. How is that racist? They're orcs. They're a fictional creature. You aren't possibly relating the qualities of a brutal fictional race of mindless killers. You're not relating that to real people, are you? Because that'd be kind of fucking racist.
Pretty racist.
I don't know about this guy, man. I'm very uncomfortable with the content of racist being shown on my stream.
I know. Oh god. We should keep a list of these people and be like, racist literally holds an evil fictional race as being exactly similar to a real race.
Gosh, should we add fucking is actually racist to the bingo card?
Let's see.
We should revise the bingo card.
We should,
because there's a whole lot of shit to add. Yeah.
There is a ton to add. I'm gonna need to get the community's help to add everything. Again, it can't just be the end jokes and everything like that, because that's stuff that's probably not going to come up all the time. I was shocked how often fucking Zero Stam Iron Dagger has shown up in the weirdest of places.
Yeah.
Oh, like a video talking about like talking about Fallout 3, and then they show a picture, a brief clip of them stabbing with an iron dagger and zero stamina. I'm just like, what? What the fuck?
I'm still tempted to do that joke video where I do a speed run of bad Morrowind combat criticism. Get the Iron Dagger, find the first person you see with zero stamina, stab them, and complain about how bad combat is.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. This is literally racism head. Oh, so this is the part where he becomes openly racist. Yeah, that's exactly where it is.
Well, it is very nice of him to flag his racism in advance. So,
Okay, Dreadnought. I know it's technically fatigue. I know, but zero stam, iron dagger, no proficiency, just flows better.
I also don't really care between the terms because, regardless of what you call it, it serves the same function pretty much.
Yes.
It's still your non-magic, non-health energy bar.
Yeah, remember, it's not stamina in Dark Souls, it's endurance. Don't get it wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. And same thing in Elden Ring. It's endurance in Elden Ring, not stamina. Or actually, did they change it to endurance as the stat and now it says stamina?
I'll be right back. I'm getting a call.
Okay.
I think they might have changed that, where endurance is the stat and then stamina is the thing it actually says on the bar.
I don't know. I just know that the stat for changing it is endurance, so
Yeah.
technically it would still be endurance.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna look it fucking up right now. By that I mean I'm gonna open up Elden Ring while we wait for Cree to come back.
Yeah, also zero fatigue is that it's actually the opposite of zero stamina.
Yeah, because it means you're not fatigued.
Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't work to say zero fatigue. That would actually fuck up the whole point.
Dude, it was funny. I actually got to show Ben some mechanics of Elden Ring he didn't know existed yesterday. That was a blast.
Nice.
Like I got to show him about the whole, the poison pods thing and the rot pods. I'm like, no, don't shoot them with fire or anything like that. No, shoot them with their actual element. He's like, what? He goes, yeah, it overloads their filtration system and they choke and explode.
Oh yeah, I showed Gadget that because he didn't know about that stuff, and I gave him some poison throwing knives, and I said, "You see that big clump over there of those things we've been killing?" And he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Go throw these at them, but stand at least a decent amount away from them. Don't get too close when you do this." He's like, "Okay." He walked over there and threw 4 of them at him and watched it start all exploding. He was like, "What?"
It's like, yeah, they can only filter so much poison through their body and spit it back out. So you're actually overloading their body system to do it. They overload and they explode.
Yeah, I fucking love doing that shit. I just love sitting there watching them all explode one by one.
Yeah. Yeah, that took a long time to get to the main menu. Patrick, your racist is showing. I love seeing these racists out themselves. Yeah, again, like I said, it's all these people that talk about how orcs are clearly black people. It's like, no, they're not. A normal, well-adjusted, non-racist person will never see an orc as a black person. A racist will see an orc as a black person and then declare it's a problem.
Oh yeah, the crystal darts and the imps and guard dog things. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like robots. They like short circuit when you
I
throw
was
them.
right. I was right. Endurance is the attribute, and they call the base stat stamina. I was right.
Huh. Okay. Well, that's interesting.
Well, now I can leave Elden Ring. Don't worry, Sefkar. I'll be back to continue my adventures of making a dragon cultist. Besides, what about black orcs? Are orcs not people? No, they're a fictional race. So you answered your question. Orcs are not people. Argonians are not people. Khajiit are not people. They are Argonians, and they are Khajiit. That is what they are. Excuse me, they are called Redguard? Oh! No, I don't think Redguard having low int is racist. I think you have to find some way to distinguish between the... Because Elder Scrolls had to have all these different human races, they had to distinguish some way, and the Bretons are the ones that are supposed to have the intelligence. So, you've got to find something to distinguish things out, either positive, negative. It would... Now, you know what? It would have been funny if the Nords got like a -2 intelligence modifier or something. That would be fun. Yeah. So the thing I think would be... What I think is great is... Okay, I'm going to talk about Elder Scrolls Online for a second. There is a fantastic recurring character all throughout the game, and is a Nord ambassador who is going between all the different allies of the Nords, but he doesn't understand their customs, and so he does some horribly racist shit. Well-intentioned, mind you, but because he doesn't understand the customs or anything, and he doesn't just ask. Oh, those quests are a lot of fun, though. Holy shit, those quests are funny. I wish, though, as an Argonian character, you could set him straight on what Argonian customs actually are. I wish that was a thing, but you can't. But it is hilarious to watch him bumblefuck his way through trying to be an ambassador. And it's like, we gotta go get musk from this, and I gotta dump it on myself because all dark elves smell this way, and it is only proper that I assimilate. And things like, okay. But my favorite part is, again, he's presented as an idiot. They send him on ambassador missions because the High King can't have him killed because he's technically family, but he doesn't want him anywhere near the throne because he's such a fuck up and an idiot. Oh, I love him. I love him so much. They are some of the funniest quests. We need to go get Dark Elf clothing. It's like, this doesn't smell like Dark Elves. What? We need to make it smell like Dark Elves, so your character goes and sticks it in the hay in the stables to make it stink.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh,
What?
dude. Oh my god, I love those quests. They're so fucking funny. God. Yeah, he is so mentally stupid. He doesn't realize it because he's being entirely genuine. He's being honest, and he's an actual really nice guy, but he just won't ask what the customs actually are. He just assumes and goes from there. It's so fucking funny. If I remember right, the one for the Argonians is he smears mud on his face and everything. It's like, oh no. I know where this is going.
I am back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back. We were talking about ESO, and there's a character, a recurring character for the Ebonheart Pact,
Uh-oh.
and he's a Nord, and he is unintentionally hyper racist, but he's a good person and has a really kind heart. But he's an ambassador for the Nords, and the Nords know he's an idiot. The High King can't just have him killed for being a dumbass because he's family. So he can't kill him, So, but he keeps him away from Skyrim as much as possible because he's a fuck up. And so you have to do quests like, I'm gonna go meet with the Dark Elves, but I need some stuff. And you get him like Dark Elf clothes, like, this doesn't smell like the Dark Elves. And I think they'll be highly offended. It doesn't smell like them. So you go stick the clothing in hay in the stable so it stinks. And you give it to him. And it's like, oh no.
Does he have you buy lizards as slaves to have that,
No.
Oh.
No, but he does stuff, and I swear, I remember one of the quests when he's meeting with the Argonian delegation. He gets you, he has you get him some special mud so you can smear it on his face, and I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, imagine if he did that for the Red Guards.
Oh no, because the Red Guards are enemy. This is the
he's the joke Pagan is making is
Yeah, I know, blackface. He could have done it to the Dark Elves too, which would have been funny still.
Yeah.
But yeah, oh my god, it's just to watch him whenever I see him show up, like whenever I'm in a new town in a new part of Skyrim, and he's talking about, I did so well meeting with the Dark Elf ambassadors, they sent me into the Black Marsh to go talk in Gideon and everything. It's like, oh no. Or when he shows up in Murkmire, it's like, oh my god, you're in Murkmire now. Holy shit, you are way away from home, my friend.
Within the genre. Now, this is where I'm going to have to put a content warning for the rest of the video.
I just want to say too, I understand looping trailer footage when it's something that just came out. These movies are 20 fucking years old! Why the fuck are you looping trailer footage?
Yep. Show us the actual footage. Show your work. Show your work.
This is very boring visually, and it's the kind of thing that makes people tune out, even if you're talking about something new. Like, if I'm interested in a video talking about a new movie, and it just has looping trailer footage, I get fucking bored. Because, God, it's just the same visuals over and over again, rather than using something interesting, or even if you use a particular visual over and over again, you're using it to make a point. Or as a reaction to something.
Yeah,
At least that's interesting editing. Rather than just, yeah, I'm gonna sit here and talk for 30 minutes about how Lord of the Rings is racist, and I'm just gonna put 30 minutes of looped footage in there. It's very fucking boring. What about footage of a rotting watermelon? That works too. Very good video, by the way.
Discussions of racism, fictional or otherwise, make you deeply uncomfortable, I understand, and I urge you to close the video now.
Fictional or otherwise. Who gets uncomfortable at racism towards fictional races?
Well, we know who. The leftoids.
It's just
We
bizarre.
know exactly.
It's just bizarre to Plinkett voice. Lord of the Rings is the most racist thing since my son.
He's such a disappointment. I tried to abort him 15 times.
After he was born.
But then they got a restraining order on the last time at his 21st birthday.
We get to discuss the least lovely Mongol types. Oh god, do I really have to say that? Is that in the script?
You wrote the fucking script?
Who wrote the script, you idiot?
By the way, these jokes... I know humor is subjective. These jokes aren't funny at all. Ever.
God, I like that you brought up the comedy, because I was just about to say, man, I sure hope you find this funny, because it only gets way funnier later.
He does it again.
Oh, dude, throughout the whole video, he does this shit. It is so annoying. He thinks he's so funny.
Maybe
I really hope you like this because man, these jokes ain't gonna go away anytime soon.
Maybe I should have just jumped out of my window when Anita Sarkeesian was on stream, because it sounds like I would have saved myself some pain by doing that.
No, there is actually. So there are parts of comedy that are objective, like the timing, the pacing, the setup, the annoying joke that goes on too long. There's actually a very specific timing for it. So you get an annoying thing, and at first it's funny because the annoying thing starts, and then it drops off, and now it's not funny anymore, and we're gonna stop it. When are you gonna stop? 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 Then it curves back up. It's like, and it's kind of funny. It goes because the human brain is fucking weird. So you go back up above the line. You go back up, and it's even funnier than when you first started the annoying thing. Then you know immediately where you have to cut it off, because if you go past that too much further, it shoots down like a fucking stone. And this is a technique that you can be taught. These are things that you can learn. You can learn the timing and language of comedy.
Are you?
And then it all comes down to your jokes and what the subject matter and everything is.
Are you shaking your mic as you're talking?
No.
Because I was hearing it tapping when you were talking.
Yes, that was somebody tapping on my door. So I will be right back.
All right. Oh no, people are making fake Joker quotes. Comedy is subjective, Murray. How about another black joke, Murray? No. Look, the stream is already too racist with the person we're covering. We can't have any haha funny racist jokes in chat, okay? We can't do it.
God, I want you guys to hear the fucking dwarf stuff so bad. I hope we get to that before we quit.
I think we're getting close to that because the time code I jumped to preview was like 7 minutes in, and we're 6 1/4 in, so...
Yeah, because that shit was what really got me, was like, okay, this video is fucking shit because of this specific thing that he brings up about the dwarves.
No, I think we've had enough of your racism. It's okay, Cree, this video is fictional. No, it's not. Today's slurs are brought to you by Sally. By the way, how the fuck is Lord of the Rings racist? It's not. Idiots just want to call it racist so they can undermine it and, I don't know, get good boy points for pointing out the non-existent racism. It's okay, Cree. Just invite Jay Longbone and she'll bring all the Ewok jokes with her. I think it would be fun to have her on, but man, I don't know if she would come on a stream as small as ours. I'd have to find something good for us to cover too if she ever does. Welcome back.
Ewoks with the hard K.
By the way, Sir Ben just sent me a message, said, you know what? If everyone's cool with it, I'd be happy to jump in with Stag.
Oh, today or when we finish this? Right now?
Yeah, he'd be happy to jump in right
All right, let's. Well, we're not going to be going for a whole lot longer, just so you know. But yeah, we can do that. Just hold on. There's Discord. I'm going to hide that there. And do we have a group with them open still?
We can just do.
You're not just going to add them to this group, are you?
No. I was just going through. I'm like, do we have it? And he's like, I think it's on Stag 50. Oh no, he's not.
Oh, there it is. It's an older one. Okay, I'm going to do the call now. That should work. I can bring Discord back up. Hello there.
Hello, baby.
Well, hi.
Ooh, you're loud. I'm going to turn you down a bit. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm pretty well. I just woke up, actually. How about you guys?
Yeah, doing all right. You enjoying this wonderful video we're covering?
Oh, I'm pulling it up now, but from what I've heard of it, it sounds, yeah, it sounds like right up my alley. Oh my gosh.
Fucking dog shit, man.
There you go. There's the wash together for.
So we're probably gonna only go for another half hour to an hour, but we will be finishing off this video in about 2 weeks on September 4th. That's a Sunday. If you'd like to join for that as well, we're gonna have Captain Dirk on for that because he is a huge Lord of the Rings fan. He knows a lot about the series.
God damn it! I just saw your name, Ben. Oh, look at the wash together.
I couldn't resist.
This stag brought to you by the letter N.
Yeah.
Oh no. And for Enwa, of course.
Yes.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah, but yeah, Ben, the thing I was telling you, Ben, is like, it's like normal, well-adjusted people, like normal, healthy-minded people, don't look at an orc say, the buck teeth, the hunched posture, the penchant for evil, the barbarism, and they're paganistic. That's clearly a black person. Normal people don't do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it just drives me insane.
All right, we good to continue?
Yes.
Just gonna wind it back a little bit.
We get to discuss the least lovely Mongol types. Oh god, do I really have to say that? Is that in the script?
As I said, you wrote the script,
Now,
so yes.
look. Saying that The Lord of the Rings is racist is a hot take on the same level as saying Belle from Beauty and the Beast has Stockholm Syndrome, or that Mario is a sociopath.
Why the fuck are you showing game theory?
He's so Lindsey Graham for the Belle has Stockholm Syndrome, which she might actually have. It all depends on the way you tell that story, right?
I find it coincidentally funny that we covered game theory once with Ben, and 5 seconds after he joins, game theory pops up.
Ben is Kirk.
Yeah, no, I'm stuck with it. It's ridiculous. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Yes, I absolutely blame you for this. I'll never forgive you.
Clearly it was a mistake bringing you on. Oh, no.
Also, as people in chat are saying Lindsey Graham, I think you got the wrong Lindsey there, Satch.
Did I say Lindsey Graham? Oh,
I
no.
think you did. Because I heard that.
No, I'm not gonna correct it.
Because, yeah, I heard it. I was thinking to myself, wait a second.
Lindsay Ellis. Oh, shit. Oh, no, but that's way funnier. That is way funnier to say Lindsey Graham. Holy shit.
Anyways.
Incredibly well-trodden territory. And just like those two examples, just leaving it at Lord of the Rings is racist is a massive oversimplification of a long-standing analytical debate within the sphere of the medieval fantasy genre.
Who is actually, besides you, who is actually on the side that Lord of the Rings is racist?
Weirdos who want to claim everything is racist because they want to tear down the things people love.
Yeah. It's the weirdos that are actually racist themselves who want to project that onto everyone else.
Yeah.
Someone
thanks,
needs to
extra credits.
Someone needs to tell this guy to clean his room.
God damn it.
Were we starting to say, Ben?
Oh, no, I just said thanks, extra credits. I mean, that's the first time I heard of the friggin' the orc being an allegory for black people.
I've actually...
It was ridiculous.
I had actually heard of that long before extra credits did it. Because that's the thing these people try to bring up every so often is, oh, orcs are just... the orcs are racist. Why are orcs racist? Because they represent black people. Fucking how? Because they're savage brutes, and that's all they are in fiction. It's like, excuse me?
I want you to think about what you just said. You just said black people are just savage brutes.
Yeah, exactly. It's the most insane take to me that people say this unironically and think they're fighting against racism.
Yeah.
The thing that boggles my mind is that in most of the instances where I've heard this kind of drivel, it's white people saying it in the first place.
Yes, that's
like they're getting offended on the behalf of a demographic that they're not even a part of. It's ridiculous.
You know what that reminds me of? That guy, It was a guy, I think James Klug was his name. He dressed up in a sombrero and put on a fake mustache and everything like that. And then he went up to a bunch of fucking college liberal types, and he said, "Does my outfit offend you?" And the white women are like, "Yes." And the white men are like, "Yes." And the black women are like, "Yes." And the black men are like, "Yes." And then he goes to any of the Mexican. He literally goes to any Latino and everything, and he's like, "Does my outfit offend you?" And they're like, "No." "Do you like my outfit?" "Yeah, it's pretty awesome." And
Yeah.
they're all like
It's
happy.
ridiculous.
Like all these older people and everything are happy, and they're like dancing around with them, and they're just having fun and stuff. It's so good.
This is also the whole thing with cultural appropriation that people fucking complain about. Like, oh, you're engaging with this culture. That's a cultural appropriation. Most people like when people from outside of their culture engage with it.
Yeah, when they show genuine interest in their culture, then they're like, "Oh my god, you actually care?" It's like, yeah.
Yeah, so a little bit of an anecdote actually. A few years ago, oh far, it's almost 10 years ago now. Oh my gosh, I'm old. Um, I spent over 12 months in South Africa doing volunteer work, and I remember one time, me and the guys that I was working with were asked to go and help with catering for a wedding, and it was a native Xhosa wedding, so we're able to go and associate with all the Xhosa people, and it was really cool. But as part of the proceeds of the wedding, they were all singing these traditional songs, and I can speak a little bit of Xhosa. I learned it while I was there, and so I was joining along with them, and they were just looking at me, just absolutely amazed, going, "What the heck? This white guy can can sing along with us? What's going on?" And they loved it. They thought it was great, and they thought it was great that I was taking an interest in their culture and the things that they love and hold dear. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing cultural appropriation about that. It's absolute bullcrap.
I just don't even like cultural appropriation as a whole thing because
Yeah, it's a concept.
honestly, hey, you want a really spicy take? We should have culturally appropriated the Native Americans. We shouldn't have done the reservations and everything because what's happened to their culture now? It's not thriving. They are some of the most poverty-stricken areas in the U.S. Like
And
they look
Canada.
worse than third world countries. It is horrifying, and they live with tribal law, which is, to be polite, completely fucked. It's like really, we should have brought them into the fold. We should have made them part of us so they could keep their culture and heritage and spread it and let it thrive, not lock it away. It's
Yeah.
just, oh, and again, like these places are not nice places. And it's really sad. You get some of the reservations that look really nice, the ones that actually build the casinos and they make a lot of money. They can afford it. Look at all these other reservations that can't. And they're quite frankly shitholes. And it's really depressing. So like I said, there's my spicy hot take is that we should have brought the Native Americans into be Americans and not kept them separate, not kept them other, not made kept them alien from everything. So I think that's damaged them quite significantly.
Yeah, as a Native American, I agree.
Yeah. Well, there
God,
you
have
go.
you ever been to the reservations?
No,
I've passed
I
Oh
saw.
man,
I've passed
I've
through
seen a few, but no, I have not been to them.
I've passed through one here in Canada, and it it didn't look great. It didn't.
no. I used to have to go to them and go through them like once every like couple of months. And oh boy, they try to pretty it up like where you enter from and like where all the stalls and stuff are because they want you to buy stuff.
Mhm.
Those don't look too bad, but man, the moment you go past that shit, it's like, holy fuck, this looks worse than most like crack riddled ghettos and shit. It looks
Yep.
so bad.
The one I saw was I can't remember what tribe it was, but it was a big barracks that was built by the military. It was a big barracks, and they were all living in it, and they were all living in hammocks that barely stayed to the ceiling, and everything. All the tiles were stained, and there were holes all over in the floors and everything. And literally, like the entire community, or a big portion of the community, was living in this one room, this one barracks.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the thing is, you would think this is some other country, but then you see them wearing like American sweaters and Barbie dolls and stuff laying around and everything, and it's just nasty.
Yeah. And it's so weird to see that, like, where they try to keep everything to look traditional, but they also they've clearly modernized. And when you
Yeah.
see it mixed together like that, it looks so weird. It just doesn't meld.
Now again, it's not just the reservations either though. Like go to the Appalachians and check out some of the. Sorry, I'm gonna just say it. Check out some of the hillbilly villages there, where the terrain is just so fucking rough. Who the hell in their right mind is gonna build like stuff up there? And they are like disastrous. They look like third world countries, and it's like, so we have all these problems here, but constantly Washington wants us to look outwards instead of at the fucking shitholes we have here.
Oh
I,
man.
I like
That
how
reminds me. Go ahead. Go
I
ahead. I'll
like
let
how
you go
there's
first.
just a random comment during all this conversation. And it's just yeehaw.
Yeah.
But man, you reminded me. We visited the Appalachian Mountains. I think it was like 4 years ago. Like we've been a few times, but the last time we went was a few years ago. And we went up to, oh man, where was it? I don't remember the exact area, but it was way up in the mountains. And there was a Native American guy selling, I don't even know exactly what it was. Basically, it was just like you would pay $20 for him to just like talk to you and do like and get you to dance with him and stuff like that. And he had like a crowd with him and stuff. It wasn't too bad. It was very like very street performer s sort of thing where it's just like, okay, you don't really have like you don't have any instruments or anything. It's literally just you talking and kind of doing like a really Americanized version of Indian dances, like to the point where it's been stripped down so much it's for basically for toddlers.
Yeah, it's lost all its meaning and substance.
Yeah, it was very oof, but I kind of joined in. My family was there; they were interested. So, and obviously, I'm the only one that can like dance. So, because I'm younger than they are, and I was like, oh, this isn't too bad. It's kind of funny. But then as soon as it was over, he immediately, without skipping a beat, points over at the casino and tries to get every single person in this crowd, including children, to go to the fucking casino. And my entire family just looked at him like, for shame, my guy. Like, what are you doing? And he just had this look of like he knew he fucked up when he did that because he knew that we were fucking Native American, especially my grandparents are super Native American. Like you could tell when you look at them. And they just had this look of just extreme disappointment on their faces towards him. And he just had this look of like, I fucked up. And yeah, everyone just got in their cars and left. And it was just like, what the fuck were you doing, man? Like, it's bad enough that you're doing this really low effort street performing stuff that's like really toned down to the point of not even being like representative of Native American culture. But then you immediately, as soon as it's over, try to get every single person in this group to walk over with you to the fucking casino and go inside and start gambling. And it's like, fuck off. I really hate what our fucking culture has become. It's so bad.
Yeah. Wait, which is really sad because okay, in the Marines, so we have every Sunday we get 3 hours of downtime. 3 hours of downtime. That's a guaranteed thing. Well, unless you're in combat, of course, naturally. But 3 hours of downtime. That allows you to go to any religious services you want or anything like that. So what I did when I was going to San Diego, at Marine Corps Recruit Depot San Diego, I went to all the different religious services that they had because I wanted to see what they were like. And we had a couple Native Americans that were in my platoon 2147, and so I went with them, and I went to the Native American service. I skipped on the peyote. I'll let you know, but they did have it there. They actually had it, and they actually all sat around a fire that they made, and they were singing and everything like that. It was genuinely fascinating to watch.
Yeah, a lot of the reservations have peyote and stuff where they'll have like they'll have people with the pipe and stuff, and they'll pass it around to tourists and stuff. I would never take it. I'm very anti-drug type of person. I won't smoke or anything like that. Like I will drink a little bit if if I think that if it calls for it, I'll drink
So that means when I
something. I
come
used
down. So that means when I come down to visit you, you won't smoke meth with me?
to no.
No.
I used to be a really heavy drinker, and thankfully I got out of that. I don't really drink much anymore. I used to drink like a bottle of wine and a whiskey every day, but I don't do that anymore. And but I would never smoke the peyote and stuff. Just being in the tent with the smoke coming out of it was enough to like knock you on your
You're
ass
getting the
sometimes.
effect. You're getting the effect
Yeah.
anyway.
It's like I don't need to smoke it to get fucked up. Like I'm just being here is enough.
But it was just funny because going from the Catholic service, the Protestant service, to the Orthodoxy, and then going, and these are all in different locations. They have their own different buildings and everything. Then when I went to the Native American service, it's out behind a bunch of buildings with some bleachers. It's really out of the way, like hush hush, quiet sort of thing. Because again, that's what they want. They want it to be quiet and out of the way. And they started a fire and everything, and we all sat there, and they passed out instruments and stuff, and they started, and they were passing around the peyote, but it wasn't in a pipe. It was a real blunt. And I was like, you know what? Fair enough. Make do with what you can. I mean, you're already, having to be like, no, this is part of our religious ceremonies. And it's like, you're gonna give us our drugs. It's like, okay, fair enough. I understand.
Okay, well, what if instead of paper, we give you a glass thing with a metal thing on the end of it, and
Yes.
you use that instead?
We'll give you a hookah. Oh, yeah, no, it was just funny. No, but again, like I said, I didn't partake, but I was just fascinated to watch and learn. The one service was led by an Irishman. He had such an accent. Oh my god. Oh, I felt so bad.
What tribe am I from? The majority of my family is Crow Indian.
Oh man. Oh god. Sorry, I just started remembering the Irish Marine pastor leading.
Setch,
I was like, God, you are such a thick accent. Holy shit.
Setch, you should attend a proper Japanese Shinto service. You might enjoy it.
Maybe. Like I don't take into I don't hold any sort of religion as right or anything like that. I don't really want to call myself atheist. I said if there is something out there, I doubt any of us would know it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, but I do it out of fascination. I'm curious. So yeah, I'd probably go to a Shinto ceremony and just observe. I like doing that. I like observing and watching and taking in the details. Oh, by the way, the guy, one of the Native Americans that was in my platoon, fucking fantastic artist. Like, holy mother of God. I watch him do, like, these incredible portraits and everything. It was just like, holy shit, dude. He managed to get a pencil. A fucking pen. Okay, getting a pencil in the Marine Corps, ludicrously difficult. He got a pencil somehow. I don't know how he got this pencil, but he got a pencil. Because everything is pins. You use pins for everything. But he got this pencil. And he's just sitting there during his free time before we go to the service, and he shows me his artwork, and it is fucking gorgeous. I was like, oh my god. shit.
I've never been interested in religious stuff myself, but I could definitely see the value as far as like someone creating fictional worlds and using that for inspiration for the religions they make for their world.
JD says, so are you deist or the people from South Park who don't know if there's a god but pray them anyways? I don't pray or anything. I feel like if there is something, why would he give a shit about us?
Yeah, that's kind of
why,
how I am.
why would he fucking care? So I'm like, hey, maybe there is something that came before us. Maybe there is something that started all this. Maybe there is something that started the Big Bang and everything. Does it affect me? No. Does whatever is up there, if there is something up there, do they give a shit about me? No. I ain't special. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm very like, there's nothing for or against something existing, but it's like clearly I'm not really part of whatever that thing has going on, so it's like I just don't care.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I had a friend years ago. He's not my friend anymore. Fuck that fuck. But he mentioned Pascal's wager to me, where it's like, well, even if if God doesn't exist, then you do no harm in believing him. But if he does exist, you get into heaven. And my thought is, that works under the assumption that all the other religions aren't real, though.
Yeah.
Like it still only takes into account one.
Yeah.
Yeah, what if you fucked up and went to the wrong one?
Yeah.
Oh, that was my favorite. So Ben probably knows this joke of like all the people in South Park going up to the pearly gates and like, wait, so who was right? Oh, it was the Mormons. The Mormons were right.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was great.
And all the Catholics, everything are like, God damn it.
One more comment, then we should get back to the video. Hello, Creetosis. We talking about racism in fantasy? I'm not gonna lie, when I played World of Warcraft, I made my goal to exterminate all the gnomes. A very noble cause, Senator Abby Strong.
Yes.
I wholeheartedly agree with you.
The kobolds will thank you. Though technically that's not the same lore, but still.
Death to the gnomes.
Yeah, genocide does not equal racism.
And also, remember, things to keep in mind, it's never a war crime the first time, so if you get them all in one sitting, you're good.
Oh.
My favorite aspect of Fat Electrician, fucking, that quote. And you're gonna find out, if you shoot at Doc, you're gonna find out real quick that it's never a war crime the first time.
Just leaving it at Lord of the Rings is racist is a massive oversimplification of a long-standing analytical debate within the sphere of the medieval fantasy genre. The 7-page paper Why is the Only Good Orc a Dead Orc by Anderson Rearick out of Mount Vernon Nazarene University.
Why do we care what this random person says?
And it's a university paper, too. Oh, no. What's the old saying that is constantly held true? Only someone with a college education could be so stupid.
Yeah, this has happened too many times to not be fucking true at this point. This is insane.
Yeah.
Also, why would you write your paper on killing fictional creatures?
Historically, C.S. Lewis did make a passing comment on racism during the Lord of the Rings first publication in his The Dethronement of Power, noting that people who dislike a clear demarcation of good and evil imagine they have seen a rigid demarcation between black and white people. What the fuck does C.S.
What?
Lewis have to do with j.r.r. Tolkien and Lord of the Rings? Oh. Oh!
Man, he better have failed that paper.
Oh, God, I need to stop reading this paper. This paper is hurting me.
Yeah.
What? Oh, my God. However, Lewis does not pursue the issue, saying that by the conclusion of Lord of the Rings, it is clear that the motives, even on the right and light side of the War of the Ring, are mixed, and this mixture stops readers who might brazen it out from continuing their claim of racism.
What the fuck does brazen it out mean? I've always understood brazen as like, I guess bold. Oh, that's very
Yeah.
bold of you. That's very brazen of you.
I guess to stick out the claim of racism, because the right and therefore the light side, the motives and everything are very mixed. It's like because they're realistic. Not everybody fights to overthrow the big bad specifically because they oppose evil. A lot of them do it because, hey, I want him to stop burning my lands and villages and stealing all of our women and sacrificing them. Some of them do it because, yeah, it's evil and you must be opposed, and others are like, dude, he is currently invading us right the fuck now, of course I oppose him.
What the fuck is this? This is so fucking retarded.
I believe that translates to Tolkien's works are more gray than black and white.
It literally
See-
does.
Yeah.
See, the thing too is a lot of times in Lord of the Rings they'll say, "Oh, this is a very black thing." They don't mean it as in race. They don't mean like black people.
Skin color.
Yeah, whenever they say black, this very dark thing, it's always meant as like good versus evil. This paper is pissing me off. I want to get it off screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goes into detail about how it has been going on since the 70s, and I can believe it. When asked, Tolkien would regularly go into detail about all the racial and ethnic minorities he based the various races on. Most
Did he now? Are we going to get this from the source himself, or is this going to be secondhand? Because if you're going to tell me that Tolkien based the dwarves on Jews, I'm going to need a fucking him saying that's exactly what he did. Because I don't even see how that is possible. By the way, the reason I bring that up is because Pagan said he was skipping around, and that was one of the arguments this guy made.
Yeah. Sauron's just blasting rap music from Barad-dûr.
Negromancy.
Oh no.
No.
Tolkien based the races in World of Middle-earth itself around all the places he went to when he was serving in wars. Okay. Is using a garbage source part of the bingo sheet? It kind of should be.
It really
Yeah,
should
it
be.
should- yeah,
At this
It should
point-
actually be source disproves point or something like that. Or we should have
It needs
both
to
of
be.
those.
Yeah, I was gonna say it should probably be a little more broad than that, but both would probably work because that one huggable hipster reference only had like 30 views. A page that's
Yeah.
been up for a decade, by the way.
Yeah. Or trying to use Wikipedia as like a completely authoritative source. Like,
I'll be
Wikipedia is so fucking biased.
right back. I'm getting a call.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah, Wikipedia is super fucking biased, and they get shit wrong. Like as we found out during our doing the recording for that video, and we tried to look into the exact number of quests and stuff, and yeah, no, they got some. There was some New Vegas quests that weren't in there that should have been.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff that's just wrong. Because again, it relies on somebody accurately reporting it and somebody caring enough to accurately report it and then go through the TISM work of, filling in every single minute detail. Which, trust me, is pretty fucking just woo.
Yeah. Also, I just really don't like Wikipedia because of how fucking pieces of shit they are.
Yes.
Like they changed the definition of like woman, but then you go to like their other sources and it contradicts that, and it's just like, wow, you guys couldn't even be arsed to fucking change everything. Or what was it? Fuck. I'm trying to remember. there's like entries on people like the Veritas guys, and they like outright call them fucking like disinformation campaigns who provably spread false information and shit like that, even though all of their court cases prove that that's not fucking true, and they don't spread disinformation at all because they win in all their court cases and stuff that prove that they're telling the truth. But Wikipedia labels them as fucking fake news and disinformation campaigns.
God, remember how long that lasted for the fucking Russia thing where they said this is all true and all verified and everything, and now we
the
know
Steele
it has
dossier.
now we know it's
The
been
Steele
confirmed that all of
dossier
that
is
was made up.
true.
Like every single one of it was made up, and it came from Hillary's team. Like they actively falsified and created all of it.
Yep. And they try to say it was all fucking true, even though everyone knew it wasn't. Like the only people who actually thought that shit was real was like the super hardcore lefties who only listen to mainstream media and believe everything they say. Everyone else knew that was all fucking bullshit.
Sorry, I'm having a conversation because Johnny Froggo was asking me how long did Fall of Reach last? How long did Reach last in the books? It was like a matter of hours, and then in the game it lasts for over a month. It is hard for me to overstate how badly Halo Reach damages the entirety of the Halo universe. It is super fucked. Reach surviving for over a month underneath an assault of 750 fucking Covenant ships and showcasing that humans have just better technology than all the Covenant is oh god.
Oh boy, we're doing the Reach discussion again, are we?
Yeah, Johnny Froggo sent a message in the Discord asking how long did Reach last in the books.
I think people are baiting you into ranting about it at this point, because this is like, what, the 4th or 5th time?
Yeah. But remember, I don't ever bring it up. I just talk about how much damage it does, and I never actually go into any of the details. Even though I go into details all the fucking time and it derails everything.
Getting back on track. Were we ready to return to the video?
Can I say no? let's do it.
And I can believe it. When asked, Tolkien would regularly go into detail about all the racial and ethnic minorities he based the various races on.
Source,
most
please.
notoriously describing orcs as
squat, broad, flat-nosed, sallow-skinned, with wide mouths and slant eyes. In fact, degraded and repulsive versions of the, to Europeans, least lovely Mongol types.
Okay, where's the source for this?
Because that on screen does not therefore make it a source.
Yeah, because the description of the orcs is fairly true in the first half, but the fact that they're saying, oh yeah, Mongol types, that's definitely not in the books.
It wasn't, by the way, it wasn't because... Chat? I see what you're fucking doing. It wasn't because of Halo 4. No, Reach is so bad because Reach was obviously a prototype for Destiny. It's fucking obvious.
Anyways,
I see what you did.
Yeah, describing what orcs look like, that's not saying they look like a particular race. If other people come to those conclusions, that's those other people doing that. That's not Tolkien. If this is what you're claiming, you really need to provide a solid source for this, and not just...
Oh my god. I just remembered something. He says he gets this source from a fucking radio interview he did years ago. And it's like, wait, if this was a radio interview, wouldn't you have the audio for that? Why are you reading this out?
Yeah.
Where's the original audio for this? Do you have a citation? Hang on, let's see if he has a citation for this at the very end of this.
But I want...
Nope.
Not fucking course, though.
Citations are for pussies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Whenever someone quotes someone else like this and they don't provide a citation or any kind of proof, be very skeptical of them. Be very suspicious of them.
Yeah. Again, this is one of those things. If you say this on a radio, you say this is a radio interview, why don't we hear Tolkien in his own words say this?
And this has to be an interview that's accessible to this guy, because this guy sounds like, what, early 20s? Tolkien died more than 20 years ago. Just
Yes.
saying.
So again, if you have it, I'd like to hear the interview. Because, again, tone and inflection actually do change a lot of things as well.
Yeah.
But, again, the words, if they're said verbatim, regardless of tone and inflection, notice what he said. It was the European stereotype of the worst aspects of the Mongol type.
Yeah. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what Tolkien was aiming for either.
Yeah.
It could just be, and probably is, that he was describing features he thought were unappealing for this unappealing race of brutes. And other people drew the connection, oh, these people that I have a distaste for, they share similar qualities. That's probably what it is. It's almost kind of like how these weird wokesters will say orcs are black people because they attribute traits to both of them. It's probably something similar to that, but, like, not trying to call someone else racist for it, for their own racism. Virgin Source versus Chad, I think so.
Want to in depth with a specific example of his racism, and one that hits much closer to home for me.
Okay.
The dwarves. So,
Here we
in
go.
Tolkien's universe, all life was created by a series of godlike entities, with capital G God, also known as Eru Ilúvatar, or just Eru, having created all the lesser creators known as the Ainur, who helped Eru sorta fill out the universe, as well as the humans and elves, two races of near-perfect creation.
And the dwarves.
Who created the dwarves? One of the Ainur, specifically Vala Aule, because he was too impatient to wait for Eru Ilúvatar to get done creating the humans and elves. Now, in this setting, dwarves are known for a few things, but above all, they're known as being, by their very nature, greedy.
No. Greed is what undoes them. In fact, they get concerned when people get greedy. So, already, no.
Insular, vain, petty, and self-interested.
Whoa. I want you to listen to that again, because remember what we know from the preview of what he's gonna say next. Remember these exact words.
Done creating the humans and elves. Now, in this setting, dwarves are known for a few things, but above all, they're known as being, by their very nature, greedy, insular, vain, petty, and self-interested.
Uh-oh.
Also, wouldn't being vain fit more the elves than dwarves?
Yes.
So what the fuck? He just randomly throws that in when it doesn't even apply.
But yeah, I'm, considering what I heard Pagan say about the preview.
Yeah.
Those words,
I'm just thinking, this sounds more the broader stereotype of fictional dwarves rather than Tolkien's, because petty, and did he mention hold grudges in there?
No.
Well, that's probably what I was thinking, because the whole pettiness thing reminds me of the Book of
Warhammer.
Grudges, which
Warhammer, yes.
which is
Get
not
ready.
Tolkien.
Yeah, get ready. He has some stuff to say about that too. But
Yeah,
this guy's about to go full Channer mode.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well, here we go.
How many N-words can we expect?
Oh no.
No N-words, but you could definitely expect that the Jews were behind 9/11.
Oh
Oh,
no.
All right, well, let's listen to this again. I want to try to get these words down exact.
Being, by their very nature, greedy, insular, vain, petty, and self-interested. This is why, if you're unaware, they were immediately ruled out of being the ones to quote-unquote inherit Middle-earth after all the elves go and sail into the west.
The time of the elves is over.
I'm pausing for copyright here. Do we have anything to say on what he just said?
But they weren't. Again, because the dwarves weren't... What? Greedy, insular, vain, petty, self-interested isn't why that they were not seen to take over the world. No.
Well, this
It
is
was clear that humanity was expanding outwards and growing faster.
This is kind of the part where I previewed. I know what he's doing here. He's using the clip from Lord of the Rings where Elrond kind of writes off the dwarves as like, what, you expect them to rule Middle-earth after we leave? He kind of doesn't think too highly of them. But that doesn't necessarily mean these traits this guy's claiming are true.
Yeah, so Elrond, a guy who was biased against dwarves, doesn't have a kind thing to say about dwarves. Doesn't mean he's gonna be right. No.
Yeah, and it's already well established in Lord of the Rings lore that dwarves and elves hate each other. Like it's not news to anyone.
Yeah, that's kind of why the friendship between Gimli and Legolas is so magical in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it's kind of like something happened at the fucking Lonely Mountain that really kind of cemented this hatred between the two races. When the dwarves needed fucking help and the elves said, oh no, and they just let Smaug fucking go.
And then again, when there was a war fought over the mountain when the dwarves reclaimed it.
Yeah. What the elves do? Fucking nothing. And it was Bard that actually killed Smaug.
Well, not that. The elves came after it, and they had that battle. Like, the Battle of Five Armies does happen in the books, but most of it is skipped because Bilbo was knocked out.
Yeah. It's just one of those things of like, the elves aren't kind to the dwarves. Let's put it that way. So of course Elrond is gonna talk shit about a race that he doesn't get along with.
I have to point out this comment in chat because I love the movies.
Fair enough, JD.
Hmm?
That JD saying the grudge between elves and dwarves started long before Erebor. Fair enough. That is true.
Throw me! Don't tell the elf.
Toss me. What? I cannot make the distance. You'll have to toss me.
Okay. The three of us are definitely fucking sitting down to watch this trilogy at some point. Probably after Rings of Bullshit fucking start as a fucking palate cleanser.
Oh god, the Rings of Power is gonna be so shit.
I am so not looking forward to it.
Alright.
My people on these shores. Who will you look to when we've gone? The dwarves?
So yeah, there that is. Pausing again because copyright, but clearly he doesn't think too highly of them from the way he said that.
Don't worry, the dwarves don't think too highly of the elves either.
Nah.
Hide in their mountains seeking riches. They care nothing for the troubles of others.
It is in men.
Pausing again because copyright.
No. And again, notice something here. The elves are fucking abandoning this world. Right? Why the fuck aren't the elves helping? So no, that's the thing about Two Towers as well. The whole elven army that shows up to help. It's like, God, it's supposed to be men. It's supposed to be men proving they can stand on their own. Fucking elven brigade shows up.
Rule of cool, though, man. Rule of cool.
Oh, speaking of rule of cool, people drawing back bows and then holding them. My
Yeah, did you see the video where me and Shad tried to hold a bow for the longest?
yes.
It wasn't even a minute. Those things
Yeah.
are hard to hold back, and I'm not a small guy, and this was a 100-pound bow, and
Yep.
like it was, oh my gosh.
And a war bows are like 140, 160 pounds. It's like, yeah. And you're gonna get the old crippled dude missing one eye to hold it back for 5 minutes. I'll hold it, don't worry, I'm waiting. No wonder he lets go of it and lets loose the fucking arrow in the movie. He should have done that like 10 seconds in. God. Just, oh, God. Yeah, bows are not rifles. I get it. It's a cool shot. Seeing everybody knock an arrow and then draw. It looks cool. It looks intimidating. It looks more intimidating than people holding a little stick that's just wiggling out in front because you haven't put any tension on it, just wiggling back and forth.
I can at least give it more of a pass because it's a fantasy setting. If it was on Earth, then I would have more issue with it.
I can't because the mechanics don't work because we've seen humans act identical to the way humans would here.
Yeah.
Reality. Same weights, they have the same limitations and everything like that. They aren't the elves. If the elves were holding it for God knows how long, well, Lord of the Rings elves are fucking ludicrously strong. And light on their feet. Oh, God. At least some...
Light enough on their feet to run off a sword and be catapulted up to fucking...
Oh, like...
God.
I haven't seen that bin. There was a leak of a fight scene, and an elf snaps their head 180 degrees after they slam their sword on the ground to make a ramp so that the other elf can run up it in full plate armor, like a ramp, and then he catapults the elf.
The elf that's running up his sword. Because let's pause for a second and assume you could do that with a sword. The most beneficial place to be being catapulted would be the tip. But this elf is running up to the hilt. So being catapulted isn't even going to do anything.
Yeah, it makes
It's
no
just
sense.
broken on so many levels. I hate it.
She runs up to the hilt, jumps off of it, flies into the air, then he lifts the sword up, brings the tip to her feet, and
as if to slap her ass and give her more momentum, like bam!
Yeah, like he basically spanks her with it in the air so she goes farther.
Oh, God.
How to film Tolkien, watch JoJo anime first. Man, that sword catapult is more bullshit than anything in JoJo. Yeah. I know Such doesn't like JoJo.
Well, again, it's a thing that I can't get into it. It's entirely because they admitted the first fucking parts are ass pulls the anime, ass pulls everything.
Yeah, I can usually look past that to a degree. The one that bugs me the most is the fight with AC/DC, where his hat or whatever is he used the yarn to connect the spikes, and then AC/DC cut it, and he was like, "Oh, but I had a secret second yarn woven in between." That one was the most bullshit one for me. That one bugs me.
It's all of them. All of his superpowers that he gets just out of nowhere with no training or anything. Aha! But you thought I could only hold my breath for this long, but I can actually hold it for this long because of this super secret training technique that I never showed. Blah, blah, blah. I really... JoJo. Seriously, JoJo. Fucking hurt me.
AC/DC, he fights the rock.
I tried so hard to get in.
I tend to find that stuff more funny than aggravating just because of how like stereotypical anime it kind of is. Just like, but it takes it to like the nth degree.
Well, that's kind of the point, is that it's going overboard on purpose, like as a joke. And that's not, it's supposed to be bad argument. It's apparently, from what I've heard, part of the point is that it's mocking the stuff that does the try-hard thing.
Yeah, the problem is that it is so close to the exact thing that it's mocking that you can't tell the difference.
Yeah, that is a bit of a problem with it, because I did notice that a couple times. Like the chariot battle Like, you know what I'm talking about, Cree, right?
Yes, I
the
do.
fucking chariot
Yeah.
battle with the fucking, like, the ball and everything. That gets... Even I was starting to get like, okay, come the fuck on. This is ridiculous. Like, what is this?
However, Jack the Ripper jumping out of a decapitated horse is still hilarious. Yeah, I like JoJo.
But yeah, for anyone asking, he fights AC/DC, the band? No, that's... They name it after that. His best friend is REO Speedwagon. I mean, do you get what they're doing here?
The guy who wrote the manga is a big fan of Western rock music, so
Yeah.
a lot of the attacks and characters and stands are named after rock bands and songs. Like, there's one called Rolling Stone. There's one called Metallica. I'm just trying to remember them off the top of my head. There's so many. There's one called Cream.
Well, like I said, his best friend is REO Speedwagon.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just a lot of them like that.
Cars.
Yeah, Cars. Zeppeli is supposed to be after Zeppelin. Killer Queen? Yeah, Killer Queen. I really like Killer Queen.
Dynamite with a laser beam. Guaranteed to blow your mind.
Men are weak.
The unspoken part about
Yeah, again, notice what Elrond immediately dismisses men as well. Men are weak.
Yeah.
So are we just supposed to say that's blanket dismissal of all of man instantly, right? Right. By your logic here, Elrond saying it means it's instantaneous dismissal. They can't, therefore they cannot. So by Elrond saying men are weak, all right, blanket dismissal of men too.
But no, we can't address that.
Yeah.
That doesn't fit the narrative.
Why would he include the clip of him saying men are weak when he's talking about the racism of the dwarves?
Yeah. Again, I've got the list of attributes that Sally here gave the dwarves, so we'll see what happens.
There's about a minute left. We'll try to go to the end of this point. I should say a minute left. We're 9 minutes into a 31-minute video, but I said let's try to reach the 10-minute mark, and we're a minute away from that. If the point he's making goes a little beyond that, we'll go to the end of that, then we'll cut it, and we'll finish it off 2 weeks from now, just under 2 weeks from now, with Dirk and Ben if they're both available.
about this whole thing, that which is implicitly stated, is that they're like this because they weren't created by Eru Iluvatar.
What? No. Again, greedy. A lot of the dwarves get concerned when one of their own starts showing too much greed. Insular, it makes fucking sense. Every time they've gone out, they've been fucking bit. Every time they reach out and they have relations with any other faction, they get fucking bit. Vayne, I don't know where you get Vayne at. I literally don't know where you get Vayne at. Petty,
I don't
again,
know where that's coming from.
Petty comes, again, more from their spitefulness. And again, self-interested. Somebody's got to look out for the fucking dwarves. Because the elves and the men keep showing that they won't. Like, I don't get this. I don't get this. These all seem very logical given their upbringing. They weren't created to be like this. They had hard-earned lessons about this. And it keeps repeating itself. If history keeps showing you that these other people aren't on your side and they keep betraying you or backstabbing you or abandoning you, maybe you should stop fucking relying on them.
I have to point this out quickly because it's driving me fucking insane. Every time you're talking, Setch, I can hear a bup, 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 bup in the background.
Yeah,
like someone is.
It's because it is me. This one, the mic is actually bumping, but it's bumping against the pop filter. There we go.
Okay.
And the reason it's bumping against the pop filter is because I'm leaning up against the desk because it is so fucking hot in here. I can't sit.
I was going to say something as well because it sounded like somebody was at your window going, bonk, 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 bonk.
Yeah,
bonk.
it
Like,
is.
Yeah.
It is fucking. I want to break something. Okay.
okay, I'm not that upset by it. I was just curious.
I find it extremely irritating.
You weirdo. There you go. It's now the pop filter's way over here.
Okay, thank you. They dug too deeply. They found Morgoth's Funko Pops.
No, sit outside and burn in the sun. Burn in the fucking sun where it's so hot here. Ugh.
Yeah, that's kind of why I want to end too. It's because I want to get the air conditioner on.
Alright.
They're of literal lesser creation than the humans and elves, and are therefore inherently inferior to the two.
Where did you get that at?
What?
I never got that impression from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, me either. Certainly not from the movies.
Not from the
again,
books either.
It wasn't even that, by your own words, it wasn't that they were lesser creation. They were supposed to wait their turn, wait in line. The elves were first, humanity was second, and there were the dwarves. But he jumped the queue because he didn't want to wait. How does that inherently make them inferior? So, by your logic, humanity is inherently inferior to elves.
Yeah.
So, by your twisted logic, Lord of the Rings is racist against humans. All humans.
Yeah.
God, this argument is so fucking shit. What is this?
Also, it kind of strikes me that The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings kind of prove the selfish thing wrong, and that they only care about themselves wrong. When Gimli goes off on this quest where he could possibly fucking die, and when all the dwarves help Thorin get the Lonely Mountain back, it's like, if they were selfish, why would they bother going on this quest?
Yeah. And again...
Where any or all of them could die, by the way.
Gimli's... So let me get this straight. He goes through things. Small chance of survival? What are we waiting for?
Yeah, they don't come off as selfish, just stubborn.
Yeah, and he even says to the hobbits, people who can't fight or protect themselves because, well, that they know of. They don't realize the hobbits, when pushed, or could fight back. But
well, not just that. In the books, repeatedly, it's Gimli the one that's getting worried about the hobbits. He's the one who, every time they meet up with the hobbits again, he's like, "Oh, you had me worried." Yeah, I forget the exact quotes, but he's like, you know, not being mean, but giving them a bit of sass because, like, "Oh, we were so fucking worried about you guys. We were afraid you were dead. You led us on this chase across Rohan because the Uruk-hai and the Orcs were fucking... They had taken you away."
Yeah.
Like, every time it's Gimli. It's not Aragorn saying that. It's not Legolas saying that. It's Gimli that's concerned for them. Like, obviously all three of them are concerned, but it's Gimli voicing it to them that they had them worried so much.
The bot. Away with you. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, quick fucking draw on Senator Abby Strong there.
Yeah, nice. Alright.
So you have this race of long-bearded, big-nosed, greedy, insular people who are obsessed with gold and material things and are stated to be inferior to humans. Oh, wait, shit, these guys are supposed to be Jews.
Yeah, do you see what I mean? He makes that connection just out of the fucking blue.
Holy shit, Sally, you are racist as fuck.
It-
Your words, you are literally attributing all of those traits to Jews. Do you understand how racist that is?
He said this is one that hits home for him personally, so I think he might be Jewish. But the fact that he's still connecting these things to Jews with, like, that's not what they're supposed to be. You're clearly just running with a stereotype. And oh god.
Yeah, my god, I would love for this idiot to talk to Joe Neerman Joe Neerman. For anyone that doesn't know, Joe Neerman is the lawyer, Good Logic. That's his YouTube channel, Good Logic. Based as fuck individual, by the way. His favorite joke he tells is that, when he was growing up at his bar mitzvah, he had two choices. He could either be a doctor or a lawyer, and he didn't want to look at people's dicks, so he became a lawyer.
But do you notice that he literally invented stereotypes for
The dwarves.
dwarves so that they would fit more to be Jewish, like a Jewish stereotype, even though they don't have those characteristics.
Yes.
He's hammering the fuck out of that square peg into that round hole.
Yeah, he is forcing it so hard. Like, he really wants them to be similar, but it's like, my guy, you're taking fucking stereotypes that aren't even true about either and applying it to one, and it's like, this is fucked on so many levels.
As JD in chat says, dwarves are obviously based in Norse mythology. Why Jews? Yeah, I don't know.
Even better, as Daniel K puts it, dwarves don't represent Jews. The villagers in Minecraft do.
Oh, God.
Well, one of the stereotypes for, like, that channers and stuff come up for Jews is that, like, oh, well, they're weak and stuff like that, and they're weak and selfish and shit like that. And it's like, that's not the dwarves. They're not weak. Fucking, we see Gimli snap an Orcai's neck when it gets too close.
Yeah. The guy who's literally going back and forth with a battle axe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As he's just smoking them as they're climbing ladders. 21 and 22.
Yeah, they literally write in runes.
When you can't find evidence, invent it. Yeah. That seems to be what's happening here.
Yep.
Now, he is going to try and say that this is directly quoted from Tolkien, but again, it's from a radio interview that I have never heard of.
And he isn't playing.
He doesn't play the audio, and from what I could tell, doesn't link to it or show any kind of proof that this exists.
Well, clearly the best kind of proof is none at all. Just trust me, bro.
But the funny thing is, I partially think it's true, simply because in the next part, he then immediately goes into, well, here's some more quotes where he says that he actually respects Jews and thinks they're gifted and thinks that it was completely wrong for Germany to do what they did to the Jews and that nobody should have the right to do that.
With that knowledge, then, here's a bit of a question. Is it possible to take the positive perceived traits as from a race and apply them to a fantasy race, while also inventing negative traits for that fantasy race without it being meant to be racist towards the race that the positive traits are taken from?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, completely. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to do that.
Again, it's a fantasy race. And even science fiction, it's a non-existent race.
Yeah.
Like, are we... Oh my god, somebody's probably saying that the Romulans in Star Trek are racist or some bullshit. I guarantee that's out there somewhere.
Well, when we get farther into Deep Space Nine, we could probably cover a video like that. It'd be nice to cover some Star Trek stuff at some point.
Yeah. It's a fake!
Oh god, I can't wait to get there. Holy shit.
Well, I'm sure there's stuff for the Ferengi.
Anti-Semitic. Oh, that one is actually more on the nose.
Yeah, I know, but...
Granted, he also wanted to have the fucking Kama Sutra of the Ferengi, where they're all sex little goblins. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, that was weird.
Anyways, this video is so much worse than I thought, because I was expecting something on the tier of what World of Warcraft gets accused for racism for. Oh, the trolls speak with a Jamaican accent. Clearly that's racist. Oh, the goblins are greedy and selfish, and they have big noses. Clearly they're supposed to be Jews. When it's like, what? No.
Yeah, but Cree, chew on Dax.
I loved when I was a kid and playing Warcraft 2. I loved that if you clicked on the troll enough times, they do the fucking Scarface quote.
I can't wait. I can't wait to get to the part where he starts talking about fucking Warhammer, because ooh boy, I know Setch is gonna have some stuff to say.
Oh, and Ben will have some shit to say too when he gets
Oh
to
yeah,
Warhammer.
because this guy he fucking hates Warhammer. He thinks Warhammer is the worst thing to exist since Hitler.
Oh, God.
How far away are we from that?
Probably like a couple of minutes.
Because that might be something we hit in the next stream.
We'll hit it in the next stream when Ben is here and everything.
Yeah, that's 2 weeks from now, just to make sure.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
So not the next stream, but the one after. The next stream where we cover this video.
I love that the Empire of Man is literally so not racist. It's so not racist that in Texas Speech Emperor they made a joke about how the Emperor is more racist than the Imperium of Man. It's so fucking funny because the custodian is talking about how like, and I think everybody's just scared of the salamanders because they're all black. And he's like, what the fuck? Hold on, what the fuck? Oh no, you didn't. He goes, okay, I'm gonna act like a normal human. Oh gee, I wonder what's underneath that golden helmet, or do you think you've been wearing it so long that your skin is actually gold? And then he rips off his armor, and he sees that his custodian is a black guy. He's like, wait, what? But you are black. But you were saying that they're what the fuck is going on? I am confused. He goes, what? No, I'm not black. I'm more dark brown. Not black like the salamanders. What the fuck? You need to explain right now. He says, you need to look at the salamanders. And he brings it up on screen, and they're literally like black charcoal cracked skin with red glowing eyes. Because that's their mutation. And the Emperor's like, oh, Jesus Christ, no. The one legion I made that had like mostly black people in it turned into a caricature of their skin color.
Anyways.
Now, whenever criticism of this sort of nature is applied to a fictional setting, fans of that setting, as I'm well aware, will often respond by simply feigning ignorance, or acting like that wasn't the author's intent, as if to say that by making such...
But what if it wasn't the author's intent? What if you're just a crazy person who sees racism in everything? What do we do then?
Yeah. Like, again, I am very much firmly in the camp of death of the author. Very firmly in that camp. But why are you calling the author racist if it actually isn't his intent? Like,
claiming it's his intent implies you know what his intent is.
Yeah,
and this is something I mentioned before stream. A lot of the times with these people who like to accuse everyone of being racist or sexist or whatever else, they're pretty much psychics in the sense that they know what everyone else thinks, how everyone else feels, regardless of what they say. To the point where they'll tell you they know what you're thinking better than you do. Like, they won't word it like that, but it's like, oh, well, you believe this. No, I don't. Yes, you do. Excuse me?
Yeah. It's the same fucking... Okay, so I'm going to go on a limb here, Sally. I'm going to say I'm older than you. And Tolkien died before I was born. Did you talk with him? Did you get his exact words? Or are you coming at this from much later down the line? And again, I would love if you would link to this fucking Phantom radio show that apparently is your source. Just, oh god. Oh my god, this guy's fucking dumber than a witch in a church.
Yeah, I'm glad we covered this video. This is fucking dog shit. Jesus Christ.
Oh man, it gets worse. So much worse.
We're only a third of the way through.
Yeah.
Sounds like I came back just in time.
You're inherently reaching and pulling at straws.
Yeah.
Yeah. We continued playing while you were AFK, Ben. He was talking about how the dwarves are greedy and selfish and insular and vain and
Petty and
and
obsessed
and,
with gold
and
and have
petty and
long beards and big noses. Oh shit, that means they're the Jews.
yeah.
And we were all with like, I want you to think about what you just said,
Uh,
Sal.
is this guy Jewish?
Yes.
Yes.
We
Well,
believe he
we
is.
think.
Okay, so that's why he said, and this is like a personal sore spot for me, right?
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
it's personal.
assuming. He hasn't said he's Jewish, but he said it. What you quoted there, it's a personal sore spot. So I'm assuming that this fucking dumbass is assuming that because they have these traits that he's largely assigning to them, they don't actually have these traits. That
Yeah.
means they're a racist caricature of Jews.
Yeah, again, the dwarves. We're saying the dwarves don't have that trait, and to racists, these are the traits of Jews, and it's just ugh.
Yeah, attributing those sort of things to a particular race is in and of itself racist. I don't know how this guy doesn't get that.
Yeah. I just don't even. Like I said, I would love for this guy, this weirdo, to talk to Joe Neerman. He's a lawyer on YouTube. His channel is Good Logic. He is based as fuck. But he is funny as shit to talk to as well because he's very much on the thing, and I love his debates too. He took the weaker position of the whole saying better to let 10 guilty men go free than let one innocent man go to prison.
Yeah.
He took the serious. He wanted to take the serious side of honestly, it's better that 10 innocent people go to prison than one guilty man goes free. Is what his thought process was, and so he brought on all the other lawyers that he could get from LawTube and everything, and they were all discussing their different stances on it. And he conceded, he's like, no, yeah, no, I understand, I get your point of view, I understand what you're saying and everything. It was fantastic debate, fantastic discussion as well, because there's the whole point of like, yeah, but while it's great that your system would make sure it gets every single criminal, we're talking about a law system that could kill you legally if you're locked up. Like all those poor people that are innocent on death row, and we have a lot of poor people. We have a lot of innocent people on death row. Not all of them, obviously. Some of them are like, no, no, he did it. She, they did it. Yep, they fucking did it. But there are still innocent people there. There are people today that literally just got released because of new evidence that came up, and thank God, they were going through their appeals, so they couldn't be executed until all the appeals were done. Thank fuck for that.
Yeah, there's a lot of cases where people are wrongfully imprisoned.
Yeah.
One of my favorite bands, A Tragically Hip, did a song about a guy here in Canada who was in jail for like 20 years because there's a small town he was passing through, and a woman happened to get murdered at that time, and local law enforcement just assumed it was the out-of-towner and threw him in jail. The song is Wheat Kings by The Tragically Hip. I really recommend this band. They're one of my favorites. But yeah, it's a very sad story of a guy who lost a large portion of his life due to a failing justice system, and his mother fought for years to get him out.
Yeah.
And they did eventually get him out, but like, when 20 years of your life is gone, what do you do?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so much changes in that time, especially with how technology advances. Like, your best years are behind you. You like, what are you gonna learn to, like, what about your goals and dreams that will take years to achieve? If you want to be an artist, if you want to be a musician, if you want to do whatever, that's all gone.
Yeah, here in the States, there's a thankful system. It's your relief for wrongful imprisonment you get paid a lot of money because they know you didn't have that chance to do anything. You didn't have that chance for society. So now society owes you.
I'm pretty sure this guy did get something similar, but still, let's...
No, absolutely. It sucks, but of your options, thank God there is this, at least. Thank God that this exists.
Yeah.
Because imagine if they didn't do that. Oh, well, we fucked up. Yeah, but now what do I do? Well, it's not our problem.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of a scene in The Shawshank Redemption, actually.
Ooh.
And of course this is fiction, but it explains a really powerful point when I think it's the not the warden, the guy who works there, the old guy who like does all the general maintenance and cleaning and all that sort of stuff. He's worked there for like 50 years or something like that.
The guy who was imprisoned, the old guy. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and anyway, he leaves the prison, and he goes back to society, and he just can't handle it. He says so much has changed that he can't handle it. He can't keep up with it. There's no efforts to try and rehabilitate him or assimilate him back into society, and he ends up killing himself because he just can't take it. And that's the reality for so many people who spend that long in prison, especially those who spend that long in prison when they're innocent. Like, it's, yeah.
Yeah. I really love Shawshank Redemption. That is a great movie. Have you seen that, Pagan?
Yes, I have.
Okay, good. I was about to fucking solve that fucking issue if you hadn't.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay. Fuck, that is brutal. Shawshank Redemption, once again proving Stephen King is only readable before getting hit with a van. Holy shit. I don't know what's happened to him since then, but, like, now he's just an angry lesbian.
Wait, really?
Have you not seen him lately, or seen his fucking political takes?
No, thank God, because I always thought he was a fucking weirdo. Remember, he was the one that had the scene in It.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, could have used a
I
lot
still
more.
haven't seen it.
A lot more PG and a lot less 13.
Yeah.
Because oh boy.
Speaking of Stephen King,
What scene? We're not talking about the scene.
It's in. Yeah. Let's just say PG-13. That reference is yeah. In one of the epic rap battles of history, they said it could have used a lot more PG and a lot less 13.
Yeah, there's a reason Setch used that quote.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're going to wrap it up shortly. Let's just see where this next point goes, and if we can get to the end of it, then we'll be wrapping up for this time, and we'll be continuing this in about 2 weeks.
Will often respond by simply feigning ignorance, or acting like that wasn't the author's intent, as if to say that by making such criticism, you're inherently reaching and pulling at straws. It'd be real bad, for them, if I happen to have direct evidence from a primary source stating that this comparison was intentional. Ahem!
The dwarves, of course, are quite obviously, wouldn't you say that in many ways they remind you of the Jews? The language of the dwarves is Semitic in cast, leaning phonetically to Hebrew as suits the dwarvish character.
Okay, so that doesn't actually connect...
Citation needed.
Yes, first of all, citation needed. Secondly, that doesn't connect that to the negative traits you were just talking about, most of which you assign to them.
Yeah.
Also,
it's also just completely incorrect. Like, if you look closely, I mean, you don't even have to look closely. All the inscriptions on their armor, weapons, all that sort of stuff is clearly Norse-inspired runes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and yeah, I think you're right, Calbeck. That's not Tolkien. That's the guy interviewing him, asking him a question.
Ooh.
Yeah, that seems very, like, wouldn't you agree? Because again, it sounds like you're asking the person a question. Why would Tolkien look at this?
Not just that. That doesn't. I haven't heard Tolkien speak, but considering he's like a literary genius, I don't think this is the way he would say something. You know?
Yeah. It just comes off as like it feels very questiony. Like, well,
And-
wouldn't you say this is what you created? Like, don't you feel that your creation is like similar to this other thing? Like, that's what it sounds like.
And the only source we got, he said direct source. We don't have the direct source.
Also,
This is from a Twitter account. Wib does tweets.
I'm also listening to j.r.r. Tolkien in here, and he has a pretty thick fucking accent.
I'm just looking up this.
His words kind of run into each other. Like he has that very fast speech where a lot of his words will just shrink together.
All right, let's see. What is Wibs does tweets? Because that's where this fucking quote comes from. Maker of videos, caster of pods, painter of timely goblins, he/him.
Of course.
No.
Oh boy.
All right. This looks like a fucking nobody. Also, Twitter didn't exist back in the 1960s and 70s. By the way, Tolkien died in 1973. So why are you sourcing a Twitter for this?
But here's something. I'll share it with the chat at some point. This is Tolkien talking about languages and how he comes up with language. Again, this is what I'm talking about, when you can kind of hear his accent and how his words kind of run together a lot. But this is him discussing how fascinated he is with creating new languages, because he equates them to like having a new vintage of wine and trying it.
All right, let me play this. I won't put it up on screen, but I could play it so people can hear it.
Well, I mean, you could put it up on screen because he actually writes out the language.
I can't with what I'm doing right now. It is too much work to get this up on screen right now.
Fair enough.
I first began seriously to invent languages about I was 13 or 14. I've never stopped really. Languages have a
Oh
flavor
no,
to
he
them
realized he made
I never
a
understand people
a
saying
typo in his own text.
It was awfully
Oh
dry
no.
and dull, because a new language to me is just like taking a new wine or a new sweetmeat or something. What I'm doing now is to try and write in Elvish, because my writing is very inferior to the Elves. Their standard greeting when meeting: a star shines upon our meeting.
Okay, so I'm going to pause that for now because that got the point across. I just did an advanced search from Wib Does Tweets. This fucking tweet isn't coming up.
That's a good sign.
In fact, I was trying to search for what was being referred to, and I put part of the quote in there, and it wasn't coming up. And I cut it down, until I just had the word dwarves, and there is one result. Let's have a look at some space dwarves. Not those ones. Objective model reviews, Forge Fathers on YouTube.
Well, that's
Great,
a good sign.
Great source there, fucking salamander, you weirdo.
It's a really good source when the guy ends up deleting his tweets.
Assuming he ever made them.
Assuming he ever had them.
Yeah.
Also, again, I want to point out, a fucking tweet isn't a direct fucking source. You need an actual, like, if this is from a radio interview, a video of the interview will work. Like, a YouTube video. You don't even need, like, obviously there won't be visuals because it's a radio interview. But, like, that's a way to get it across. fucking anything, not just trust me, bro. Here's a Twitter.
Yeah.
This is fucking pathetic.
God, especially since we don't know if this is actually Tolkien saying this or the interviewer.
Yeah. This does sound like it would be the interviewer.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. And also, he yelled at his microphone, peeking the microphone. Well, if I had a direct source... Fuck yourself. Kelbeck is saying some stuff in chat. Found. Times of Israel, more solid quote. I didn't intend it, but when you've got these people on your hands, you've got to make them different, haven't you?
Oh, I found the quote, and it's fucked way more than you think. This is not how this goes. I actually found a transcript.
Is it different from what Kelbeck said in chat that I was reading out?
Let's.
I'm
looking at the Tolkien
going
gateway that
to
they
finish
released
reading Kelbeck's messages here.
Okay.
I didn't intend it, but when you've got these people on your hands, you've got to make them different, haven't you? Said Tolkien during the 1971 interview. Specifically, Tolkien did pattern the Dwarven language to be based on Semitic language because it was to create a different flavor. The dwarves themselves are not Jews. And then he links it.
Yes, exactly. Here it is.
And again, you can take inspiration from something, even from peoples of real world, without, like, again, it's inspiration. You're not making a racist stereotype.
Yeah, I want to say this for very obvious reason. I want to say this and show you how fucked, because we've got it. This words. These are the things that you quote, motherfucker, exposed in 4K right here.
Give me the link so I could get it up on screen.
Sure. Therefore, we make the elves immortal in a sense. I had to use immortal. I didn't mean that they were eternally immortal, merely that they are very longable, and their longevity probably lasts as long as the inhabitability of the earth. The dwarves, of course, are quite obviously D. Geralt interrupting J.r.r. Tolkien. Wouldn't you say that in many ways they remind you of the Jews? J.r.r. Tolkien continuing after stumbling, their words are Semitic, obviously constructed to be Semitic. Hobbits are just rustic English people, made small in a size because it reflects, in general, the small reach of their imagination, not the small reach of their courage or latent power. So see? Motherfucker, the interviewer interrupts with, wouldn't you say that in many ways they remind you of the Jews? And then...
In many of the Jews,
the language of the dwarves, again, is not what is said. That is fucked. That quote is fucked completely. You fucking idiots.
Yeah, this is just straight up dishonesty.
Yes, this is a straight up lie. This is a fiction.
Because I thought something was weird there, because if we go back, hold on. God, I'm going to turn this down because I don't want to hear this fucking retard screaming into the mic again.
Was intentional. Ahem.
The dwarves, of course, are quite obviously... Wouldn't you say that in many ways they remind you of the Jews? That is combining two quotes from two different people into one.
Yep.
Because...
Fuck you, racist piece of shit.
Because that is a really weird way to... like, switch what you're saying. The dwarves are quite obviously, wouldn't you say that? And then we find here with the actual interview, here's j.r.r. Tolkien talking about Lord of the Rings, and here's the guy interrupting, and then it's these two parts combined. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Again, he says the language is based on Semitic. Not that it is Semitic, or that has anything to do with Jews.
Why do we deal with the shit constantly where we're regularly finding people to be fucking liars?
Yeah, all the time. That makes me wonder about the original fucking quote he put in this fucking video.
Yeah. I realize the icons are gone. I can't fix them right now. I tried. Fucking hell. I really can't stand these dishonest fucking cunts. I am 100% glad we covered this shitty video.
Yes, absolutely. God.
Alright. I'm gonna fix the window.
I am curious if I go back and find that other section.
What was the other one they quoted earlier that you're talking?
That's exactly what I want to try to find.
Yeah, because at this point, I was already kind of skeptical of this guy. Oh yeah, that one. That's one I said seems to me very obviously cut together, because I know the orcs are described in a similar way in the books, but without the whole, oh yeah, it's very Mongol. It's like, what? That's not what's in there. Need to adjust that very slightly.
I'm doing every single one of these words. None of these words are in this interview. At all.
Okay.
Let's see if we can find a different interview. There's a bunch of people that declare it racism, but I need the original source.
And it doesn't help that he doesn't give one for this one specifically.
Yeah. And again, all of these are just people repeating it. Every single one of these are repeating it. None of these are like a source.
I'm just really frustrated we have to deal with this dishonest bullshit so often. Why can't people just make a fucking argument based on reality? Because this comes up so often.
Okay, so it's in the letters of j.r.r. Tolkien. So it's in a book. This is not from the radio. This is not from a radio thing. It's in the book, The Letters of j.r.r. Tolkien. And Wikipedia cites to it, but again, you should not trust Wikipedia citation.
No.
In a private letter, Tolkien describes orcs as squat, broad, flat-nosed, sallow-skinned, with wide mouths and slant eyes. In fact, degraded and repulsive versions of the, to Europeans, least lovely Mongol types. To Europeans, so not to himself. Interesting that he said to Europeans there.
Well, it's probably something that he's quite familiar with, is people from Europe having those sort of dispositions towards, what he says as, I can't remember what he says now. Ugly Mongols, basically.
Least lovely Mongol types.
Yeah, so he's not saying this is my thoughts. He's just saying this is what I've encountered from Europeans. There's nothing wrong with that.
Also, wait a minute. Moral geography. Oh my god, this Wikipedia page is some of the biggest fucking leftoidism bullshit you'll ever get. Oh, Jesus Christ. The Shire, which is to the west, is good, and to the west and to the north, which is good and homely. Gondor is to the west and south, which is good and complicated. Moral geography of Middle-earth, nothing is to the north and east, which would be simple and evil, but to the south and east is Mordor and Harad, which are evil, scheming, evil, and intricate. Oh, Jesus, fuck, mother in Christ.
I need to point out, too, Kelbeck has pointed out that he probably just Google searched. Sorry, I think it was Daniel K that said, no. Where is it? Someone had said he probably just Googled Tolkien and racist and coming up with stuff. Kelbeck provided the source, though. I'm finding a ton of articles that make the exact same misquotes, and he linked a couple. I opened one of them up, and yeah, it's the exact same misquote this guy had in his video. Where is it? The dwarves, of course, are quite obviously, wouldn't you say that in many ways to remind you of the Jews, Tolkien said in a radio interview.
Yeah, no.
Again, that's fucked. That's two different people talk. See, this is how misinformation spreads. You get some fucking asshole somewhere who will do this, who will combine two statements from different people and then pass it off as from one person, and then a bunch of other people repeat. It's like the fucking what is it? The Mark Twain quote again, where the lie travels around the world twice before the truth has time to put on its shoes.
Yeah.
Or something like that. I probably fucked that up.
It's the basic premise is yeah, lies spread way faster than the truth.
Yeah.
Oh god. And then I was just taking that geography bullshit in mind. So you have the Shire, which is to the northwest, and then Gondor, which is to the southeast, and Mordor, and Rohan to the southeast, and Mordor to the southeast, and then the Rune, which is where the Easterlings come from, to the northeast. So this fucking geometric bullshit that this Wikipedia page is peddling is some fucking leftoid propaganda cringe. Oh my god. Here's the thing I'm talking about, by the way. This is the fucking bullshit I'm looking at. Overlay that with the map of Middle Earth, and you'll realize that Gondor isn't to the fucking west; it's to the southeast. Oh, Jesus, fuck, mother in Christ!
What is this image?
This is supposed to be evidence of Tolkien's racism in Lord of the Rings. He even has racism-coded geography.
What?
That it's clear he believes Western society is better than Eastern society. This is the level of bullshit I'm talking about.
What the fuck?
This is the dumbest thing I've ever fucking seen. And that's saying a lot. Like, when I say this is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen, I'm talking about... I've seen many a True Nerd's Fallout 3 defense video. I've seen Acerthorn's videos. I've seen Vincent Martin's videos. And this is still dumber than all of that combined.
Yeah. What? Lefties can't do geometry? I'm shocked. Geometry or geography. So this is the image, guys. Kree's got it up on screen for you guys now. At least from my point of view. He's got it up on your screen now. And this is what I'm talking about. The moral geography of Middle-earth, and therefore it's clear evidence that Tolkien believes that Western society is better than Eastern society. Which is just...
They do really have to stretch real fucking hard to claim Tolkien and Lord of the Rings as racist, don't they?
They fucking do. Jesus Christ.
Didn't the western lands of Numenor get dropped into the fucking ocean because of evil and corruption? I don't know too much about Numenor, but based on the vague things I've heard, that sounds a bit accurate, yeah. Saruman is more to the west of Gondor, and he's evil. Yeah, don't think about that, though. Don't count it. It doesn't count because it doesn't fit the narrative. Well, I think we should end it there and come back to this in 2 weeks. What an abysmal fucking video. How are you guys feeling?
Oh my
Tired.
god, because of a statement Treebeard made, it's fucking Tolkien's racist.
What statement could Treebeard have possibly fucking said to have proved Tolkien is racist?
It is a mark of evil things that they came in the great darkness, that they cannot abide the sun. But Saruman's orcs can endure it, even if they hate it. I wonder what he has done. Are they men he has ruined? Or has he blended the races of orcs and men? That would be a black evil.
So because
Therefore, this is evidence that Tolkien is fear-mongering about race mixing. Oh my god!
but orcs in themselves are already like beings of evil. Mixing
They are a literal corruption. What the fuck is this? Oh my god, what a retarded argument.
this is what
Oh,
happens.
yes, mixing stuff with evil things. Yeah, that's clearly talking about. Again, that's racist. You're assuming that that's talking about other races then being evil. Like, what the fuck?
This is the kind of thing that happens when you have college level education and they teach you to find racism in everything.
Yeah.
This is insanity.
And again, these are the evidences for racism. And then there's way more evidence in this article of anti-racism. And it's just like, Jesus fucking mothering Christ. And then the legacy of this debate is that Peter Jackson's film version of Tolkien's Orcs have been compared to wartime caricatures of the Japanese. Here, an American propaganda poster is pictured. Oh, fuck. Oh.
What?
Oh.
My god, you have to be fucking super racist to make that connection as well. Like, to look at those posters and then look at the movie version of the orcs and then say, oh my god, they're literally the same.
Yeah. It's just like, what the fuck?
God, I fucking hate these people. Fuck off.
Yep.
Orc posting is back on the menu, boys.
Yeah.
Fuck off has got to be added to the bingo card. I thought that was already there.
Pagan says go fuck yourself is on there.
Oh. We need a general fuck off on there, because I think all three of us say it.
Yeah, we do.
I know I do.
Sorry, Ben. I mean, this was definitely gonna be a charged video, but oh my Lord Almighty, this is a fucking rabbit hole of insanity. We have kicked over a nest of just the most insane nonsense I have ever seen.
Yeah, we'll be finishing this off in 2 weeks if you want to come on for that.
If you want to run for the hills, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
No, no, definitely. If I'm available, I'd be more than happy to participate. This is, I have some very strong opinions about stuff like this. It's just,
Well, considering
I didn't
Warhammer is going to be, considering Pagan has said Warhammer is going to be brought up,
Yes.
Such said you're into Warhammer and you'd have a lot of things to say about that. So.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, apparently this guy, the creator of this video, despises Warhammer as like some of the most evil things since Hitler or some bullshit. It's like,
But that's the whole point of Warhammer. The whole idea is that the entire universe is dark and that humanity has just gone to shit and become like what's the word? Like
a theocratic.
Yeah,
it's not really fascist at all, which is weird.
Yeah, but it's shit. Like the general livelihood for humanity is absolutely shit, and like that's the whole point of Warhammer. Like, well, 40k anyway.
I still love my favorite part again is the text-to-speech emperor, where the emperor is accidentally more racist than the custodians, because Kitten says that everybody's afraid of the salamanders because they're black. And the emperor gets all pissed off. He's like, "What the fuck?" And he strips Kitten because he's gonna make fun of his melanin color. And you realize Kitten is a black dude. He's like, "What? I'm more dark brown, not black like the salamanders." What the fuck do you mean? Explain right now.
But yeah, he fucking hates Warhammer because one, he brings up the fucking like the fact that nobody's really good. Like,
okay, but
everyone is.
That's fine to dislike it, but like, what can we not make stuff where no one is good?
So he starts off with that where he's just like, I generally already don't like it because of this, which is just stupid. But then he gets into the fucking like, again, the dwarves. He goes into the dwarf thing and he specifically brings up the fucking Book of Grudges and thinks it's just the worst thing since Hitler.
Oh, no. God, it is so fitting for their fucking characters. Holy shit, the Book of Grudges is like one of the greatest things about the dwarves in Warhammer Fantasy. The most petty pieces of shit. You didn't pay your bar tab. Now we've got a fucking grudge against you, your entire family, your whole fucking city now. God damn it, it just gets your entire race. Let's go stab your ass. It's like, dwarves, calm down. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's so bad. Like he basically says some shit like Channers fucking wrote the Warhammer like story and everything, and like I don't. It's just the dumbest shit you ever fucking heard.
Maybe
Oh,
wait until we get to that part of the video next time.
Because
we're gonna be here forever if we keep like spoiling everything.
Yeah, I guess. I don't. It's just so. It's so hard not to want to talk about it because the shit this dude says.
Oh, I understand you, Pagan. I feel your pain.
Yeah. The only other thing I want to say is he goes into that. He goes into World of Warcraft from that, and he specifically brings up the fact that he hates that they.
We'll just wait.
Okay, well, yeah. He hates that they're like connected, like that Warhammer, that World of Warcraft ever had anything like took anything from Warhammer.
But they're completely different now. Like
I know,
even if...
but he just it's so stupid. You'll see. It's so bad.
Okay, I will be right back because I smell food, and my stomach is growling at me.
Yeah,
wait,
I haven't eaten either.
Why you be right backing when we're about to end?
Well, because you're gonna do super chats and everything.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Holy crap! You were gonna forget the super chat.
No, I'm just tired. I'm just tired.
All right, we'll be right.
Let's hope he doesn't take too long. Yeah. What a shit fucking video. Jesus Christ. Oh. Okay, that took a moment to load. I'm glad chat is still moving because none of the thumbnails are loading. It's like, uh-oh. Is the channel gone? No, it's not gone, but still. The owl tires of the tomfuggery. Yeah, I get very tired of this stupidity very quickly. Super chats now? We're just waiting for Setch to get back. Then I'll start reading them. The French, but they're humans. Interesting.
Wow. Oh man, I just remembered something I should have brought up when Setch was here. Fuck.
Oh no, is it from this video?
Yes, I did. It's not spoiling anything, but I just wanted to bring it up specifically because it has to do with the lizard people in Warhammer, and I'm sure Setch would have some stuff to say about that.
Well, it sounds like he might be back. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. So Setch.
Yes.
He has some very strong opinions on the lizard people from Warhammer as well.
Oh joy.
Yeah, I think you'll really enjoy that part.
All right.
God, I can't even imagine what he's gonna say about it. Oh God, is he gonna do the basic bitch? They're racist because they're otherworldly and they're clearly representative of the Mayans and the Aztecs? Is that the kind of bullshit level we're gonna get? Oh no.
Basically, like, oh, they're like the only culture that is like Aztec or tribal based or anything like that, and it's mindless lizards that are just completely savage and shit like that, and
No!
just that kind of fucking
What?
logic
How
bullshit.
the fuck do you think they build all this shit if they're mindless and savage? God damn it! God! Ah!
Hippity hoppity, lizards are property. Anyways,
Oh god, they built starships for God's sake.
$10 from Captain Professor Dr. Horatio Fellatio Flungus McDingus the Third. Thank you. Salve, Featherfap. Okay. Today's emperor is Galba, the oldest emperor, being 70 when he became emperor. He was also the first emperor after the Julio-Claudian dynasty and started the Year of Four Emperors. Ah. £2 from Threadnought. Thank you. Creetosis is a furry. No code this time. No, I'm not.
Senator Abby Strong, it's Warhammer Fantasy and then 40K. And they're two vastly different. They're not in the same universe or anything. There's no time gap, nothing like that. They're vastly different.
$5 from a guy under the bridge. Sorry, a guy under a bridge. Thank you. I have a pet theory that Sarkeesian began all this bullshit. I remember her being a thing when I was younger, and since then, all this wokeism spider-webbed out. It goes far deeper than that. She's just a product of the same shit that you're seeing now. She was just earlier than a lot of it was.
Yeah, and thankfully exposed a lot quicker and, like, just destroyed. So.
Yeah. $5 from Itiko the Tricky. Thank you. Patrolling these elven forests almost makes you wish your clan's hold be invaded by a dragon. Yeah. Yeah, that's still preferable to dealing with this fucking video. $2 from Tony Soprano. Thank you. Y'all mofos need Dostoyevsky. I hope I pronounced that right.
Dostoyevsky.
I don't know who that is. £2 from Threadnought. Thank you. You watch that movie, Cree. Yes, I will be watching Return of the King. Whether I watch it on my own in the next week or two, or if I sit down with these two and watch it as a palate cleanser. I like watch all three of them as a palate cleanser for Rings of Power, which, by the way, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, we're probably gonna need
$5 from Waylay108. Thank you. Hey guys, loving the streams. Real quick, I'm trying to write a post-apocalypse book, but I'm having writer's block. Any advice? I guess that depends what kind of writer's block you're having. Like, if it's just a general writer's block, that's kind of hard to overcome. Yeah. If you're having writer's block on, like, a particular thing, if you find you're lacking motivation or inspiration, I guess take a break and maybe look at other works that are similar to what you're doing and see if that, like, inspires to do something differently, you know?
And if your writer's block is coming up with an interesting world or anything like that, start it all back at the basics. What is a resource that would be scarce in your world now that society has collapsed? Right? Is it water? Plant life? Food? Like, so what would people do to get that? How would society reshape itself needing whatever this resource is? Because, hey, you could be like, they need these air filters to keep from dying. So now air filters become like the number one thing, and creation of air filters is very rare and hard to do. Stuff like that. And then build up from there. So, hey, if they need air filters, right, then the people that would know how to make and manufacture them, they would become more powerful because they know how to make and manufacture it. So those would lead up to kingdoms like that. These manufacturing plants might become very powerful. So they would be their own little states and everything. Or again, yeah, what if your society uses bullets as currency? Because normal currency degraded over time, so now they have bullets, and bullets are more valuable anyways. So now your society needs to ration out its money in terms of ammunition, like the Metro series. Again, they're just things like that. Just go back to the very simple basics and expand from there. If that's the type of writer's block you're getting.
$5 from Waylay108 again. Thank you. Alright, I love you guys, but I'm gonna watch Twilight Zone with my dad. Hope you enjoy it. $2 from Zeta Rich. Thank you. Bruh, what? I'm not sure what... Like, there's so many things I could have been referring to in this video already.
Absolutely.
And another $2 from Zeta, or is that Zeta Ridge 7? Thank you. N-er. What? $5 Australian from Dileocon. Thank you. On a scale of 1 to 10, how racist is this guy? Very.
Very, very. Holy shit.
Yeah. But yeah, that'll do for today, I think. Thank you for coming out, everyone. Thank you for coming on, Ben.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's such short notice.
Yeah.
Ben, shill yourself. Shill thyself.
Yeah, so yeah, my name is Ben, or Sir Ben. Some of you might recognize me from what is now known as Night's Watch, but Game Nights and Shadowversity. I was the first of the Game Nights that was brought on by Shad. Yeah, so I've had a little bit of a cult following myself through that. Yeah, I'm a giant. I'm a dad. Got 2 kids. I'm a goofball, and I am also an up-and-coming content creator. I'm going to start streaming and stuff soon because I finally got this brand new mic that makes my voice sound like smooth caramel. I'm very happy. Yeah, so I'm finally in a position to start creating content and such. But yeah, no, I'm a former police officer. I've travelled abroad a bit, done a bit of volunteer work overseas. And I love conversations like this and these sort of social issues because I feel like with the experience that I've had in my life and the way in which I've been able to personally broaden my own horizons, I feel like I've got a bit to offer. So yeah, I very much enjoy this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like talking with Ben a lot, so we just have a lot of fun.
Yeah, every time he's been on, he's been very cool.
Yeah. I guess for me, y'all know me. I stream over on Twitch, and I have my own YouTube channel. We are working currently on the Halo Reach video. I was working on that script. If I can ever stop getting bullied into playing Elden Ring with Ben. That happens often.
Never!
Yeah, exactly. Endless co-op is a staple now on my seamless co-op is a staple now on my computer, so there you go.
I'm going to have to start bullying you to play with me soon, too.
Yeah, shit, I'm never gonna get the fucking Reach video done. But yeah, so I stream every weekday over on Twitch. In fact, I finished my stream an hour before this stream started, so that's the usual time frame. And we're playing some more. We're playing DayZ. Tomorrow we're actually playing some Elden Ring. We're gonna have ourselves some good old time.
DayZ, don't you mean 7 days?
Did I say DayZ? Yeah, I meant 7 Days Darkness Falls mod.
You fucked up!
I did. Man, I don't know why I have DayZ on the brain now.
Pagan, do you have anything to show?
I have a channel. I don't upload anything to it, but feel free to go sub because I like seeing the number go up.
I was kind of hoping you would say no, just so I could say, well, fucking fix that then, goddammit.
Yeah, but you know I'm not going to, so there's no point.
Alright. Thank you for coming out, everyone. Have a good night.
I will not have Saints Row on the brain. We are not hitting that goal. No. I guess for anyone that doesn't know, my community has a goal. And I will be playing the new Saints Row game. If we get $200, I'll play it for one stream. we hit $300 for this goal, I will do a full playthrough of it. If we hit $1,000, 100% it. So there you go.
That still seems pretty cheap to me, to be honest.
It
considering
does,
what it is.
I mean, I guess I could double the price on everything. I do that because again, my goal is for the community not to hit this goal because I don't want to touch.
Then why not set it at like a fucking $1 million so they won't? Remember when people asked us to cover Ace Attorney's Skyrim and Fallout 4 videos, and we were like, you know what? We'll do it if you pay us each 100,000.
Yeah, I guess part of me is like, I kind of hope somebody does it because I hate being on poverty percent. I kind of hope I'll get some weirdo who'll be like, oh, it'll be great to see you squirm and shit yourself. And oh, fuck. Yeah, I said, Threadnought, in the Discord that I changed it. I literally have that pinned in the Discord that I changed it.
Anyways, yeah, thank you for coming out, everyone, and have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.